What's good, everyone? World Combat Sports. Back at you. I wanted to get on here and talk about Errol Spence, man. He got a big fight coming up. And an article that was just out via boxingscene.com. Errol Spence talk about, the accident and everything, his second chance at his boxing career. As you all know, Errol Spence had a car accident where, there's a lot of variables that led up to him having an accident. Of course, he was charged with a misdemeanor DWI. And of course, he was ejected from the vehicle and sustained some pretty severe injuries, none life threatening and none supposedly that affected him as far as, his muscles and mechanics go as a fighter. Now, with that said, he's absolutely blessed to be back and able to split the ropes and get back in the square. That's real talk. We're talking about one of the premier names in the sport of boxing right now. When it comes to the welterweight division and also on the top pound for pound list, he is one of the premier names that's out there. The big question is, outside of what we've seen at the open workouts, we have to admit that Errol Spence look in tremendous shape. I'm talking about tremendous shape. 8-pack, his weight was down. He looked like he at 147 right now. I'm not even sure what weight he was at, but he was extremely shredded. He was hitting the bag like his mechanics was on point. His functionality and everything was good. And, it's only going to, hype up the fight for people to tune in via PPV when it's time for him to step into the ring. What are we looking for from Errol Spence? Of course, we are trying to understand from what we witnessed between him and Sean Porter, his activity, his strength, his mobility in the ring. We're looking at that. We're freaking scrutinizing everything he's going to be doing in the ring. We're going to say, okay, is this the old Errol Spence or this the new Errol Spence? It can go both ways. You know what I'm saying? The new Errol Spence can mean a good thing. He can come back and say, damn, it seemed like he got a little bit more pop to his punches. He's moving around a bit better. Or the new Errol Spence can say, it seems like he's just a step behind. He's not, putting together his punches like we used to. He's not being the aggressor. It's a lot of pros and cons people are going to be weighing against Errol Spence coming off this accident. But he says strap season. He says he's ready. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he has a lot on his plate to prove that he's the best in welterweight division and also one of the best in boxing today. So how is he going to prove that? He has to go in here against his opposition, Danny Garcia, who's been in there with some big names. He's got to go in here and show the boxing public that what he said, that he's taking boxing serious and he appreciates getting a second chance. That's what he means. I know this is his big fight coming back, and this is an opportunity for him to bring in more fans. But let me go to the article and read a little bit from the article. All right. Of course, we understand the upcoming PPV is going to be Fox Sports pay-per-view showdown with Garcia at the AT&T Stadium, Arlington, Texas. Marks the first fight of any kind, at least in the ring. For Spence, since the horrific single car accident, which left him seriously injured last October, it's the first full training camp since the night. It was also the first time the public could view and decide for themselves, even if it was from afar via live stream, just how far Spence has come along in 13 months since the low point of his life. 13 months. And that was a low point, man. If you look at his pictures, I mean, his picture tells it all. I'm not even going to put it up. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to him stepping back in the square, though. Spence had this to say: I'm feeling good and I'm ready to go. Insist, the unbeaten southpaw from DeSoto, Texas, already sporting a chiseled physique as he attempts the fourth defense of at least one of his welterweight titles. You see how I'm sweating out? I'm not dried out or look like I'm struggling to make weight. I'm feeling good. It goes on to say every day has to feel good for Spence since somehow escaping the accident in question merely with injuries, which left him hospitalized for more than a week. From the early hours into Sunday morning following his 12-round win over Sean Porter to unify two welterweights titles until just before 2:47 a.m. on Thursday, October 10th, 2019, Spence had every right to feel like the man alive. You know what I'm saying? He's coming off one of the best fights. The now 30-year-old welterweight was coming off one of the best wins of his career. At worst, second only of his first title winning effort in the 11th round knockout of Kell Brook in May 2017, and universally regarded as one of the best boxers in the world. Then came that moment. Spence was speeding down Riverfront Boulevard in downtown Dallas in the wee hours of the morning when he suddenly lost control of his white Ferrari. The car jumped the road median and flipped over at least 5 times. 5 times, y'all, before coming to a halt in a completely wrecked state. Spence, who was not wearing a seatbelt and who had alcohol in the system, though below the 0.15 balance, which ultimately kept him out of prison, was ejected from the vehicle. The star boxer suffered injuries and scars to his face and mouth as he recovered in the intensive care unit at Methodist Dallas Medical Center before being released 6 days later. And he's released 6 days later after being ejected from a vehicle. Damn, that's crazy. 6 days? Wow. At the time, far more concern focused on his health than if and when he would be able to return to the ring. Even less, though, was given to scheduled showdown with Garcia at the time budgeted to hold up. At the time, far more concern focused on his health than if and when he would be able to return to the ring. Even less thought was given to the scheduled showdown with Garcia at the time, budgeted to take place January 25th, 2020, but completely dismissed at the time as the greater focus was on Spence returning to normal in everyday life. And once again, I'm citing this from Boxing Scene, okay? Just in case you understand, when you're quoting somebody else's work, cite them. That would take a while, despite the repeated insistence that he was fine as good as new. The work was physically put in, but the fight to be there for his kids, his 2 daughters, and a son, Errol III, who was entered the world this past October 26th. At full capacity is why every day is a new lease on life. Spence had this to say: "It's just a blessing and a motivation," revealed Spence of the arrival of his son just 2 weeks after the 1-year anniversary of the aforementioned crash. "It pushes me to work harder, to see his face along with my 2 other daughters. I just want to fight for their future and have the best life and that I can give them. The only way I can do that is to push hard and work hard to give them that life." See what else they have. I'm not reading the whole article. He did go on to say this. "I don't know how the first round's going to go," Spence admits. "Coach Derrick James has a great plan, and I'm going to follow it." That's good news. You know what I'm saying? Him and Derrick James always working as a team. It was a lot of uncertainty, Spence recalls, of the months following the accident. "I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew I was going to keep training. I went to any city where I could talk to the doctors and get some kind of brain scans and body scans. I just wanted to make sure I was 100% ready to be in the ring. They gave me the okay. They said my brain didn't have any impact, so it was time." And there you have it, you know. These the last quotes of the article. Then we good. "A year today," Spence stated, along with images of his wrecked car and his first night in ICU. "I don't know how or why I got saved, but thank God. Thought of leaving my little girls and them growing up without me still fuck with me. But I'm triple blessed and must be here for a reason." and being there for his family and vice versa. Now comes the opportunity to once again provide for them in the best way he always known. Spence go on to say, I feel like this is the second chance for me, not just boxing, but living. No, Spence, I definitely believe in a miracle for me to survive. And a year later to have a fight like this, it's a second chance for me, and I can't let it go. So he basically saying he can't let the opportunity go stepping in here against Danny Garcia. He can't let it go. And I'm pretty sure, DSG is coming in here. He's trying to derail any hopes of Spence coming back from a car accident. Now, the positive the positive perspective we can put to this fight is the fact that looking at him in the open workout, which we was waiting to see, and I believe Danny Garcia's open workout is pending if it hadn't already went. I think it's tomorrow. But looking at his open workout, man, he looked good. You know what I'm saying? Already in shape. I can see if he had a stomach on him or whatever. It seemed like he was holding a lot of water. He was hitting the bag funny. But he hit the bag just fine. He hit the mitts just fine. It looked like his fluidity was there, his rhythm. Of course, he's not getting hit. And that's going to prove a little bit more. Sometimes the brain is an amazing organ, like we talked about. Sometimes it doesn't react a certain way until you place in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Once it receives that impact, a jolt, a shock, then that's when the brain tells you something wrong sometimes. We never know. Because we all know a chin has everything to do with neurological degradation. You know what I'm saying? Rather than enhancement. That's what not having a chin mean. You get popped in the chin, it has everything to do with, what's going on up top. Some people, they never have a chin because neurologically they shut down. They get hit, their brain shut down, consciousness. And some people are able to recover quickly and some aren't. But that article right there, man, I had to come in here and read it. What's going on, Rap Star? He did look good, man. I agree. You know what I'm saying? He definitely looked good. I'm wishing him the best. I wish anybody the best that went through what he did because he does have a family. He does have individuals that care out there for him as far as his team. And they looking to go in there in Arlington and put on a show. I mean, I don't blame him one bit. And the more respectful aspect of it is that Spence is not taking an easy opponent. At the end of the day, he's going in there against a solid opponent still. You know what I'm saying? Still. Even, he's coming off 2 wins, but he did come up short with trying to win that. Danny Garcia did come up short trying to fight for that vacant WBC title. But now he's going in there for the unified titles. And this is a thing to note. Danny Garcia has never won a title off a champion at welterweight. He hasn't. Look it up. He hasn't. So he's still waiting to win a title off a champ. You know what I'm saying? Because him and Robert Guerrero fought for the vacant. Keith Thurman took it. Then he went back in there and fought Sean Porter. And he lost. So as far as welterweight division, fighting a champion that has a belt already, it's not the case. Can he get it done against Spence? It's yet to be seen. Spence is the unified champion at the time, WBC IBF. And of course, he has Danny Garcia's old belt. Serious. He has Danny Garcia's old WBC belt. Yes, sir. So it should be very interesting, man, because it's going to open up a lot of doors for Errol Spence. He gets this victory, man. The field is just so wide open for him. The landscape is so broad. He can just pick and choose who the fuck he wants. I did see some nonsense out there, and I hope this, if it is true, I just hope that it's outside of him fighting one of the champions before he does this. But I heard Pacquiao is trying to get a fight with Conor McGregor. So I hope it's not in between. There's no way that I can see it happening in between it, and you know, it will be a year in July that Manny Pacquiao hasn't fought. So I'm hoping it's somewhere at the end of 2021 when he doesn't have his belt anymore. So that gives time for Spence to get this fight and for us to determine who's going to fight Manny Pacquiao for that WBA belt. Was it going to be Terrence Crawford? Is it going to be Errol Spence? If Errol Spence get this damn third title, it's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, Crawford. Crawford has to come in and take the damn lower split. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He has to take the lower split. If Errol Spence has 3-1 of the crowns, you have to go in there and take the lower half. You have to take the bottom half of the damn split, man. Let's just make the fight happen. And if you're good, you know what I'm saying? If you're good, you don't have to worry about that. You know, you're talking about PPV, a partial live gate, all that shit right there. What's going on, Mark Nash in the building? Salute to you. By his own words, Spence was taking the easy way. Yeah, man. You know, Spence said he was taking the easy way by Sean Porter. So now, you know, if he goes in here, if he's able to be successful and get this victory, then I would be remiss not to say, well, he goes in there and if anything is not actively going or actively being pursued with Manny Pacquiao, then guess what? Spence might get the shot. It's an easier fight for Spence to get Pacquiao than Terrence Crawford. Bob Arum claims they're trying to make that fight. But from what we've been hearing recently after the fight, all the open denigration from Bob Arum, it doesn't look like they have a healthy relationship, especially when it comes to communication or business. So what does that say for Terrence Crawford? He may find himself fighting somebody else that the fans don't like. You know what I'm saying? Unless, you know, Sean Porter steps in. You know what I'm saying? Unless we got Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman and Sean Porter. One of those names. That'll be a big enough draw for Terrence Crawford to step in there with. If, in fact, Errol Spence takes Manny Pacquiao after this fight, and then Bud Crawford has to choose another opposition. But I'm going to tell you, in order for them to be overly hyped for this PPV fight, Bud Crawford needs to fight somebody with a bigger name than Kell Brook. And that comes into play of former champions. That's the only way you can play that. No Mikey Garcia. We're talking about Keith Thurman or Sean Porter. Terrence Crawford has not fighting and has not fought any of the top three that's there. He hasn't fought Pacquiao, top four, really, but the top three before. Previous top three. He hasn't fought Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, nor Sean Porter. So that tells me right there, that's a top three he can pick if he don't get Pacquiao. And then people still be, okay, cool. We satisfied. All right, he about to step in here and fight Keith Thurman. Okay, cool. You know they're going to be satisfied he fights Sean Porter. Why? Because he stepped in there with damn Errol Spence already. So they saying, okay, this is our opportune time to see if Terrence Crawford can get it done or do it better. But the one thing about it, right? Sean Porter, even though he was dropped by Adrian Broner, even though he was dropped by Errol Spence, you know what I'm saying? He's not a hard dude to drop. But he's been dropped twice like that. You know what I'm saying? And you just ponder. You're like, what the fuck? Adrian Broner dropped you in the 12th round. What were you thinking? Did you get complacent? Okay, cool, rep. So I got you. WBA Super Champ has a defense every 18 months. A WBA. Okay. So, the one thing about that um defense, it all depends on who has the belt, to be honest, there, Mark. Because Anthony Joshua, in order for him to abort the mission with negotiations with with Deontay Wilder back in 2018, the WBA came up here talking about Anthony Joshua has a mandatory. He has to be committed within a week. If not, he'll be stripped of the title. The week came and it went. The WBA didn't do shit. They just wanted to put that out there to the media to halt negotiations and talks with Wilder so they can move on and talk about this fight with Alexander Povetkin. So whether they hold Manny Pacquiao strictly to making sure he fight his mandatory, that's yet to be seen. But he has, a pretty good amount of time, but Manny's much older. And if he's to then sit up here and say, okay, let me fight Conor McGregor. I'm curious to know what weight he's going to fight Conor McGregor, because Conor has fought as high as 170. He has struggled to make 145. If you look at the weight differential from MMA to boxing, it's different. Now, 145 is considered featherweight. It is featherweight. It's considered featherweight in mixed martial arts, right? So the highest he has fought, Manny Pacquiao, is what? Manny Pacquiao will have to fight like a catchweight or something and meet Conor McGregor in the middle. You know what I'm saying? If it's a boxing match, this is going to have to be at a catchweight, because there's no way Conor is going to make, in my opinion, 150. I don't think Conor McGregor is going to make 150 to fight Pacquiao. So I think Manny Pacquiao is going to at least to be minimal, super middle. I mean, not super middle, super welter to middleweight. Because Conor McGregor probably will feel better at 160, because he's fought at 155, which is lightweight before. If he's able to get down to 155, he's been there before previously, then that may be the weight. They may fight a catchweight at 155. But I can guarantee you he's not going to go down to welterweight 147, because he's draining the shit out of himself. He looked bad. You know what I'm saying? We can't tell a man what he's worth. If it don't happen, it won't be the first time. Aaron Pryor missed a lot of legendary fights. Yep, that's true, man. We have to kind of figure out, I mean, I'm looking forward to this fight, because you got two guys that usually come in there, like Danny Garcia come to fight when he chooses to, but he just don't do enough to seize the moment with the bigger names. He fought for a lot of vacant titles, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Danny Garcia had his share of fighting for vacant titles. Seriously. Eric Morales missed weight, fought for a vacant title. That's fact. He fought 2 catchweight fights moving up to 47. And then his first fight at 47 was Paulie Malignaggi, man. Stepping up Robert Guerrero for a vacant, and then turn around, defend it once, and go in there with Keith Thurman and lose it. He had one freaking title defense. You know what would have been a great fight for Danny Garcia? Manny Pacquiao. Stylistically, that would have been a good fight for him. Danny Garcia want to get back in the hunt. I'm pretty sure a lot of those champions are saying, damn, I wish I can just get Manny Pacquiao. But Manny Pacquiao, he has his political appointments. You know what I'm saying? He has all, his mandatories over there in the Philippines. He's a politician. You know what I'm saying? He's the elder statesman. I mean, he's doing a lot over there in his country. I mean, he's adored over there in the Philippines. But that would have been a good fight for Danny Garcia. Stylistically, I think so. I mean, him stepping there with Manny Pacquiao to get back in the title hunt, that would have been a good fight, but not when he lost to Sean Porter. Sean Porter was a good fight for him too, but he definitely waited too long and let Sean Porter dictate the rhythm and flow. And Sean was boxing it sometime, and then he'd get on the inside, mix it up. He took his time. Sean Porter almost fought Danny Garcia like he did Yordenis Ugas, bro. You know what I'm saying? He almost fought like that. He was taking his time. He was picking and choosing whenever he wanted to pick up the pick up the pace. And even though Danny Garcia landed his right hand, Sean Porter, he ate it. He like, okay, I got it. We was waiting on Sean Porter to land that right hand. He did. Sean Porter, they had a moment. If Sean Porter said, okay, let's go. And that was a wrap. He really never hurt Sean Porter at all, like Errol Spence. So taking that in consideration that Sean Porter was never hurt, by Danny Garcia, like Errol Spence was able to catch him, in the eye of the storm with a left hook. Will Danny Garcia be able to catch Errol Spence and shake him up? Or will Errol Spence be able to catch Danny Garcia differently? Because I really hope this is not a Mikey Garcia and Errol Spence type of fight, to be honest. I hope this is not. I hope this is one of those fights where it's suspenseful. Even if it get to the middle rounds, we like, man, this is a close fight right here. That's the kind of fight that you want to walk into the championship rounds and say, damn, this shit is close. Or, when it comes down to Errol Spence coming in there proving that he's A-OK, he might go into the later rounds, man. Ahead on the scorecards comfortably and proving that he is absolutely still the boogeyman. That's what Errol Spence want to prove to us. You know what I'm saying? He want to prove to himself also, but I'm just saying, for him to put his name as one of the better fighters in the pound for pound list, and then of course, Errol Spence is trying to make a claim to surpass Alexander Usyk. People have to understand one thing. It's just not Crawford and Errol Spence that's side by side on the pound for pound list. It's not that way, man. There's always been a space in between them. Alexander Usyk. So Errol Spence defeat Danny Garcia. How is he going to move into number 3 in front of Terrence Crawford? How? Without unifying the division, because the commonality between Alexander Usyk and Terrence Crawford is a unified division, fully undisputed. Now, of course, Terrence Crawford has more divisions as a world champion than Alexander Usyk, but they gave Usyk the BOD, the benefit of the doubt, that he unified the cruiserweight division. And plus, they were trying to build him up the crossover to heavyweight. I don't know why the dude is there, though. I don't know why, bro. I don't know why. Like, you no longer have the cruiserweight titles. You faced Chase Witherspoon when you initially made your debut. And then you're coming off a marginal performance against Derek Chisora. So this is my question to him. And whoever's up there giving the all in favor for this pound for pound list, how is Usyk still there when Errol Spence is the active unified champion at welterweight? Usyk has no belts. That's all I'm saying, people. That is all I'm saying. Like, why are two good friends, Vasily Lomachenko and Alexander Usyk, still mongering on the pound for pound list? They should have got their hall pass. Step outside, and we'll contact you when we need you to come back in, okay? Until then, don't call us. We'll call you. You know what I'm saying? We'll call you. Whenever we want you back on the pound for pound list, and you know how to get here, then we will contact you and say, hey, guess what? We're putting you back on the pound for pound. But they have people that are on the pound for pound list now with no titles. Seriously. At one point in time, all the fighters that was on the pound for pound list had titles. All the fighters. There's no ring magazine title that's being held. It's no freaking lineal title that's being held. You know what I'm saying? But one, no. From number 10 all the way to number 1, previously, there were individuals on there with world championships, with crowns, with waistbands, so they call it. Now you have Alexander Usyk and Vasily Lomachenko, who they are just keeping around. They're hoping Alexander Usyk get a hold of Anthony Joshua's WBO belt. You know what I'm saying? They hope in some way, somehow he gets hold of his WBO belt. And then if just say he does get a hold of the WBO belt, all right, because he's the mandatory for Joshua, right? Let's just say he does. So you're trying to tell me Usyk's supposed to be on the pound for pound when Deontay Wilder was a single belt champion for longest, and he was never on the pound for pound? And then if you look at the Boxer Writers Association, they had Tyson Fury on their pound for pound. And my point is, if you're going to credit Tyson Fury on the pound for pound for defeating the longest reigning WBC title holder at the time over 5 years, then why wasn't Wilder on the pound for pound list anyway? How can you boost it up as if the value increases after the fact? You know what I'm saying? In hindsight, the appraisal has just went up. So you're trying to say, yeah, we're going to put Tyson Fury on the pound for pound list because he defeated the champ. But the champ has been there for over 5 years. Now, moving on back to Usyk. If he stays on the pound for pound list, man, and he doesn't have a belt for a long time, I'm going to call some bullshit flag on that. I'm going to call bullshit. Ken in the building, what's good with you? I'm going to call bullshit on that because I just don't know why him and Vasily is still on pound for pound. But for Crawford and Errol Spence, people believe that Errol Spence should surpass Terrence Crawford on pound for pound if he defeats Danny Garcia. And I don't get it. Because Sean Porter's already defeated Danny Garcia. He's the WBC champion. He already did. Sean Porter never been on the pound for pound. From I remember, never. Keith Thurman wasn't on the pound for pound. He was unified. Somebody, tell me if I'm wrong. I never remember seeing Keith Thurman on the pound for pound. Be honest. I'm just saying. But Errol Spence is on the pound for pound. How? I mean, I'm all about being educated. Just how does that work exactly? How? If Keith Thurman was unified, I know in hindsight he lost his titles, but then you turn back around and say, well, Errol Spence is unified. This had the same amount of belts, but he just have different sanctioning bodies. Keith Thurman had the WBC and WBA, and Errol Spence currently have the WBC and IBF. Per the rankings and seniority, I mean, when it comes down to it, as far as how they are abreast of one another in formation, it's the WBC, WBA. Then the IBF and WBO. If you want to be petty. So then I'm asking myself, like, how's Errol Spence up there with 2 titles, though? And then you say to yourself, okay, what is the criteria now? Is it how many divisions that you have? Because that has to be a role. Because once again, look at 1 through 5. Look at the consistency, right? Canelo Alvarez, multi-division champion. Anui, multi-division champion. Terrence Crawford, multi-division champion. Now, it was consistent. That shit was consistent, y'all. Canelo, Naoya Inoue, Terrence Crawford. All right. So now that Vasily Lomachenko, I got to go back to Vasily Lomachenko. Lomachenko was number 2 for the longest. So he was a multi-division champion. That's 4. So going off the old list, number 5 was Oleksandr Usyk. All right. We know he was the unified champion, cruiserweight. And then came Errol Spence. He's number 5, number 6. Now that you take Vasily Lomachenko out of the equation, the criteria is all fuzzy and garbled because Canelo Alvarez, yes, he's a multi-division. Inoue, yes. Terrence Crawford, yes. Usyk, no. And then after Usyk, sitting at number 5 is Errol Spence, no. So it gets a little fuzzy after that because number 6 is Teofimo Lopez, no. Yeah, he's a 4-belt champion, but he only has 1 division to his credit. And then there's Vasily Lomachenko. And then it all gets fuzzy from there. They keep one Estrada on there that contends out of the flyweight division. They have Arthur Beterbiev on there. Then it's all about who they pick and choose to clean it up. Pacquiao's been placeholder at the end. It all depends. But you can tell, you can see how fuzzy the pound for pound list gets. What criteria are they consistently placing for these fighters to hold the position that they are? What is it? Is it multi-divisions or is it championships? Are you unified or are you not? Because Terrence Crawford has the WBO title. He's not unified, but he is sitting at number 3 right now. So if that is the case, they have to be including him being a 3-division, formerly undisputed. They're giving him credit. But when you come to Canelo Alvarez, he is not unified in entire division, but he is a multi-division champion. Yep. Just thought I'd kind of break that down a little bit, I'll just read through the scriptures just a bit because people are going to be coming out here. If he defeats Danny Garcia, they're going to be like, well, he should be in front of Terrence Crawford. Why? And how do you come up with that conclusion? How do you come up with that adjustment? First of all, how did you even appraise that particular calibration to move him up past Terrence Crawford? How was that appraised? Off what? Because when you look at it, Terrence Crawford's career is still better than Errol Spence's at the end of the day. Even if he defeats Danny Garcia, it don't matter. Terrence Crawford is a 3-division champion. Stop trying to brush that shit under the rug like Gamboa wasn't undefeated when he fought him. Crawford has like 6 undefeated fighters on his record. Errol Spence has several. Even Keith Thurman. The one that has the least out of that welterweight, I believe, is Danny Garcia, out of the big names. Yep. D Hodges, what's good, man? When I say unified, I'm just speaking to the fans who understand. Undisputed is unified. Undisputed is unified. He unified the entire division. So whatever you were, I totally get what you're saying. Whatever you were, you want to use the real, the aficionados of boxing. That's who I'm talking to. So when I say unified, they understand that he unified the entire division. Or you can say he was undisputed. But unifying the entire division is undisputed. Absolutely. But he's been a single division where he's unified. And to me, if other fighters have the belts he used to have, because he vacated and now he is considered an official heavyweight after facing Witherspoon, after facing Chisora. Why is he on the list without a belt? Why? The man is a single division, unified at cruiserweight. How many other heavyweights? This is when the fuzzy part gets. How many other heavyweights do you see on the pound for pound list? Because look, if we're going to say, well, the pound for pound list is for fighters who are able to move up and down in weight, heavyweights don't do. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If Alexander Usyk is now a heavyweight, you're still going to say, well, he has the potential to go to bridger weight. No, man. If you're saying that the heavyweights are supposed to be, they can't move up and down in weight classes, then why is Usyk still there? Anyway, let me get back to Errol Spence. He's looking this as a second opportunity to do what he got to do, people. I'm looking forward to Errol Spence to go in there and do what he got to do. I'm looking for a good fight. That's how I look at it. Just because I favor one fighter, man, I still go down the line. I want to see both of them go in there and get it in. But I do believe DSG going to take this L. I do. If Errol Spence is fighting for a different cause, if he's motivated, his body feels perfect. Look, I look at it like this. It's just hard for me to believe, being that, how much I ran motorcycles coming up and the people that I seen killed and lives taken, the accidents that I was in on the motorcycle. I just look at the way he was ejected from the car with no helmet on. I'm saying to myself, damn, there had to be something that they're not telling us. There has to be something. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, for somebody who can ride. I'm the type of person that tell you it ain't nobody on this social media game that'll outride me. We can go in the mountains and we don't have to do a run through, period. I don't care what you got. I don't care what you run. We ain't talking about straights. We're talking about from point to point, turns, everything. It's a whole different level. And I've seen guys crash, man. And for him to be ejected with no seatbelt and land on the whatever he landed on, they say he landed on the grass. But he still had abrasions on the side of his face. That's hard for me to believe. I think he might have landed on the pavement a bit. I don't know. But anyway, the speed for which he was going, allegedly, and his ejection onto the flat surface, to me, it's like his shoulder, his right shoulder, I'm going to pay attention to, because the damage was on his right side. So most of the time when you land on that side, it's a potential that you can either land chest flat and your head is looking one way. If he was intoxicated, he might have been asleep, whatever. I'm not coming here with damn stories and plots. Or he could have landed on his right side and received the abrasions that he did from his right side. With that said, the shoulder plays a role, because once you have an accident and your shoulder hits the pavement, you can have on leathers. You still sore. You can tear a rotator cuff. You can mess up the joint socket. A lot of variables that can play into your injuries. I'm just saying. But he looked good on the bag, man. Seriously, he looked good on the bag, man. Soft tissue damage, I just don't see it, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all make sure y'all check out the ones, Mark Nash, man. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. Check him out. The man know what he doing, man. Multifaceted in this media game. Make sure you check out his page, man, and tune in to his live streams, man. Good shit, solid, quality content. And then if you need a logo, get with it, man. He just made Rapstar Fire logo. You know what I'm saying? Check him out. You want something that further represents your brand, check him out. And also Rap Star Boxing Knowledge, he's going live later. Check him out too. He's over from the UK. He's been in the boxing game a good while. So go check him out, his lives and everything. Support him. Tune in to, his boxing channel. But this is what's gonna go down for me. Of course, I want to see how he goes in here and fight Danny Garcia. But ultimately, I just want to see how it's gonna play out. Hold on for a second. I want to see how this whole thing gonna play out. Just say, Errol Spence indeed go in there and look impressive against Danny Garcia. What I want to try to understand is 2 words. What's next? That's it. What's next for Errol Spence? That is the underlining curiosity that a lot of boxing fans have. What is next for Errol Spence? Because we wanted so much to include Terrence Crawford, but it seems like 60-40 shit. It's just like being across the street, bro. That's what I'm telling you. Like, this shit is becoming diva type. Because if Errol Spence don't face Terrence Crawford over 60-40, and then you're going to bring in Bob Arum's word right after he fought Kell Brook, it's petty. It's like giving you're trying to convince your fans that all the moves you making are very logical when it comes to boxing. That's what it seems like Errol Spence is trying to do. All the moves he's trying to make is logical ones. It's logical for me to say that it's 60-40. First, it was we're on different sides of the street. Now it's 60-40. And I'm not going to go back on what Bob Arum said, but the proof is in the pudding. What? Man, them motherfuckers ain't trying to fight. Seriously, you ain't trying to fight. You're telling me the proof is in the pudding all because Bob Arum, who understands Terrence Crawford, is trying to abort mission and absquatulate to another promotional company. You're trying to tell me the proof is in the pudding? The proof ain't nowhere except in your decision-making process. If you make this fight happen and you defeat Danny Garcia, guess what? You should be calling out Terrence Crawford, or you should be calling out Manny Pacquiao. Because really, I'm going to be honest with you. I really want to see Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence in a undisputed for all the crowns type of bout. I don't want to see them for the unified crowns, to be honest. I just don't want to see that. It's going to take away. What it's going to do is somebody's going to get fucked out the bag. Because if you telling me Manny Pacquiao can wait and have that belt for over a year and wait on the winner of Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, I think it's fucked up. Because you're trying to tell me if Manny Pacquiao don't take a fight, let's just say he fight Conor McGregor. Okay, give or take. Okay, he'll be in the ring before that. But he's going in there against a fighter who's 0-1, a fighter who no longer holds a mixed martial arts belt, a fighter who was able to latch on to another mixed martial artist trash talking and was able to make $100+ million. And from then, he hasn't been able to climb that ladder back to get a title. So therefore, all that to say this, if Manny Pacquiao isn't in the ring by July, and we have Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, that means by the time he steps back in the ring, it will be far past a year. And whoever fights Manny Pacquiao, who is 42, he's 42, y'all, coming up, they will have an easy go. You're talking about Manny Pacquiao fighting the winner. Let's just say it works out this way, and the window presents itself. Manny Pacquiao will fight near the end of 2021, and he would have been out the ring for over a year. So you trying to tell me Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence won't go in there and have a lopsided bout with Manny Pacquiao or potentially stopping him. You know, when I say stop the people, people sit up here and act like Manny Pacquiao has never been stopped before. Manny Pacquiao has been stopped, people. Do you think Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence cannot stop Manny Pacquiao if they land the right shot? They can. I believe they can. When you look at and you sit up here and provide those adulation, those adulations for Manny Pacquiao being an 8th division champion, you also have to filter back. You have to also reflect back on him coming from light fly all the way up. So he came from fly all the way up. Not to mention he took an L back then. Manny has some miles on him. He has miles. He's an 8th division champion. He has miles on him. He came from a light one. He was a light in the ass fighter all the way up to contend right now. You think he's not going to turn old in the ring? Hell yeah. If he steps in there 2021 near the end against any one of these young guns, such as freaking Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford for the undisputed titles, I think potentially he gets stopped. And I really hope his family ain't ringside like they was for Juan Manuel Marquez. Because that was brutal. And this is going to be a whole nother way. Man, come on, bro. I hope one of these guys, preferably Terrence Crawford, I hope Terrence Crawford is able to get the Manny Pac fight. And I hope, he go in there and get the job done. Now both of these fights can go in. It's no bullshit. It's no 60-40. It's no 70-30. No 80-20 bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Well, Errol Spence said the proof is in the pudding. I think he should get 90-10 because he just picked up the WBA title. This shit that's going on with Errol Spence is just like different sides of the street. That's real talk. Yeah, he say Mark Nash say first it was get a belt at 47. You right. What they tell him? They told him to get a belt. They said get a belt, man. Errol Spence said get a belt. That was the hymn that they was playing, and it wasn't even Sunday. Hey, get a belt. Okay, we get a belt. What next? Defend it. Okay, he defended. What's next? Fight a top tier opponent. Oh my God. Okay, fight a top tier opponent. One opponent that you fought in their backyard. Both now y'all have a common opponent. He did it better than you, Errol. What's next? Oh, I'm not gonna say anything, but Bob Arum, what he said, the proof is in the pudding. You dry snitching, Errol. Why are you gonna say some shit like that? Why are you gonna bring Bob Arum into it, knowing damn well there's contentiousness between Arum and Terrence Crawford? Why are you gonna bring that shit into the equation? You know that shit is unhealthy right now. So he gonna say the proof is in the pudding. What pudding? We're trying to see you and Terrence Crawford fight, especially after you go in there with Danny Garcia. But for a lot of fans, they don't want to see the unification bout. They want to see Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence for the undisputed, the creme de la creme, all the marbles, ultimately the crowns, all on the line. PPV, top two. Look, the top two pound for pound in the welterweight. They're both top 5 pound for pound list. Is there any other two fighters from the same division on the pound for pound list? Help me understand. And don't you say Vasily Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez. I'm talking about champions. Because you know damn well Vasily Lomachenko, uh-uh. There's only so much the headlights of them gold medals can shine. But we already know you're a two-time gold medalist. You shouldn't be on the list. But is any other fighters that you can say that's on there? You can't. Teofimo Lopez is a four-belt champion. Vasily Lomachenko isn't. So you go to Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, it makes all the sense in the world. Yeah, whoever beat the other, if it's Errol defeating Terrence, he should take his place. Real talk. He should take his place. Because he's undisputed. If Terrence Crawford defeats Errol Spence and it's undisputed, a big part of me say he should go in front of Inouye. And you know why I say that? Because he would have fought somebody on the pound for pound list. Naoya Inoue just knocked out Jason Maloney. And Jason Maloney wasn't nowhere in the proximity with a telescope of the pound for pound list. That's my factoring. That's my criteria in looking at it that way. If Terrence Crawford defeat Errol Spence for the unified crowns at welterweight, he should move in front of Inouye. Because there you go. You have an individual who is unified in his second division. And from my understanding, Inouye is a 3-division champion. He's currently unified. But in no way, shape, or form, you're telling me he's unified in 2 divisions, undisputed. Terrence Crawford would have been unified in his second division. And then he might look, he has a clear stake to potentially go in front of Canelo Alvarez. Let's be honest, a lot of people believe he should be in front of Canelo Alvarez right now. It's a big deal, people. This is important. This run in the welterweight division is important because Terrence Crawford will basically catapult his career to a whole nother level. Undisputed in the second division. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's in front of Inouye. And you know, he should be in front of Canelo. What divisions have Canelo been undisputed in? I mean, you're talking about a guy who's about to fight the world champion when he's a secondary champion. But yet he's a top pound for pound. But yet when he went up there and fought Rocky Fielding, he fought the softest touch that was in that division. That's facts. Nobody wasn't sitting up here keeping an eye on Rocky Fielding except Canelo Alvarez. He went up there and got the job, boom, secondary. He has the same belt that Gervonta Davis has. That's facts, people. Now he's going for the super title. Callum Smith. He's not going to earn another division. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to earn another division. He's just going to pick up another strap. That's it. Canelo is running out of options to stay on top of the pound for pound list. The growth for Canelo Alvarez will be basically moonlighting in divisions that he has already picked up a belt in. Now, is moonlighting going to provide Canelo Alvarez with the tickets, with the flight tickets to continue to basically hop and skip different divisions, pick up titles here, pick up titles there, and stay on the pound for pound list? Or does he have to do something of a higher magnitude to stay on top? Like, does he have to go past 175? up the cruiserweight because I'm sure it's a soft touch somewhere in between there for him to pick up a title. I mean, that's just to put out there. That's just a question for you to hold on. You know, Canelo Alvarez, he's going to be moonlighting between 60 and I got to put 75 in there. 60 and 75. Now, of course, a lot of people believe he's not really taking the elevator back down to 60. He's going to play around at 68, 75. You know what I'm saying? He's going to stay up there. So, I'm curious to know if he's going to skip over 75 and try to go up there and pick a soft touch at cruiserweight and say he's a cruiserweight champion. I'll definitely be remiss not to give him that credit in trying to take that challenge. I think Canelo may potentially take that at cruiserweight. He still has time on his side. But my question is, what does he need to do to stay at the top pound for pound list? Because when it comes down to it, Terrence Crawford has did what he needed to do. And that is become a 3-division champion. As long as he keeps winning and picking up titles, Crawford will stay in the top 3 pound for pound. If indeed, I got to tell the fans this. I wholeheartedly believe in what Terrence Crawford told Errol Spence. He said, "You need me for your legacy. I don't need you." He's absolutely correct, people. Errol Spence needs Terrence Crawford for his legacy. Terrence Crawford doesn't need Errol Spence for his legacy. It's already solidified. He's undisputed at junior welter. It don't matter what credit you're not giving him. He's on the pound for pound list because he did. So therefore, 3-division trumps a single division and a unified at a single division. It trumps it. For Errol Spence to be his age, what's going on, D-Style Boxer? Salute, man. For Errol Spence to be his age, he definitely has to make some moves soon. Errol Spence has to make some moves. If he's saying he's willing to stay here and attempt the field day and sanitize the entire welterweight division until he cleans it up, and then attempts to move up to 54, or what they're talking about, a potential fight with Canelo Alvarez at 60. We'll see how that works. But Errol Spence needs more than just unifying a welterweight division in his career. I'm being honest, man. Errol Spence needs to do more than just attempting to unify at the welterweight division and say, you know what? I'm one of the greatest to ever do it. No, man, you got to do something else. You got to move up to 54 where your stablemate is at. Why don't you and him fight, goddammit? I'm pretty sure people will see that. We'll find a champion up there. You know what? Matter of fact, Jermell Charlo, if he's able to get Teixeira, who's about to step in there with Castellano, just say Teixeira wins, Mel Charlo gets that fight, he becomes undisputed. Move up there and fight him for the freaking belts. Shit. It's going to be a whole lot of people pissed off, Erickson Lubin especially. But move up there and fight your boy Charlo, man. That's a fight everybody want to see. Y'all know each other in the gym. Go fight Charlo for the damn unified titles. You would have unified the welterweight division and then moved up to 54 to fight for the unified titles against your damn stablemate. I'm telling you, if he's able to pull that shit off, then his name is haloed in a whole nother conversation. But at the end of the day, people, we know that's not going to happen. We know it. These look, these cats up here talking about, oh, that's my boy. That's my boy. I can't do that. That's my boy right there. But he got the unified titles, though. But that's my boy, though. Well, you better call him up and see if he's moving up to 60. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, man. That's a good one. I'm gonna call Mel up and see what he doing with those belts, man. What he gonna do? Hey, Mel, how long is it gonna take for you to move up? You moving up to 60 or you gonna defend your belts? What Maul Charlo gonna do? He gonna go from 60 up to 68? What he plan on doing? Because man, it can set up all our careers. You know what I'm saying? Canelo might be more enthusiastic to face Mel Charlo than Maul Charlo. Which Maul Charlo called Lil Charlo. And then they open up the belts at 54. Errol Spence can move up there and pick up another title. He needs another division. He needs to be at 54 to conclude his career, if indeed he's able to unify the welterweight division. Real talk. He needs that second division, people. Not just coming in here and say, I'm a welterweight, undisputed. No, you need to move up there. Mel Charlo, you and him need to get together in the gym, especially after this fight, and say, my dog, what's the plan? Because I'm coming for 150. Hey, if I'm able to get these fights coming up, I'm coming for 54. I don't know what you mean. Elucidate. Just be a little bit more clear what you're talking about. Let me catch your next comment. Okay, I agree with you on that. There, 21 strong. I agree with that. He does have the body. He has the frame to do it, but also you have to look at his age too. It ain't have nothing to do with body. Now, the good thing for Errol Spence, I believe he has his body has been preserved because he started. He ain't been in boxing a long time now. So, being that said, he doesn't have an extensive amateur career like a lot of these cats, like Gennady Golovkin and all that. That has all these, multiple freaking amateur fights. He does have preservation when it comes down to durability and wear and tear on his body. I agree with that. Real talk. I agree with that. Mark bringing up what somebody else brought up. Let me see. When did I hear that? 45 and lead the rest out there. What was that? The winner get the 10. Who was that? Oh, I think that shit was it was 20 that was left out there. It was 20 that was left out there. It was 40 or something like that. But yeah, winner, why not 45? The winner get the 10 in the middle. Pride has everything. Thinking about a side versus B side nonsense. I agree, man. That A side, B side. Look, once again, people, hear me out. This A side, B side is a bunch of BS. It depends on who's splitting the ropes to go fight. You want to know why I say that? Because tell me how many belts Canelo had when he stepped in there against Gennady Golovkin. And tell me who was the A side. Explain who was the B side and how is that possible? That A side, B side shit only depends on who's stepping in there to contend and all the damn, political bullshit that goes along with it. Tell me about that Gennady and Canelo Alvarez first one. That's why he was so upset. That's why Gennady was acting all, bougie on the rematch. For one, he was upset that Canelo Alvarez popped. And two, he knew what happened in the first fight. So he's like, nah, man, you're going to give me my worth. I'm going to get paid this second fight. And he got what he wanted. Errol has overstayed his welcome at 47. He should have been at 54. Well, I can say this, okay? Errol Spence's first 3 fights was at 54. If that has anything to do with it, he has a little bit of credit. You know what I'm saying? At the 54 before he dropped to 47. So his first 3 fights was at 54 and he dropped to 47. If I'm not mistaken. He started his career at 54. Now, of course, Sean Porter fought at a heavyweight class. All right. And then, Terrence Crawford, of course, worked himself up. So you can say that about somebody else other than Spence, but overstaying his welcome, I do believe, he was in the division long enough to get a title shot before now. It's like unbelievable. He's just surfacing. You know what I'm saying? He's just blossoming into a recognizable superstar. Like, he's been in that division for quite some time, but he could have just picked up a title and moved on. But you fighting twice a year. We'll see, man. We'll see. He spent his whole career at 47. He has to clean out the division before moving up. That's my point. Since he said, it's been rumored that Errol and Charlo are all moving up in the next 2 to 3 fights. Yeah, that's what I just said. He started off at 54. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he can make 54. And then if he chooses to go up. So let's talk on that. Let's talk on that a little bit about what was said. They plan on moving up. Okay. This is the 3-man that's under this, the same banner, promotional banner, right? They all plan on moving up in the next 2 or 3 fights. Let's just say there's merit to that. All right. So let's just say Maul Charlo talking about 68. Who he's moving up to 68 to face? I'm just curious. And when he's going to make this move. And hopefully Sergey Derevyanchenko didn't discourage him in making that move up. You know what I'm saying? He should be good. He's a 2-division champion already. Go ahead and move up. You know what I'm saying? All right. Next in line, Maul Charlo. I see him unifying the division at 54, which is great for his career. Seriously. And I know deep down inside, him and Errol Spence is in the gym saying, man, can you imagine both of us unifying undisputed stablemates? And then Derrick James across there look like, yeah, don't forget about me. It would be awesome for freaking Mel Charlo and Errol Spence to unify division in the same stable. Man, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy for them to go through that shit. Okay, so he unifies and he leaves. He vacates the belts. Cool. That opens up a lot for other contenders that may have not gotten a shot, especially Erickson Lubin, who was stopped by Mel Charlo. He definitely wants that get back. But I'm not sure if they're going to send him in there. They might be holding out. You know what I'm saying? Lubin might be holding out until the right time. Hopefully Charlo unify against Teixeira and he moves up to 60. Boom, get him out the way. Now Errol Spence comes up there and he's into the equation. There's a lot of nice bodies up there. Look, it's a lot of nice bodies up at 54. The division is deep. Let me tell you that division. Errol Spence is going to have the names that he would want up at 54. Believe it. He's going to have it. You know what I'm saying? Believe me, when those titles become open, there's going to be some quality names up there to pick him up. And he better be in the race. So times are ticking, goddamn it. And I know, goddamn, him and Charlo in the gym talking about the right time for him to vacate them belts before. Well, I wouldn't say before, for him to vacate them belts at the right time for Errol Spence to shift up to that position. I know they're talking about it in the gym. Because if Mel Charlo vacate them titles too early, that means it's going to be open season for everybody else to pick up a strap. And when Errol Spence do make it to the front door, he's going to have to pick and choose which opponent he wants. And rather than him fighting for a vacant title, fighting for a vacant title is still a championship. Look how many times Danny Garcia's fought for a vacant title. It happens, people. Look how many times Vasily Lomachenko fought for a vacant title. It happens. So if I was Errol Spence moving up to 54 after Mel Charlo vacates them titles, absolutely I want to fight for a vacant. So that provides him the opportunity to pick up a strap, and then try to unify. At least he's holding a crown when he's moving up and he's not waiting in line. You know what I'm saying? At his age, he ain't trying to wait in line. It's time for him to make that adjustment immediately, get that title shot, win, and start making more decisions for his career. That's something for Errol to think about, y'all. Real talk. Mitch in the building, what's good? He said it was obviously Triple G was the B-side. He was chasing Canelo for a while before they fought. Him and Abel was begging for that fight. They were. And they was the B-side, even though they had the titles. That's what I'm trying to say. They was the B-side, bro. Seriously. Oh, I didn't know that shit. You ain't saying nothing but a word, bro. I'm dropping the link for those boxing fans that wants to tune in and chat it up. I would definitely want to hear y'all opinion about this. Harrison might outbox Spence. That'd be a good fight. If Harrison is still there when he moves up. 21 Strong say World Combat Sports. I believe Errol Spence best weight at 54. He can carry that weight and he will be less drained. Man, see, we haven't even got on that yet about him not being drained. You know what I'm saying? We haven't even got on the fact that potentially how dominant he will be, you know? What's going on, Rasta?
Yo, I like your show today. World Combat, you've been cooking it nicely, bro. Giving some good facts out there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it, man. I mean, I was just wasting time earlier, but this is my focal point, combat sports. I just felt the need to talk about it because it's important, man. Shit, you know, it's important. The shift is going to change the scope of boxing when it comes down to it. This shift in the next 2 years is going to change boxing.
Hey,
You know?
so before I say anything, I just want to introduce myself properly. Thanks for having me on your show, World Combat Sports. Like and subscribe. Hit the notification button. Thanks for having me for my subscribers and my viewers. For Rapstar Boxing Knowledge, yeah, carry on, World Combat.
Only Rapstar does that, boy. For real.
Yeah.
He said, carry on. Takes me back to the military. Carry on.
Bro. Yeah, I got to make sure you're first.
Carry on, aye, sir. Yeah, appreciate having Rapstar Boxing Knowledge on, man. You know what I'm saying? And also, he's going live later on, so check him out. Him and Mark Nash, I believe. Mitch said, same way whoever fights Pac-Man is the B-side. Even though Crawford and Spence would be favorites, and Spence has 2 belts, he's still the B-side with Pac-Man. I'm looking at the B-side, and Pac-Man has 7 losses, right? Does he still hold weight? I see him no less than 50-50, all right? Because he's Pac-Man, 8 division champion, legend of the sport. But him holding a single belt in the welterweight division. And I mean, you're talking about 2 undefeated fighters going in there against Pacquiao. Do you believe that Pacquiao, with his credentials, still is the A side? Or do you believe what Mitch just mentioned, which is a solid look? It's a solid freaking statement. The potential for Pac-Man to be the A side of what he's accomplished in the sport of boxing, it all depends. But I'm saying the man has 7 defeats, right?
I mean, Pac-Man is the A side. If I'm going to answer to that question, only because not only what he brings to the table, he brings a whole fucking country. The whole country is behind this man. And correct. We know he's at the end of his career, but his every minimum price point is 20 million plus. Correct. This is, something I'm going to talk about later on in my channel. I don't want to get into why I think Bob didn't take the fight, and they offered the fight. I've checked all this shit, and when they offered the fight, Manny Pacquiao wanted the fight, but then the money wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Correct.
So look, we can cook it any way you want, but his minimum base pay is that much. He can go. He can make more than this, and he can even make this money with Mikey Garcia. He can make much more with Conor McGregor, like you mentioned earlier, because it's been in the talks. We can't deny that those talks haven't happened, so they've been interested in the numbers. This man can make multi millions with anyone. So anyone he brings to the table with him brings a lot more money as well now. So he'll bring a lot more money for them. So he'll want more. So he'll be the A side, and everything else you mentioned, 8 different weight world champion. He brings all that from the history of what he's done in the sport. And we can't forget that at the end of the day, it's Pac-Man. Now, let me ask you this that nobody does speak about. If Manny Pacquiao all of a sudden, I mean, the old Manny Pacquiao did, he went up a couple of weights and fought Oscar De La Hoya, right? World Combat?
I'm here.
Right.
What was your question?
So if the Manny Pacquiao is A side with all of these, he's also the A side if he fought Canelo.
I don't know about that.
I mean, look at this. This is where
you're talking about.
This is where they'll say, is he the A side or is he not? I think he would only fight Canelo if he was the A side.
I mean, what weight you talking? If Manny moves up to 60, which is the lowest weight Canelo would go, how is Manny going to be the A side? How is that? I mean, I think his A side expires at 47. I think Manny's A side expires at 47. If he chose to move up to any higher weight class and face somebody with the likes of Canelo Alvarez, I mean, how? I mean,
he's not A side as in competition, but he's A side in numbers and what he can bring to the table and what he would want out of the purse. And we have to look at A side, what you're looking at as. Are we looking at competition? Are we looking at the foundation of what he's making in the fight? And if he wants to be the last one coming in, all these kind of things Manny Pacquiao would want in his favor.
I mean, you do know Canelo was making over 20 million.
Yeah, Canelo's around the 20.
I mean,
he was making.
Yeah, he was. I'm just saying he's made it. So that goes along with what we're talking about with Pacquiao, right? His bottom line for Pac, somebody put him say, okay, he's getting a guaranteed 20. Well, guess what? Canelo has made more than 20 in a fight.
Yeah, he has. That's
so I would go off and check the box that Canelo Alvarez still is the A side against Manny Pacquiao if he moves up.
Yeah, for competition he would be, for sure. I mean, I just think as in the whole foundation of the money and what Manny Pacquiao would want and where he's at in the sport right now and where he feels that he wants with anybody, it would only go that way, I think so. But not that fight could happen now. It can't happen. But I'm just trying to think of a fighter who's the closest to the A side to Manny Pacquiao, and that's Canelo. Because Canelo brings a lot to the table, like you said. So against the 147 division, I for sure think Manny Pacquiao is the A side, even with Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. But Errol Spence has 2 belts. So he can leverage more than Crawford, and Errol Spence will get much more in that fight than Crawford, because I think that other belt would give him more, for sure. I think so. It's 2 belts. It's the WBC and IBF, if I'm correct, right? World Combat?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but one more extra belt, world title, would probably at least bring 15% more in Errol's favor. I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, I mean, it's some good points. 21 say only in the name alone makes Manny the A side. Okay, so you're saying his name alone. Yes. Okay, we know he brings. We understand he brings that nation, that freaking country. We got it. But also he's 42 next month, and then by the time he potentially step in there against these names, he will be 43, and that's if he's able to sustain his championship. He sustained his reign as a champion. So Manny Pacquiao, in my opinion, only has 1 or 2 more fights remaining. If we talk about strictly boxing, he's looking for a big fight, period. So that's not going to be an easy touch. He's looking for a big name. So
I mean,
let's just say he fight Conor McGregor. Will Conor McGregor go on Manny Pacquiao's box rec like it did Floyd Mayweather? Because now Conor McGregor has a boxing license. So therefore, Manny Pacquiao faced Conor McGregor, which a lot of people are going to start saying, well, Conor McGregor, he has the opportunity to potentially knock Manny out. Manny's much older, this, that, and the other. I'm not going to get into that right now. I got to keep it. I got to keep it on Errol Spence and what he's trying to do. I got to. That's a whole nother live right there.
Yeah.
If Manny wants to fight those guys, he needs to drop the belt. I agree with him trying to, be an active champion and then going over here fighting Conor McGregor, who's 0-1. He's 0-1. He's not even a current champion in the UFC right now. Gotti was the A side when he fought Floyd. Gotti had a few losses. He had the leverage and the name to build Floyd. So Floyd accepted. I remember Gotti saying, fuck it, I'll fight someone else. Yeah, Gotti, we all know that history, you're right. I just look at it like, how long does the Filipino nation reigns outside of 47? Like this man, if he just say he takes a loss with his belt, right? His belt holds him down as the A side, if any, his championship belt. If he loses that belt and he take a loss, let's just say he doesn't vacate, he loses the belt, he goes up to 54. I don't think it would be advisable for him to try to go up to 54 at his age. It starts to get a little dangerous, man.
I mean, yeah, for sure. You're very right there because he could get hurt.
I mean, not only that, rap star, this man came from flyweight, though.
Yeah, for sure.
He came all the way up through 8 divisions. And let's not forget, Manny has an early knockout in his career. Let's not forget.
Manny ain't the same Manny which went in with Oscar De La Hoya. That Manny's gone. That Manny was a different Manny altogether. So the Manny we got now is still 80% of who he was then. But at 154 it would be too dangerous. I can't even have that conversation with you right now.
Yeah, that's a whole
I don't think that's ever gonna happen now. I don't think he has took many risks in his life. And if somebody offers him 50 million, I hope he doesn't do nothing like that,
You never know with Manny. He's trying to cash out and make sure the bag is real. He's trying to make sure the bag is real heavy. You know what I'm saying? Introduce yourself, man. What's going on, Mark?
Yeah. What's popping, y'all? It's your man, Mark Nash. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And salute to the channel and the panel. Thank you again, World Combat Sports, for having me on. Means a lot to me and my audience.
For sure, yes, man.
What's up, man?
You on.
Oh man, you say Bud Crawford name 3 times, I pop up like Candyman. Like, what up, though? Yeah. Nah, man. I just think the guy's a specimen and a truly amazing talent in boxing, and it'll be truly unfortunate for everyone if we don't see that fight, because nobody wants to see Errol Spence fight anyone else other than Pacquiao or Crawford. And the same for Terrence. I like the way Terrence is putting that narrative out there. He just keeps saying those 2 names. I don't want Thurman, I don't want Ugas, I don't want Porter, I want Spence, and I want Pacquiao.
So, good question. I got to get back to you, but a good question just popped up from 21 Strong, man. Very good question. Check this out. He says, if Manny fights Conor McGregor, who will absolutely have a boxing license, all right? If Conor McGregor fights Manny Pacquiao, who is the active WBA welterweight champion, and he beats him, is it a title for Conor McGregor?
Of course, they'll be fighting for a title anyway, because there's a title on the line. Manny Pacquiao will have his WBA, isn't it? He's got.
But you can fight. You can have a fight without it being a title on the line, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless they do the fight without the sanctioning body, or they don't want the title on board.
Now I'm gonna tell you, if Conor McGregor pick up the WBA title for Manny Pacquiao, he's gonna try to stay around and have another boxing match.
But I want to kill this conversation because I'm leaving soon. I've got things to do. Conor McGregor ain't doing shit. Conor McGregor's going to get knocked the fuck out by 41-year-old Manny Pacquiao. So I don't even want to have these conversations, bro.
No, I'm just saying I
mean,
had to
it just
appease the
doesn't,
fan.
because, you know, for me, it's just not going to go that way. But if you want to talk about the money side of it, bro, yeah, he brings a lot of money to the table. That fucking Irish Conor McGregor. He brings a country with him as well. I mean,
And that's what I'm trying to say,
Conor
man.
Conor McGregor, regardless of what people think of him and what they don't think of him away from the ring,
He's a star.
He's a star. That's it. Mark said it. He's a star, and he's actually a superstar when he joins Manny Pacquiao. They're both in the superstar.
Man, he's
then
a
why you say the man
already.
ain't gonna do shit? Then you say he ain't gonna do shit.
It's just levels to the game. Like I understand what Rap Star is saying, but go ahead, Rap Star. I don't want it.
No. I mean, look, he's a star, so he can bring that to the table, bro. So of course these kind of conversations will happen because he's done the impossible. When he went and fought Mayweather, bro, that's what made Conor McGregor. That just put him onto the map.
They made him on the boxing scene. He was already made in the mixed martial arts scene. Don't get it twisted.
100%.
No, but this made him 6 times more. In the martial arts, he was getting 10 million, 7 million purses. The man made $80 million, bro. That's a huge star. You know what he's worth now. The man don't play. He made 100, but he has to pay taxes and whatever. He cashed out 80.
Yeah, but still, I'm just saying he was already known in the MMA cage, and yeah, he went over here and had people paying $100. You know, Floyd Mayweather had people paying $100 for PPV, and it did catapult his stardom. But no boxing fans are looking for Conor McGregor. The only way that he's going to have any momentum is the fact that he goes in here and put up a good showing against Manny Pacquiao.
I think Conor McGregor and Manny Pacquiao do more pay-per-views than Manny Pacquiao, Terence Crawford. For sure. Because it's such a fan-friendly fight.
I mean, both of them bring bringing countries, bro.
It'll do major pay-per-views, World Combat.
Both of them bringing countries. They bring in Ireland, and he's bringing the Philippines, of course.
And America knows them both.
Said that right.
Yeah.
But I want to add something to that though. I should have wrote it down. But you said something to the degree about Conor McGregor wasn't doing nothing. Then after that, I think
how we even get on Conor? Who brought Conor into it?
I believe you did.
Okay.
I believe you did when you wrote the comment.
The guy in the comment. That's right.
Yeah, you put it on the panel though. You put it on for us. So let me see.
No, it's all good.
No. 100%.
Hey, hold up, Mark.
Yes, sir.
Webstar, what you doing? You playing with yourself or what? What the fuck is going on?
I thought that was your phone. Whose phone is doing that?
That ain't my phone. I'm on a mic.
Okay, let me go on mute then. I don't know what's wrong with my phone, bro.
It sounds like you're moving around, man, like you scratching some crabs or something.
No, it's that static, bro. It's the static on the fucking phone, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically in a nutshell, to answer Mr. 21 Strong's question, yes, he would get that belt if it's a title fight. And I believe Conor McGregor is a superstar. I forgot to mention his name. I was talking to somebody last night, and they said there's no white superstars. And I'm like, everybody I named, he shot it down for some reason or other. But I forgot to think Conor McGregor because he couldn't take that one away. But I said all that to say I think people would buy the fight. I don't think it would do more than Mayweather and Conor because they both sold the fight. You got two guys up there talking. Manny Pacquiao ain't gonna do all that crazy stuff to help sell the fight.
Correct. He's not gonna do the promo. You're right.
Yeah. He ain't gonna do the antics and none of those things like that.
And why should he, Mark? Manny Pacquiao won't do that for anyone. He's not into that, bro. He won't.
I never say he should.
Yeah, he won't.
In all fairness, I never say he should. I was just saying what the numbers might be. But I think also when you're talking about Conor McGregor versus anybody, it's going to do bigger. I think Conor McGregor versus Crawford would do bigger numbers than him versus Spence. Not just the countries that are involved. You're bringing in different combat sport worlds. You know what I'm saying? The MMA guys are going to root for their guy. Even if they think he might lose, they're still going to root for him. But I digress. What you think, World Combat? You think the MMA guys will still root for Conor, even after seeing how he performed against Mayweather? Because I've heard MMA guys say, man, he was doing good. He just gassed out. I was like, nah, he wasn't doing good, bro.
Yeah, his mixed martial arts community over there definitely would support Conor. Absolutely. they will support Conor McGregor in the boxing ring because it's a competition for them. You know, even though they have some mixed martial arts that crossed over to boxing, Conor McGregor being the first two division champ, they're gonna support him.
I
Period.
agree.
They're
Can I
gonna
say
support him.
something to that?
They're definitely gonna support him, and they're gonna support him to the extent that the MMA fans are gonna buy the fight. They're gonna buy the fight and tune in because they want to see Conor McGregor prove that mixed martial artists can go over to the boxing ring and compete on the highest level and win. That's their mentality, people. They want to prove that mixed martial arts is the better art all around, and if it comes down to it, they can go over there to the ring and beat the best. And if Conor McGregor defeats Manny Pacquiao, you won't be able to contain this dude.
That's not
Conor,
gonna happen though. His boxing skills are ridiculous, bro. That's just not gonna happen. The Manny Pacquiao would destroy Conor McGregor in that ring.
look,
Mayweather played with
look,
Conor
rap
McGregor.
star. You don't
But let
watch
me
enough
just speak
MMA
about
to
this.
convince me
No,
of that.
but listen, Mayweather played with Conor McGregor. He's the
Correct.
first time in his life has Mayweather ever come forward flat-footed. He just thought, fuck it, I'm gonna let this geezer blow, 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 blow. I'm gonna stop him. And Mayweather with his brittle hands has never stopped anybody for a long time. All right. And when he stopped him, his head was moving like a chicken from one side to another. And listen to
But
this.
he was on his feet
Listen
though.
to
They
this,
wasn't
bro.
gonna let Conor get knocked out. He still has an MMA career to go to,
But
man.
what I'm saying is he got played with. So a lot of MMA world,
Yeah, absolutely.
and you have to appreciate this. A lot of MMA world, they will support Manny Pacquiao too because they're not stupid. A lot of them didn't like Mayweather. That's why they were going for Conor McGregor. But a lot of people now, they know that Conor McGregor is a bit of hype too. They know that he brings a lot to the table because look, whatever he did though, not many MMA guys have got the balls to do what Conor McGregor did. That's one thing you can't take from him. You can't. There's not many badass guys from the UFC want to look stupid in the boxing ring, and that's why he deserved what he got. Because there's not many people who are willing to go in with Mayweather to look stupid in that ring, and he
I
did look
would.
stupid.
I
No,
would for that
Mark, but
paper.
you know what I mean.
I'm
You know
joking.
what I mean,
I know
Mark.
what
It
you mean.
takes a lot of balls, to go in there as and go in boxing for his first event. And I think Conor McGregor, he made the mark for UFC. He put UFC on the mark. He put UFC in around the world. He put more exposure to UFC. I think Conor McGregor is one of the biggest stars out of UFC. What do you think, World Combat?
I mean, of course he's one of the biggest stars. I mean, but we got to look at how the fighters that's before him have came into the mixed martial arts. You know what I'm saying? There's still some big names is out there.
Right,
But
shit. I would say Ronda Rousey is one of the biggest stars ever, bro. Say what
yeah,
you want to say. She is a mega star.
yeah,
Yeah,
Mega
Ronda,
star. Movies, models, fighter of the year,
yeah,
covers,
yep.
over there in WWE. She's such a big star. She can fight for fake right now. She can
yeah.
do, you know what I'm saying? Well, not fake, but these because some people get hurt. But she can do stage matches and still make millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. And I just want to say this, and before I pass the mic, World Combat, these guys are great for the sport and great for entertainment because they put a lot of eyeballs on the sport. A lot of times, us hardcore fans, we like to call people casual fans, and it's considered an insult in boxing to be called a casual fan. Casual, decaf, dumbass casual fan. Okay, I get it. That means you don't know as much about boxing as me. But let's be clear: the biggest fights that ever happened in boxing, they involve bringing casual fans in. It's not the hardcore fans that made Manny Pacquiao fight so big. It ain't that many hardcore boxing fans in the world that to do 4 point something million paper. You know why? Because if so, we all good pay per view batches would be that big. Manny Pacquiao had lost and got knocked out, but people still wanted to see it because of the name, the casual fans.
Yeah.
And so casual fans are important. I just want us as the boxing community to stop calling people casual fans as an insult because at some point we all were casual fans before we became hardcore fans. Let's just be real. Either you were participating or you was a casual fan because you didn't know. You don't know about the game of basketball until you play or until you start studying and watching. Same thing with boxing, MMA. But casual fans are important to the success and growth and the stimulation of the sport. So and the stimulation of the economy of the sport. So let's I just want to put that out there in the atmosphere. Like this is Conor McGregor would sell in anybody's fight in boxing because he has a name. He's gonna bring casual fans, and that's okay. It's okay. That's it. Go ahead.
Good point, man. And well said. Conor McGregor, he is a star in his own right. But I know for a fact that he was to step in there with Spence or Terrence Crawford, they will make him look like a fool. He needs to go in there with fighters that's damn near out of the sport of boxing because they know what he's there for. Conor McGregor is not about to go on a boxing run. You know what I'm saying? And he has power. Conor McGregor has power. He's a counterpuncher. And with a fighter like Manny Pacquiao, he can be caught with a freaking counter. I'm not saying he has a chance of winning. I'm just saying he can be caught with a counter, and Conor McGregor does possess power. Mitch says Spence has said the same names as well. They're trying to build a fight. Both have been more outspoken about each other as of late. WBA would not allow McGregor to fight for a title. If anything, they'll strip Pac-Man. I agree with that. Is boxing anything can happen? And if he did win the title, he'll vacate that shit. There's no way that Dana White is going to have him over here in the boxing ring and as a boxing champion, and he's competing in the UFC. That ain't gonna happen. And like you said, Mitch, yeah, the WBA will probably strip him if he don't freaking vacate himself. McGregor's name is huge in the sports entertainment period, not just MMA or boxing. Casuals know the guy by the first and last name. No one cares about these guys' money. We live fighting. McGregor versus Pac-Man would double what Crawford versus Pac-Man would do. Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of MMA fans have the balls to get in the ring with the boxer. They don't have the cachet or the name to pull it off. Yeah, so MMA.
Can I just say something on that though, World Combat?
On what?
On plenty of MMA. Now, Conor McGregor has showed all the game. If you cross over, you can make serious power, money, and fame. He showed everyone that, right? Now, Khabib, Nate Diaz, and other fighters like George St. Pierre, they were offered certain fights at certain time and to make huge money. I mean, you're talking 10 times more than UFC can bring them. But some of these stars will not lose their O or lose their legacy to go in with a top boxer. Like George St. Pierre can make money. Khabib's a huge star, isn't he? World Combat, World Combat, right? Right.
Yeah, Khabib.
They've been talking about him going in with Floyd. Have you been hearing this?
Yeah, that's old news. I mean, he was one of the premier opponents on the list to face Canelo Alvarez too, but we know that would have been that would have been a sham. And Khabib, he said he retired, but he'll be back most definitely. He's just taking time off to mourn his father and be with his family, but he'll be back to the sport. Believe that. You know what I'm saying? Believe that. Khabib will be back for a big fight. But this is venturing over to MMA. GSP, he picked up a loss early in his career. Yeah, and GSP cannot box like that. Now, if you're talking about wrestling or something to that extent, cool. But boxing, nah, GSP don't have it. That's why Max Serra knocked his ass out.
Yeah, but some fighters are taking that blueprint. Like you look at Clarissa Shields. She's been going to UFC. They're talking about Amanda Nunes and Clarissa Shields because Clarissa Shields can make life-changing money if she does that. They've been talking about it. I've been seeing her in the UFC.
But check this out, though, bro. Check this out, man. You're talking about Clarissa Shields going over to boxing. I mean, going over to MMA, right? So look at the highest weight class Amanda Nunes has fought. Clarissa Shields, when has she fought at welterweight? So you got to look at 145 pounds for Amanda Nunes. And Carissa's fought as high as 168, right? So how is that fight going to happen? Amanda Nunes will have to do a catch weight about 150 pounds, and Clarissa will have to cut weight to the lowest that she's been.
Yeah.
In the Olympics, she fought. Did she fight heavy?
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, man. That's not as easy as just saying 1, 2, 3. Like the weight limits in mixed martial arts comparable to boxing is different. So right now, Amanda Nunes is the bantamweight and the featherweight champion. Clarissa Shields, that's like her dropping down to welterweight to fight at 147 if she's want to fight Amanda Nunes.
Yeah,
she'll get tore up.
Yeah, but they've been telling her, look, it's be life-changing money. You'll have to come to a catch weight. They were talking about this, and Clarissa Shields talked about it. But Amanda Nunes said one thing. She goes, you have to come to MMA first. She goes, I'm not going boxing first. That's why.
People, you know, I hear fans, I hear people talk about Ronda Rousey was the one. I mean, you know, they talk about Ronda Rousey was the first one to kind of talk that up. It's been people cross-threading, you know, boxing and mixed martial arts long before. You know, it's been James Toney came over here and fought Randy Couture. And we all know that Randy was going to take him down. And people's like, no, Randy, just stand up and box him. Not if you've been knocked out before. So he took him down, played with him. You know what I'm saying? He took him down, played with him, and the ref called the fight. But James Toney came over here with hardly any MMA experience. Any. So if Clarissa Shields, who has 2 knockouts, comes over here to mixed martial arts, like I said previously on my live, she's going to have to take some time off from boxing and work on her takedown defense. She's going to have to take some kicks and build up her nerves in her calves and her thighs. Because time Amanda Nunes kicks her in the legs, she's going to say, oh, shit, coach, I'm out.
I think she's a tough man. I think she's a competitor. I just want to remind guys, these people we're talking about, they're top shelf athletes. Let me ask you this: who would be the A side in that fight? Who's the biggest
In what
star?
fight?
Clarissa Shields or Nunes? Who's the biggest star?
In the MMA arena?
Either one. Because I think Floyd.
You talking about the MMA arena?
No. I'm just saying. No. I'm gonna give you the full plate real quick. Because Floyd would be the biggest star even in the UFC. He might not be the favorite to win the fight.
You're right.
He's the star.
Right.
So the star is the star. I mean, shit, put Beyonce in the UFC against anybody. She gonna be the bigger star. She might get her pretty face beat up, but she's the
against
star.
me, she will be the biggest star. Against me, I'll be the B side.
Absolutely. So
who's the biggest star?
So Nunes or Clarissa Shields? I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna start World Combat, Rap Star, and then the chat. Y'all let me know.
So if we're talking about 3 division, you know, two division undisputed, I would say coming over to mixed martial arts, Clarissa Shields, because Amanda Nunes is a 2 division champ currently. You know, Clarissa Shields has more of the accolades, and you know what I'm saying? She's the bigger name in boxing as a whole, and she has a heavier credential badge to her boxing resume. So I would say Clarissa Shields.
Go ahead, Rapstar.
It's according to how they look at it, you know.
Somebody just made me laugh on your show, man. M121 Strong says Rapstar Bud might be able to go MMA if he can't probably get a opponent. That's not for Bud. He's trying to say Bud can go MMA. That's not his game, bro.
Shit, bro. Some of these guys are top tier athletes, bro. LeBron could have been in the NFL, bro. He didn't have to do basketball. Allen Iverson could play football or basketball at that time, bro. They might have to change his position from quarterback to running back.
I want to tell you this,
You're right, but those are inline sports, though. Those are team sports. You're talking about getting kicked in the leg.
Yeah,
it ain't easy. It's just transferring from basketball to football.
I gotta disagree with you, bro. Nobody's tackled you in basketball. Getting hit in football is different from playing basketball, bro. It's full contact. You gotta agree with that, right? It's according
to what position he's playing. LeBron might go over there and be the kicker.
See, there you go with the jokes. There you go. Go ahead, go ahead, Raps. So what was you about to say?
No, I'm saying, look, man, I think it's even 50-50 because that Amanda Nunes seems to be the biggest woman star after Ronda Rousey now, isn't it? And Dana White's #1 girl, isn't she? World Combat?
Listen, man, whenever you start something, you're the biggest star. Ronda Rousey started the women's division when there was a single division in mixed martial arts in the UFC. Right. Dana White said, I never had women fighting in this division. And Ronda Rousey was the face that he said, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this. We're going to start the 135-pound division. And they've basically grown from there.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is,
I'm telling you, Ronda Rousey is the biggest star than Amanda Nunes. That's your answer.
No, bro. I'm saying the current active woman's UFC fighter, is it Amanda Nunes, the #1 as a woman?
Yeah, man. Ronda Rousey is gone. She lost.
So the current active woman #1 is her, right?
Right.
She's top pound for pound, Amanda Nunes,
Yeah,
man.
but before her, well, Holly Holmes was number one. After that, then she beat Holly Holmes, and then she beat my girl Cyborg. So, I mean, you gotta give her that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
she got.
saying?
Yeah, Mark's
And
right.
nobody
She
wanted
beat
her to
some
fight. And
credible
nobody wanted her to
opponents.
fight. Yeah, she beat the what they call it, beat the man to beat the man. She beat the woman who
Yeah,
beat the
she
woman,
did.
and then she
did.
beat the woman that some people say if I wouldn't want my husband fighting Cyborg.
And that's why I don't even watch MMA like World Combat. But I know one thing: I watched those fights, and she was she destroyed them opponents. Mark, she dismantled Cyborg. You know what I mean? Inside what 40, 50 seconds or something.
Man, y'all have to look at the fact on what was going on with Cyborg. It wasn't a dismantling like you think. It's a lot more
It looked
deeper
that
to
way,
that.
bro.
If
It looked that
it
way.
looked like that in
Enlighten
the
me. Enlighten
look,
me.
Enlighten
you
us.
have to
But
go deeper in the
everybody's going
sport. You have to
crazy
follow
about
the
this
sport a little bit
conversation
deeper
now.
than the outside window, man.
Everybody's involved in this conversation. They're loving it. This UFC,
Hey, check this out. Check this out,
boxing.
Rapstar.
Yeah.
Check this out, man. I know you got your new logo and everything, but hear me out.
Oh yeah, respect to the logo. Mark Nash in the house, man. You see these logos? These are like these are superstar logos, bro. We're talking about them, and this is who we are. Look at that logo, bro. Thanks to Mark Nash.
Okay, can we get back on topic? Okay, good. Okay, check this out. Mark Nash.
Yes, sir.
Cyborg had a very degrading relationship with Dana White. Dana White has been on record as saying some derogatory terms about Cyborg, right?
Go deeper. I don't know.
And even Joe Rogan.
Hey,
I know
enlighten
you
us for
probably
the
heard
people
him.
who don't know. For the people who
No, they was talking about she was a man, and she was on something. She wasn't clean. They was just saying she looked like a man all the time, and they was making jokes about a man in a dress and stuff like that.
That's disrespectful.
So that's why
she don't look like she don't look like a man to you, does she, Mark?
She didn't.
No, she doesn't.
She didn't feel comfortable being in the UFC competing as a champion. So when she did become the 145-pound champion, when she faced Amanda Nunes, it was more so Chris Cyborg being reckless, and she wasn't trying to win that fight, because if she would have won that championship fight, she would have been in bed with the UFC contractually for another certain amount of fights on the contract. She would have been binded contractually. If you're the champion and you defend, you have to stay there for a certain amount of fights. After that, I think it was like 3 fights. Right. So therefore, she lost, and then she left the UFC and went over to Bellator, and she had an immediate freaking championship fight. And now she's a champion in another organization, and that's exactly what she wanted.
But she was untouchable. She had like this aura about her before Mark cooked. When I know about Cyborg, how we look at her in England, we just thought this woman is just destructive, bro, because she had this she was an unbeaten she was a champion at another weight ahead of Nunes, and her weight class was ahead of Nunes, so Nunes had to go up in weight in order to deal with Cyborg, because Cyborg wasn't coming down, Mark.
It was only 5 pounds, man.
Right, but whatever it is, you're still going up in weight, just like when they go up in weight in boxing. We got to give them that respect. So when she did that, I thought at the time, World Combat, because I'm not hardcore MMA fan, but when it comes to fights like that, I'm tuned in. You know what I mean? And when I was thinking Cyborg's gonna at least put damage in Nunes.
No, man.
It turned
I
around,
knew she wasn't gonna win that fight, bro.
To Nunes. She lost all her legacy to Nunes.
No, she didn't.
Bro.
No, she
Yes,
didn't.
she did.
Bro,
Because
I'm not
Wayne
even gonna.
Nunes
Hey,
dealt with
Rapstar. I know you have your lane in combat sports, but
bro,
but
let me
kind
just
of
speak and then we can speak.
You missing a whole lot of pieces to the puzzle. Talking about she ruined her legacy. No, she did not, bro.
She took her.
But she's been a champion. She's the only woman to be a champion in every organization, bro.
But bro, she took her out, right? She took her pound for pound.
That wasn't her first look. That wasn't her first loss, bro. What are you talking about?
At the time, she was the current champion. She was unbeaten for so many fights. So she was the pound for pound woman. And when
she wasn't undefeated in her record, you said she was undefeated.
Okay, this is what I mean. In any combat sports, whether it's boxing or combat or anything, when you go into a pound for pound fighter and you beat them like that, you destroyed them. You just dealt with them in such a way
that didn't ruin her legacy, bro. She already had a defeat.
That damaged her, bro. that damaged her.
No, it didn't, because she's a champion at Bellator and nobody even talking about that fight.
Because you know what? She won't talk about Nunes
for her. What loss was that for her? That was her second loss in her entire career. We talking about a Muay Thai specialist. We talking about a mixed martial artist, and we
But
talking
there's
about
a
a
way to
BJJ
lose
practitioner.
World Combat. She lost really bad. That's what I'm saying, bro. She
Bro, it
lost
doesn't make a
really
difference
bad.
how she lost. It doesn't make a difference. It
Like,
doesn't.
she lost
In that
really
particular
bad.
scenario, the people who follow the sport understand Cyborg was not trying to sustain her championship reign in the UFC.
So she
So
would
she
lose
went
like
back.
that. So she would lose like that, would she?
Absolutely, she'll lose like that because if she won, like I told you, man, she will have to be embedded, contractually binded for another 2 to 3 fights.
So you're telling me psychologically you wouldn't want to go and beat somebody, then get lose like that because you're in a binding contract and get knocked the fuck out? It don't
Now
make sense. Why would you, as an
it
elite
don't make
athlete,
sense to you.
yeah,
Look,
but why would you, as
all
an elite
respect, rap
athlete? It's
star.
like Terence
Hey,
Crawford.
all respect,
If
rap star,
Terence
but it doesn't
Crawford
make
is an
sense to you
athlete,
because you haven't been following mixed martial arts long enough to understand the ride. You haven't followed it long enough.
that don't make sense to me though. A little bit, World
Of
Combat,
course, it
because
don't make sense
it
because you don't
doesn't.
follow it enough for it to make sense.
Like, you think about this: if Crawford would lose his
Man, you can't
the
compare it to
championship
Crawford.
to get
You
out of the
can't compare
contract
it
to
to
go and
Crawford.
fight somebody else, and
You can't compare it to
in another
Crawford.
promotion.
Hey, World Combat, tell us why we can't compare it to boxing. Enlighten us more for the
Yeah,
casuals.
because I'm confused.
Because is it because UFC
Of course, you're
has
gonna be
one?
confused because you don't cover the sport like that.
Is it because UFC only has one president and they just have one body? Is that what
They
makes
have
it different
one
from
body and it's more organized and it's bottleneck.
Hmm.
So you have to deal with one. Look, it's one belt for one division.
Let me
So
ask you this
therefore,
question after you finish. I'm sorry.
so
Before
therefore,
Rapstar
when
cut
it's
you.
one belt for one division, if they choose to give an interim title, I just told you she was embarrassed. She was humiliated. They made her look. They made her unwelcome. It took her a long time to even be accepted to come to the UFC. Dana White was like, I don't think I want that. You know, she felt unwelcome to begin with. So when she finally showed up, all these comments went out for Joe Rogan, Dana White, and all that shit. The same thing happened for Gina Carano, and she's beautiful. But when you are narcissistic, you know, women get offended. So when it came down to Cyborg picking up the title, she say, "Okay, this is not my new rodeo. I'm used to this." But when all the criticism from Dana White and then the fans was jumping on board saying that Cyborg wasn't clean and she looked like a freaking man in a dress and all that, she didn't feel good. She didn't feel welcome as a champion. So when it came up for her last fight on her title defense, if she would have won that fight against Amanda Nunes, she would have been obligated to stay around the UFC when in fact she had been talking to Bellator already to come over there for a title shot. She's not going to stay in an organization such as the UFC. It's been plenty of fighters that leave the UFC because they're not treated well. You know what I'm saying? And they relocate, they abort mission. For Cyborg, I'm telling you, she lost that fight. She wasn't trying to go in there and fight smart. She immediately, check it out. She immediately went over there to Bellator and she picked up the championship.
I got a question whenever you're done. If I can
I'm
squeeze
done.
one in. Hey, I don't know how this is gonna sound, so bear with me and just hear me out a little bit, okay? As you said, I don't follow the sport as intensively as you do. So doesn't that put an asterisk on her character for someone to say, and on the sport to say, hey, she threw the fight or she lost on purpose to get out of a contract? Isn't that bad for the sport? Isn't that bad for her as a fighter? What does that take away from New Year's win? What does that say about Bellator, who gets in business in bed with someone who throws a fight just to get out of a contract? Now, and my other question is, it's no way possible she could have just won the fight and just dropped the belt. Like she had to lose the fight in order to get out of her contract. Is that
No way.
And have
There's
we
no
seen
way she could have got out.
Okay.
There's no way. And that doesn't do anything for her because we know in the fight game, you don't go up there with a sign saying that you're about to leave. You know what I'm saying? That's just like Paige Van Zandt going in there with the last fight on her contract. She went in there and fought, but she got armbarred in the first round. You think if she would have had more fights on the contract and they said, okay, we're going to promise you a title shot if you win this, she would have went in there with a better fight camp? No. You know why she got subbed out? Because bare knuckle fighting has given her a lucrative contract. So immediately when she was subbed out, she was over there bare knuckle fighting, promoting, that next fight card that just happened between Luis Palomino and Jim Allers
I don't doubt that a lesser organization would pick up someone leaving a big organization and offer them a lucrative contract. I believe that.
and pay them
Cyborg can go
well.
right because I mean you
And
can go.
that's
A
Cyborg.
lot of people go to Bellator and get immediately after UFC and get paid amazingly. Even Paulie Malignaggi went over to bare knuckle and got paid a lot of money. You get what I'm saying? So I understand going to a lesser organization, you can get paid. However, watching that fight with Cyborg and Nunez, I didn't see anything about I'm trying to lose this fight.
I
I
never
didn't
said
see
she
it.
was trying to lose it. I said she
I thought
didn't
that
go
was
about it.
inferred or implied. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can and pretty much infer that she didn't put maximum effort to win the fight. But that doesn't mean she was up there just blatantly trying to throw the fight. She went in there and fought. She fought enough convincingly to go in there and to trade with Amanda Nunez. And look, if you know anything about Cyborg and the way she fought, that's what I'm saying about following the sport. Look at her other two fights leading up to Amanda Nunez. Look how patient she was with Holly Holmes. Look how patient she was.
Yeah, but that
She
shouldn't
wasn't
be an
patient with a
excuse. Yeah, there shouldn't be
rap
any
star.
excuse. I think
You
there
keep
shouldn't be
cutting me
any
out, bro.
excuse. Sorry, man. Anyway, I'm going to be leaving
So so
soon, man.
base so basically, she kept getting up in the line of fire and swinging. She's much smarter than that. She could have, exited, reset to the center of the cage, and then worked her punches. Engaged her distance and went back. You know what I'm saying? Went back in to try to land some punches on the man of New Year. She just kept getting up, swinging, drop, getting up again, swinging, drop, and it was reckless. She didn't want to be there no more. If she would have won, she would have had obligations to stay there longer. Bellator was already in talks. She already knew what was going on. This same stuff happened in boxing too. For real, this happened in boxing too. Perfect example. Canelo Alvarez and Julio Cesar Chavez. Perfect example. Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin won. They went into the fight with it already signed when Canelo stepped in there with Julio Cesar Chavez. Chavez know he wasn't winning that fight, so he was a punching bag for 12 rounds. Immediately after the fight, Gennady split the ropes and came in. They announced Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin will be taking place on this date. It happens. Cyborg was already willing to go next door to Bellator, and she was promised a title shot. It happens, people. The same scenario I just gave you about Canelo and Gennady is somewhat the same scenario I'm giving you about Cyborg, except Cyborg was Julio Cesar Chavez in this moment when she took a beating, boom, left the organization, went over there to Bellator, and now she's champion.
I don't know, man. I think an elite athlete does not want to get knocked out like that or embarrassed like that. It especially takes a huge hit in your credibility as an athlete. It will, Cyborg is such a brand mark around the world. I'm telling you, in England, in Europe, and everywhere, she was a brand.
To you,
I mean, that's
to
the way
you,
the way that she was is just what it was. But the way she lost that fight took a big chunk out of her
bro.
credibility.
Mixed martial artists lose fights like that all the time and come back, man. You need to.
Okay.
I don't want to cut you off, but I gotta agree with Rapstar on this. Like being a casual fan, that was a big fight. This was the girl who beat the girl who beat the girl. She beat Rousey, she beat Holly Holmes.
Who beat Rousey?
Then Nunez beat Rousey.
She never fought. Look, she
then
fought
Nunez,
Rousey after she didn't have a belt, man. Holly Holmes took the belt from Ronda Rousey.
I'm just saying, man. She beat Ronda Rousey.
Ronda Rousey was damaged goods. She didn't have one fight since she lost to Holly Holmes.
She only fought one fight. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, she only lost one fight. This is all I'm saying from the casual perspective, from people who don't watch all the fights, from somebody who just want to buy the pay-per-view. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a big fight, and to watch that pay-per-view against this was the baddest girl versus the baddest girl. Like she beat Rousey. Say what you want to say about when she fought her, but how she beat her. Then she ran around the ring with the shh, don't say shit. Don't say shit. Shh.
I mean, that's every time she wins, though. That's not just with Rousey.
Okay. I'm just saying. I'm a casual fan. I don't know that.
I hear you,
like,
Mark.
so,
I'm listening.
and
I'm listening to you. I'm not calling you a casual. I'm listening to you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it. So
Yeah.
so don't nobody have to say it for me.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And I'm honest about it. But now, granted, I probably know more about it than my wife or somebody off the street. But compared to you, I'm a casual fan, and I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I'm in and out of UFC. I don't follow it heavy. I watch the fights that I need to watch. They say. You ever heard of that?
Correct.
Okay, so with that said, this was a big fight. It's no way around it. Wasn't this the headliner, the females on the pay-per-view?
Don't make a difference, Mark. When
No,
you
my
talk
point.
to camps.
No.
When you talk to camps, everybody I talk to that understand that particular fight, man.
World Combat Sport. If you give me 15 seconds, I'll be done. I ain't gonna be
No,
done.
you
I ain't
go
gonna
ahead.
leave. I ain't gonna run off the panel. But I'll let you slaughter me. But
No,
pause.
I'm not. We just
But
having a dialogue, man.
All I'm trying to say is she beat Rousey. She beat Holmes, who beat Rousey. Now she's about to fight Cyborg, who everybody thought all the girls was ducking Cyborg. And then to lose in 51 seconds in round one.
Shit.
Like, come on, like
Pound
that
for
ain't
pound
what that's all I'm trying to say. A top tier creme de la creme athlete, whether I want to be in this contract or not. Like, I'll find a lawyer. I'll pay my way out. I'll do whatever. We'll figure it out a way. Bellator got to buy me. We'll do something. But or you put. I'm just saying. Watching the fight, I didn't. You can say, well, you can talk about Styles and how she was patient. Styles made fights. Your attitude was going on in your life made fights. And yeah, she might have been distracted by those things, but she didn't look like nobody in there trying to give it up.
And also, Mark, I think
or taking a dive. I looked like she got beat up, and I
never said she was taking a dive. I say she didn't put forth maximum effort. It's a difference.
I think also,
taking a dive.
That's a perspective, though,
she
sir.
don't get up. She don't get up from the first knockdown.
Sir, but that's your perspective of where her maximum effort was. You're comparing the last two fights to what she did that day.
I'm
people have
her
death
career.
in the family, gang. Like, yeah, she's older. So you're comparing old fights to now. Like,
I'm comparing her as a fighter in general, from her Muay Thai over the mixed martial arts.
How many times has she fought? How many times has she fought Nunez though?
I mean, she fought her one time. That time.
That's what I'm saying. She might have underestimated Nunez.
She fought Amanda Nunez in a championship fight, which she did not want to be in that organization anymore, bro.
That might be true, but I'm not gonna believe she didn't.
Okay,
I'm not gonna believe that she was in there not trying. I saw somebody trying and just got caught slipping against somebody that she underestimated her. I think.
So why she
looked drained to me too. She looked smaller. I ain't gonna lie too. She looked smaller than I thought she would look against Nunez.
So let's factor in the weight, or whatever the case may be. The highest women's division on UFC and Bellator is 145. Okay, so therefore she steps in there with Amanda Nunez and gets smashed. I'm telling you, she immediately went over to Bellator, bro. All this, what I'm saying, makes sense from talking to people in camps and stuff like that. I'm telling you, it's an unspoken language. They don't talk about fighters throwing fights. They just saying, she's headed to Bellator. You know, that's all you have to say.
Hey, look, don't you supposed to go to Bellator and strike the pot while the kettle was hot?
No, I'm talking about she was headed to Bellator before. It was just, bro, it was just like the Canelo Alvarez and Julio Cesar Chavez. They already knew that the fight was made with Gennady Golovkin.
That's because they knew. Look, because they knew Chavez was gonna get beat up anyway because he can't fight like his daddy. That's all I'm trying to say. Sometimes, like, shit, man. Of course, look, because he know he gonna beat him.
He stepped in the ropes,
look,
man.
they can sign the fight. If I'm about to fight Canelo, they gonna sign the fight with Triple G before that, because they know he gonna beat me, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Like Chavez knew that he wasn't winning the fight.
My man, it's always. Go ahead, Rap Star. Go ahead. All I want to say is, it's always somebody that upset the apple cart. It happens in boxing. I don't care if they sit ringside and they supposed to get in there and set it up. Sometimes somebody upsets the apple cart, and it has happened. So even when they got to fight,
this is not the case. I'm telling you, you got to go a bit deeper as to the situation that led up to that, all the back and forth, all the humility, everything that was going on with the insults and stuff. All that plays a huge factor into this particular situation when it comes to Cyborg. Man, I'm telling you all, I am not capping about this situation. I didn't say she took a dive. I say she did not put forth maximum effort to stay on par to retain her belt.
Well, all the
She just
casuals,
wasn't doing it.
all the
Hold
casuals.
up, bro.
Okay.
She's a Muay Thai. She's a mixed martial arts. She's at the top and a BJJ practitioner. Do you think with the amount of fights that she's had, she's not smart enough to take her time and exit out that particular area she was in when Amanda was standing over her, landing shots just to get back up right into the line of fire, take some more punches, get dropped, stand right back up with her hands down and attempt to strike again, get dropped. I mean, come on, man. She was there, but she wasn't trying to maximize and say, you know what, I want to keep my belt. No, she wanted to exit. So you can take it, you can put the crown on it however you feel. But she went straight to Bellator and got a title shot, and she's moved on from the UFC. She even looks like a different person.
Right.
She even feels and look more healthier than she did when she was in the UFC.
Hey, I tell you what, World Combat, this UFC and boxing and all that, it makes so much excitement. Everybody's interested all of a sudden, right? But I'm going to go now. And all I'm going to say, bro, hey, Mark, are you going live soon?
Nah, I'm going live Monday through Fridays, 10 p.m.
Okay. All right, I should be going live soon.
I see one at 12:55 for you. I'm going to try to hop on for a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate the info from both of y'all, man. You know, we can agree to disagree. That's what the debate is in boxing and mixed martial arts. It's always going to be a debate.
For sure. But listen, I just watched the 54 seconds again while you told me. And I want to ask this, World Combat. It seems to me that... One sec, World Combat.
Hey, World Combat, you got somebody backstage. Boxing Fight said, I would like to speak on this topic.
Yeah, show your face.
You
I don't know who that is. Show your face. Don't put the camera on and show the ceiling. Show your face. Then you can come on.
Hey, you got to do a verify. Hey, right. You got to do a facial verify first.
Yeah,
and then you can
before I
come
leave the building, World Combat.
I'm not playing games with people coming here on the fake accounts, man, and saying dumb shit.
What did they say, bro?
Man, bro, I'm staying on topic. What you was going to say now, Rapstar?
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, bro. Hey, listen,
no doubt, bro.
We have to agree to disagree. We're not just, look, it is what it is, man. I understand what you're saying, but the part where I understand only where you're saying is where she might not be mentally, she wasn't that great maybe because of all the situations and all the bad negative energy going around her. But that happens all in sports.
Man, bro, you're talking about a woman who's being humiliated, Rapstar. You have to have more of an open mind when it comes to these situations. If you don't follow mixed martial arts like that, you have to respect the mouthpiece that's relaying the information and then do your own research.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is any top athlete, she went in that fight, I think, believing her own hype. And I think if you look at the 54 seconds mark, she went to knock Nunes out. It's like she's trying to knock her out.
Okay, if you say so.
But look at this, though. She's going.
There's no argument with me.
Mark, she's going full swing. And World Combat, she's going full swing for it, but she got tagged. And the way that Nunes tagged her, and then she went full in, she was fast about it. But Cyborg was trying to knock Nunes' head off. But maybe
if you say she was trying what she's trying to do, okay, cool.
Mentally correct. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody said nothing about mentally correct. She was on her way out of the organization, bro. She was on her way out of the organization. She did not maximize her physical attributes to retain her championship. That goes on all the time. It depends on what they got going on in their life, man.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the unwritten language, or the unspoken language rather, is in this particular scenario, it's well documented of the animus that existed between Cyborg and Dana White. So you trying to tell me just because she's a top athlete, she's gonna stay in an organization where the president
I think Amanda Nunes got full credit.
Where the president has talked bad about her and defamed her name and said she looked like a man in a dress and made her feel small.
I think
you think she ain't gonna sit up there and relinquish her belt and go over to Bellator where she's more respected?
So are you saying in the MMA world, because all the casual...
Well, you heard what I said about Amanda Nunes
fighting Chris Cyborg, world, bro. Hey, bro, in the MMA world, bro, don't they give Amanda Nunes the fullest respect for doing what she did to Cyborg?
Man, nobody's taught. That's a fight that's long gone, man. She went in there and beat Ronda Rousey, who was already damaged from Holly Holmes, and then she went in there and defeated Chris Cyborg. So of course they give her the GOAT status as a woman, being the champion.
Fullest respect for that, bro.
And she beat Holly Holmes too.
It don't matter when it comes down to mixed martial arts Hall of Fame career. Chris Cyborg has been a champion in every organization she's ever been in. That's what's going to be her credit. A lot of no women that's fighting in the UFC cannot say that. They have just fought in the UFC. Cyborg has fought outside of the UFC and been a champion, just like she's a champion in Bellator now. She's been a champion in 4 different organizations as a woman. So whose career is Hall of Fame status? Chris Cyborg and Amanda Nunes inside the UFC.
Amanda Nunes is the GOAT. Cyborg is now just a runner.
And that's your opinion. That's your opinion. Because you don't follow the sport long enough to make that decision, Rapstar.
But anyone
I'm going to have to call you out on that. You don't follow the sport enough to sit up here what Chris Cyborg
I don't want to piss you off, bro. But you
ain't pissing me off. We having a dialogue. You up here talking crazy, bro.
You gotta appreciate how all the casuals who pay for.
Bro, you gotta appreciate you talking about a sport that you don't know too much about enough. You don't know in depth about mixed martial arts, so you can't come over here and just say,
mixed martial arts.
She's another.
Royce Gracie. I've been watching from Royce Gracie from the first UFC ever, but I'm not hardcore in all the fights which are.
Bro, you haven't followed mixed martial arts. Everybody know Royce Gracie did. You know the first
Royce
UFC
Gracie,
ever.
Chuck Liddell, all these other guys.
Two different eras.
Two different eras. Who's the guy who beat James Toney? That was a freak show. What's that guy?
Randy Couture, bro. I told you that earlier.
Randy Couture, GSP, all these guys, Nate Diaz, Nick Diaz. I've been watching all these fights. I'm not as hardcore, but what I'm saying, World Combat, I can't believe a top athlete, bruv, would give up like that. And you say that I'm looking at the fight, and she looks like she's trying to knock Nunes out.
Look at the Terrence Crawford Amir Khan fight. You consider him a top athlete, right? He quit.
No,
look at that fight.
Yeah, but at the time
he quit. Look at that fight.
He wasn't a top athlete. At the time,
man, please. Mark, he and never Crawford.
Amir Khan, was she in Cyborg's position?
He and never Crawford.
Cyborg
He's
was
in never Crawford.
Number 1 woman, wasn't she?
Was Amanda Nunes the champion? Was Amanda Nunes the champion when she fought Chris Cyborg? No, she wasn't. Was Amir Khan the champion when he stepped in there with Terrence Crawford? No, he wasn't.
No champion. He was done 5 years ago. That's like bringing
Terrence Crawford was the champion when Amir Khan faced him. He was not a champion. He faced the champion. Amanda Nunes faced the highest division ever in her career when she faced Cyborg. But you ain't trying to hear me out, man. Hey, you can rattle off all those names all you want. I'm telling you, you haven't followed the sport long. It's not something that you can identify because you haven't followed the sport that closely.
I don't know. I've never seen no one take away that credit from what Nunes did to what's her name?
You don't talk to enough people to hear somebody take away the credit. You got to talk to the schools. You got to talk to the people who train them. You got to know the gyms that's over there that deals with and know the behind the scenes story of what's going on with these athletes.
We'll have to cook about. We can cook about this another
day. Of these gyms, man, and do media sometimes. So I learn a lot more behind the scenes. I mean, it's a lot more depth to just going and stopping by these schools than just looking at it on TV.
Yeah, I don't know. Even when BJ Penn was on his way out, he never lost like that. You know what I mean? That guy was never when he was losing.
Man, BJ Penn, every time he was champion, they love BJ Penn. You can't compare BJ Penn to then Chris Cyborg with the humility.
Cyborg was the GOAT. She was the GOAT, bro.
Man, please. Are you not hearing me when I say it was disrespect, bro? It was disrespect. Are you not hearing me when I say that? It has nothing to do with her being a top tier athlete. It has something to do with being disrespected and humiliated and saying she was a man in a dress, bro.
You've been an athlete. Mark's been in the military.
You're not even trying to hear what I have to say.
Yeah, but if somebody disrespects you, it makes you fire in your belly. You don't go in there and try and get.
No, it don't. Man, yes, no, it don't. Not if you don't need it. It makes you a
stronger person more inside if somebody disrespects you, even if they don't respect who you are.
And I'll say this, Rapstar. How many people?
Not necessarily, bro. I
psychology degree.
I kind of do. Hey, look. I was trying to be quiet, but somebody brought my name up, so now I can speak. Rapstar, I agree with both of you guys. Hey, look. I don't like Donald Trump, but hey, it's good people on both sides right here, okay? It's good people on both sides. I get what you're saying, World Combat Sport. Rapstar is not, he's not astute on all these things that's going on in MMA. And I get what you're saying, Rapstar, based off your experience just watching any kind of sport. Nobody goes in there and loses like that to get out of a contract. Get that.
I can't understand
I get that. But
You got people losing all the time to get out
since
of
you
a
brought, but
contract.
look, but you brought my name in it, and you said Mark is the Mark. You guys, when somebody disrespects you, you want to fire off more on them. No, bro. If my job is giving me a hard time, and they saying when I come to work, they saying Mark Nash looks like a woman.
Yeah.
In boots, like look at Martin Nash. He look like
So
a
it got.
girl.
So
Hold on,
what you're
let
saying
me
is wrong,
finish. Cause I was
Mark.
hold up, bro.
Yeah.
I was quiet and I let everybody talk. I ain't say nothing. All I'm saying is this: if my job is saying Martin Nash looks like a girl when he come to work, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get me another job, or I'm gonna try to beat up my boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do something like that. But that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna go in there and just work harder that day and make him more money, and
You're in combat sports.
I'm just using the example that you said because I wasn't in combat sports. I'm using the example that you said, just being in the military. I know guys that didn't like the way the
No,
military
I
was
thought
doing
you
with them,
boxed in the
and they got
military.
out the
I
army.
thought
They
you
found
said
a way to
you
get out.
boxed. No, I just
They
want
can't
to
just
say
walk out and leave and go AWOL, but they might just keep just doing bullshit infractions to you just got to kick me out. But you can't give me a dishonorable.
All right, look, man,
You can't
I'm
give me
not
a
gonna get into
dishonorable
all this.
discharge,
Okay,
but
if the disrespect is what you're talking about, is what lost
What?
Nunes.
I'm
I've
just
been
saying people
telling you
find
on
ways out
this
of contract.
forever, dog.
I
What?
just
That's
gotta
up
agree.
to y'all.
That's all I'm trying to say. I
Oh
agree,
my
World
God.
Combat Sport, but I disagree with you on one thing. You said you actually used the word relinquished. She didn't relinquish her title. I just want to be clear on that. I'm just being fair. I ain't trying to
She
cause
did.
no drama, but
In a subtle way, she relinquished her title because she
no, she
didn't
lost.
maximize her efforts. She lost. I never said she didn't lose. I
You said
said
she relinquished her title.
she relinquished her title by not putting forth maximum effort to retain her title. And
Okay.
that's being that she was scheduled to go to Bellator. She was set to go to Bellator. Man,
And I
I'm
can
telling you,
understand that too. Watching her fight, and while you guys were talking, I was looking at the
Thank
fight.
you.
It looked like she went in there with like she threw. I agree with you, Rap Star. It looked like she went there and knock her out, but that wouldn't.
She
That's
got
not a.
tagged. She
But
got
let me
tagged.
say something, bro. Please, that wasn't a good game plan.
No.
That's why I get what World Combat Sport is saying. She
Yeah.
threw caution to the wind. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she wasn't trying
there
to
you
hit her
go.
though, but she just threw like, I'm gonna just try to get you out there. You better know what you're doing because I'm coming for you. Okay, you hit me, man. I'm done, bro. Get me the fuck up out of here.
Maybe she wasn't right
Tap.
in
You know
mentally.
what I'm saying?
Maybe World
She
Combat,
was reckless
what I
for a
said.
reason.
Yeah, she was
She
mentally
she
not
knew
right.
before. She'd been there before. She'd been knocked down before. She knew the fight plan that she went in there with. She was going to get stopped by the referee. She knew that shit. She wasn't fighting smart purposely. She wasn't in there to retain her title, man. So that's why she kept getting up, swinging wildly. When you look at her other fights, she was more composed and patient and everything because she had more fights on her contract. That was her last fight. So
So,
after that last fight, she was gone. She was
so,
gone, done.
so you guys have just told me where I was wrong, right? That she got disrespected for calling a man. That mentally must have played a part in her. And in fact, instead of her using it as positive energy, it could have gone negative. I agree with that. It could have gone
How can it
negative.
be positive
No,
energy
no,
when
no. Okay,
somebody's
it
saying
could have
you
gone
look like a
negative, but some
man?
people know how to make negative into more positive. So what I'm saying is, I agree to the point that they were disrespecting her, showing her no credit, and that could have mentally played a little part. But that don't take no credit away from what Nunes did to her. Simple. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I never said it did take credit. I'm just telling you behind the scenes, there's a different conversation. You know,
Right.
when you have certain fighters fighting and this and that is going on behind the scenes with the organization that the passerby don't know about. If you just a passerby who looks at the sport, oh, this is my favorite fighter fight. Okay, let me tune in. Rather than somebody who communicate with certain people who's competing and know the camps this particular fighter is fighting in for this particular fight, you get the word. They always say, "Hey, check this out, man. She ain't gonna win this fight. I'm just letting you know because she
Yeah.
planning on going on the Bellator. Nobody's speaking about it, but that's the plan." And then she go in there and she boom.
I'm gonna be late for
She
my show.
loses.
If
She
you
go to
keep debating
Bellator.
me about this, I'm gonna start bringing many more things up. Because if I'm gonna be late for my show, bro, then that means I'm not coming off this show. Come on, then. Let's keep talking about it.
I'm just saying,
You got
man.
time.
Like,
Your show started at 12:55. Keep
All
cooking.
right. Well, let me tell you what, bro. What I don't understand is like what even Mark said. I can't understand how an athlete would be at that status as a GOAT. She was being called the GOAT. But if you're gonna go in there like that with that kind of a game plan, when you are such an athlete, regardless of all that negative energy, you took the fight, and you're cyborg, and you've gone in there and lost like that, that took a lot away from her from the casuals. The casuals don't call her the GOAT no more. World Combat. They
how are
call
you
Nunes.
claiming
They
a
call
consensus
Nunes the
across
GOAT.
the board and you don't
Nunes
follow
is
the
now the
sport?
GOAT, bro. Not.
You can't say nobody is calling her the GOAT and the casual. Where's this
I'm
consensus
telling.
coming
Even
from?
Dana White.
Where are
Dana
your
White
numbers at?
knows that the
Where's your
Amanda Nunes is
petition
the
at,
GOAT.
bro? Rap star, you
They-
cannot
She
come
lost
on
that
here.
position. She lost that
Rap star, you
title.
cannot come
She
on here
lost
and
the
tell me
GOAT,
that
my brother.
everybody that's a casual is
Yeah, but she
saying
lost the
that Cyborg
GOAT tag.
is no longer the GOAT.
Yeah, but she lost the GOAT by how she lost so easy. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Man.
She lost that GOAT, brother.
Listen, this
That's
fighters,
all I'm
mixed
saying,
martial
man.
arts community is
Welcome back.
much
You know
different
she
than
lost it.
boxing.
Why don't you agree with me on that? That she lost the title, bro. That you know the aura of what she was as a person.
I don't
She
have
lost
to
that
disagree.
invincibility, bro.
I don't have to agree with you just
So you're not
because
even gonna
you're
agree with
trying to
that, bro.
fast
Why are
talk
you
me.
so upset, bro? We're just having a little conversation.
I don't think
bro.
you sound upset. I just think
Rap
y'all
star,
have a
I'm not
disagreement.
upset. Don't start that with me, man. Don't start that upset crap when we having a dialogue. I've been
Hey,
talking
look.
to you
Okay.
Hey,
and
look.
Mark.
I just
I've
watched
been
that fight
talking to
again,
you and
bro.
Mark at the
All right,
same way,
let
bro.
you guys agree with what you want, bro.
No, I'm
No,
just
don't do that mad
no,
stuff. We having a dialogue.
no.
Just
But
because
peep
somebody
this. I'm
raised their
watching this
voice,
fight
man,
again,
don't
bro.
say I'm mad.
Look, let's keep it moving. I'm watching this fight again and just watching it in segments. Like Cyborg came in, she was pressing. She got a little close to Nunez. She took a step back and like almost like in boxing, you reset. She comes in again. Nunez throws a haymaker and misses. You know what I'm saying? And you, even just looking at them in the face off, Nunez looks full, and like she, like she rehydrated nice. Cyborg still looks a little weight drained. I'm not making excuses.
Why do you
but
think Nunez looked like
but
that, Mark?
I don't know. But
Because
I
she
don't
was
know.
moving up from 135 to 45. That's
Oh,
why she
okay.
looks
Oh, okay.
healthy. Just
Oh,
like
okay.
Terrence Crawford and Kell Brook.
Okay. So see, I didn't know that. You know what
I'm
I'm saying?
just talking.
I
I'm
might
just
have,
talking
or
this
I might have
combat
forgot.
sports
I
with
might have
you,
forgot.
bro.
I might have forgot. Revisionist history. I forget. I don't remember what it was back then. Or I might have just turned that down to look at it. But my G, I'm just telling you, that leg kick, and then she caught her with that right after the leg kick, and then it was just she caught him on the butt. She just caught her on the button. And I remember Cyborg leading up to this fight was working on her boxing and her stand-up game. I think she might have went in there not respecting Nunez's hand game like that too. She might have went in
Absolutely
there.
not, man. She
I don't
respected
know.
everything about Nunez, bro. She's a 135-pound champ. Why wouldn't she respect her?
I'm just saying maybe she just had more self-belief. You get what I'm saying? But her shots just, it just Nunez just was catching it to the punch. That leg kick and that right hand, I'm looking at it now. She caught Nunez with some good shots, backed her up, and she pressed Nunez, but Nunez caught her with a quick right and dropped her to one knee. Oh my God, that was right on the button.
Correct, man. I'm telling you, it's a
Beautiful.
it's a
This is a beautiful
offensive
fight.
game plan to go in here and fight. If it's no merit, a preface to what I'm saying about this fight, then why is she in Bellator? Why did she get a freaking title shot? Why is she the champion over Bellator immediately after she left the UFC?
Because she deserves it. She's a name. She's a
Nobody
champion. She's a
deserves shit in
winner.
combat sports,
No,
man.
I'm
You
just
know how
saying.
many girls thinking they deserve stuff? You know how many guys think they deserve something?
How many
Nobody
of them
deserve
are?
anything.
No, I'm just saying she deserved that check she get, man. You deserve your check, right? Like
That don't mean you're gonna go next door to the organization and get a title shot.
I just had one
and you
of the
coming off
biggest.
a
That
crushing
was
loss.
one of the most successful pay-per-views probably in women UFC history, right? That was a big pay-per-view, man.
And what? Amanda Nunez and Cyborg?
Yeah, that was pretty
No
big,
one's
wasn't
really
it?
talking about that's over and done. That has nothing to do with Bellator. They already know who
I'm about to
Cyborg.
say we talking about it now.
Okay, if we talking about that being a pay-per-view, okay. We can say it was a successful PPV. Women PPV, where does it rank a month? Nobody cares where it ranks. Nobody cares about it. It did okay numbers.
Bellator cares.
Nobody
That's why
really
she
cares.
got. That's why she got that bag off the gate. They was like, "Oh, you available now? Come on in. Come on in. We want you, and
It
we
didn't
know
have
you.
anything to do
And
with a
we know
bag.
you are a baller. You are a gamer. You are everything you said you
Mark,
was."
it had nothing to do with the bag, man, when she was going to Bellator. It had everything to do with the name. It had everything to do with the name and being that she's basically been a champion in other organizations, so she have a brand. She has a brand to her name that she can switch out, just like Conor McGregor going over to boxing, just like Floyd Mayweather traveling. She's been in Muay Thai. She's been in mixed martial arts. I mean, she's a freaking GOAT status when it comes to women's combat. Amanda Nunez is just considered the GOAT within the UFC. But when you talk Cyborg as being one of the female GOAT combat practitioners, we're talking about combat sports.
I agree. I agree. She is everything she says she is. That's why she can still go to Bellator and get a check. You get what I'm saying? She can go in, man. She could go to WWE and get a check, bro. Like, I mean, she has a
Well,
name.
not really, man.
I
Not really.
disagree with that, man, and I
Because
disagree with you
because
on
you
that
got to
loss
have a
too.
certain softness to you to go with the Bellator. You have to have a certain look to go. I mean, to go to WWE. You know that's not something
You
that
don't remember China?
Cyborg.
Rest in peace.
But China, believe it or not, China was never a singles wrestler. She was there as a prop, like with the men's wrestling. That's why she was big. She was a freak show, and she never really stood out as an individual wrestler. So that's why she was always with two guys, and she was beating up on the girls every now and then. But she really never sprouted out. She never really excelled as a female individual wrestler.
But my point is, when you speak about looks and markability, you say you got to have a certain look. That look, and she can fight. She can fit in over there now because they have more girls fighting. So her look would still, she can be that mean, tough girl over there, and people will like it and respect it. And she has competition that she can fight over there. I just like fighting, man. I like to see people fighting and having and making money off fighting, man, versus out here killing people. But like I said, we always got to agree to disagree, as long as we keep it respectful. And I appreciate talking to somebody more with a higher acumen on certain combat sports than me. It's always entertaining. It's always enlightening for me, and I always like to push myself on and challenge myself to be great every day, man. So I appreciate you, World Combat Sport. Dub C, my boy Dub C, always dropping a jewel on me. I appreciate it, bro.
Man, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know why, when you say, okay, I'm passionate about something. That's just like me talking to you about hip hop, and I'm trying to tell you, bro, that song you talking about ain't fire. And then you're gonna say, man, how you say you don't even follow hip hop? That's all I'm saying. All I'm doing is the tone of my voice is rising a little bit because I know how long I've been covering it. It's not personal. So don't be going to me talking about why I'm getting upset about something that I enjoy doing.
But
I'm not
in
talking.
but in
I'm
rap
not
star
talking to you,
defense
Mark.
though.
I'm not talking to you, Mark.
Oh,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying? I'm not directing this at you. I'm just talking about rap star. When you having a dialogue and I'm trying to tell you haven't been covering the sport, don't discredit everything I say and act like
I
you the
never
one that's right.
discredited it. No, you
Look,
gotta let me speak because
you
you're calling
acting
my
like
name and I just kept
rap
quiet for
star. You
10
acting
minutes.
like you're right with everything you say,
I
and you're
never
not.
said
You have
that.
to
I
sit
said
back
I
and
can't.
listen
I said
sometime,
no,
bro.
no, no. Maybe Mark comes across.
Rap star, you have to sit back and listen sometime. You're not right about everything, man.
All right, listen, bro. I don't mean it in a way that what I was saying was all right. I was just saying I disagree with a few points that you made,
And
and
you
I
have
just
the right.
and I said, look, of course you're gonna say what you got to say because you're in the more in the MMA world in the back end. You're in behind the scenes like we are in boxing, but you are in the MMA as well behind the scenes. But as athletes, the athlete can only you can only discredit a certain point in an athlete where you think, okay, this person didn't give it his best because this person, it went in there and they were mentally not stable. Okay, I agree. Some athletes are not mentally not stable, right? Because they've gone in with a bad vibe, it's negative energy. Like you explained it to us. I get what you're saying now. So I'm taking all that in. But when I watched the fight and I watched the athlete she was and how she was unbeaten and pound for pound GOAT status, with the way she lost, really discredited her and really took a big chunk out of what Cyborg was in the major mainstream, I think. For sure. Everyone I speak to, they're like, Cyborg, man, she got battered by Nunes. You know what I
To
mean?
be,
It's
to
all
be
about
honest, when you
Nunes. It's
say
all about
everybody you
Nunes.
speak to, if you saying everybody you speak to and those people not on these panels, that's just hearsay. That's who
Yeah.
you are talking to. I can say I can
Is
talk
the
to 100
numbers must
people.
still be big, World Comeback?
I can talk to 100
Is the
people.
numbers still big in Bellator, Cyborg? Is the numbers
Cyborg
still
has a name, man, and the numbers don't matter. She's the champion. I'm not looking into the PPV numbers and who she's fighting. You got to look at the women's division. They have a dense depth to their level, to their names, that are reputable top tier names in the UFC and Bellator. Just so happened Amanda Nunez, who had lost previously, she's a top tier name because she came up from 35. So of course her weight and her cheeks is going to look just like Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford at 47, he looked healthy.
So was Cyborg fighting at that
Look,
weight
he
all the
looked
time?
he
Was she
looked
fighting?
healthy.
Yeah, but was
Kell
she?
Brook, Kell Brook looked dried up, depleted. dehydrated. Terrence Crawford was joking around. His eyes were white. She was sipping on water. He felt good. That's the same thing with Amanda Nunes. She moved up
Yeah.
from 35 to 45. So who's going to be healthy? Amanda Nunes.
Right. But was Cyborg fighting at that weight when Amanda Nunes went up in weight to fight her?
Man, she hadn't been in that division that long. She was struggling even to make that weight. Period. You didn't see the document. You didn't see the documentary the documentary that they did on her trying to cut down to 140. She damn near freaking was in there. She was crying and she was going through anguish and all that shit.
So you give her credit for that loss then? The way you're making it sound, bro, is that you give her credit for that loss. You don't mind that she
Going
lost
on
like
everything
that.
boxing. I'm not. Look, I'm giving her
You
credit
don't
for
mind
what
that she lost like that? It didn't do much for you? It was like, for you, it didn't discredit her in any way?
So
I
as
want you
media,
to... Huh?
So as media, you trying to tell me I supposed to feel some type of way and hit to the heart that a fighter who took forever to get into the UFC and basically Ronda Rousey froze her out because she wouldn't fight her at a catch weight. So therefore, Chris is in order for Cyborg to even fight on the UFC stage, she was already being belittled by Dana White before she even entered into the organization. And not only that, the fans was belittling her also.
So
So
you don't belittle her any bit for her loss?
I don't what?
You don't discredit her for that loss?
That wasn't her only loss. What am I discredit her for? She lost. She didn't put forth maximum effort from the fights that I've seen her in there with. Are we talking about Muay Thai specialist? Your Arena Bars? Check that fight out, your Arena Bars, and see how she fought. Check that fight. She got dropped several times in that fight. That is the one of the world's top kickboxers, Muay Thai specialist. Check that fight out. Much taller fighter. She landed some crushing knees on Cyborg, and she got up from him. What Amanda Nunes did was just land some punches.
In 54 seconds, she demolished her in 54
It don't matter how many seconds it was. She wasn't planning on staying there after the fight. Why is that so difficult to understand? She wasn't planning on staying in the UFC anymore.
Okay. So
how difficult is you to process that particular situation that she was on her way out the door?
So why would she lose like that? Wouldn't you put a good account of yourself?
Why put a good account when you're in an organization where they don't appreciate you and people are dogging you and saying you look like a man? Why, when people taking to social media and continue to disrespect you as a champion? She's not fighting for anything except her own right. So in that case, she said, "Let me fight for me. I still have a part of my career that's left. I'm out of here. I'm going over to Bellator." And like I said before, she is the current champion over there at Bellator at 145. I mean, what's difficult to understand? She's a champion now. Nobody ain't talking about her loss. You know why? Because in mixed martial arts, they can lose multiple times and still be adored by their fans. Ain't nobody talking about one freaking loss. They fight with 4-ounce gloves. They getting kicked in the head, bro.
I don't know about that, bro. I mean, MMA world is not talking about that loss. Can you explain that to us?
I don't need to. I've already explained it to you. This is not a mixed martial arts. You can ask me. You done asked me several times already, and you're not trying to understand what I'm telling you. You're just basically telling me, okay, can you explain that the MMA world? What is the MMA world when you have multiple organizations that's out there? What MMA world are you referring to? What MMA world? Where does this world exist at?
So you just said, right, that people don't care about that.
I'm saying, what MMA world are you encompassing this conversation in? What MMA world are you talking about?
The MMA world that you were speaking about, that you are in the behind the scenes of it. They don't care about this loss. It's like it didn't discredit Cyborg. It was meant to happen, kind of thing. I looked at it totally the opposite way.
MMA different from boxing, though. People lose all the time in MMA. They don't take it as serious like in boxing. Like the GOATs in MMA, all of them got losses.
All of them got losses, and I'm telling you, the GOATs
Anderson
in boxing
Silva, John, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got a loss, bro.
The GOATs in boxing have losses too. But I'm saying in mixed martial arts, they still praise you and cheer you on, and you got multiple freaking losses on your record. Daniel Cormier, he's been head kicked. He's been freaking knocked out. He's still considered one of the GOATs to ever do it because of what he had before that.
He a king, bro, to this day. Like
DC is an absolute legend in the sport, but he has been stopped several times already.
Right.
But he
So,
stopped. But the people he stopped and how he stopped them too. We don't never forget
Correct.
that. Like you'll be
But
like,
I'm
oh
saying
my
he's
god.
still a GOAT, though. He's still a GOAT in his own perspective. And John Jones is considered a GOAT. It's so many GOAT status. Demetrius Johnson considered a GOAT. Khabib Nurmagomedov. The list goes on to who they consider the GOAT, man. The GOAT status is not something that's pinned and you have governing bodies
yeah,
determining
but
who's
she
the
was
Hey, look,
GOAT.
and
considered like the John Jones of the women. She was considered like the John Jones of the
who
women.
Cyborg?
This.
No, she
Yeah.
wasn't,
No, she
man.
wasn't. No, she was never
No, she
John
wasn't.
Jones.
Like
Nah.
You got to
she was the
understand one
pound for
thing. The
pound woman.
UFC is just
I can
one
send you many
promotion.
receipts to show you that I watch videos where they're saying that she's the pound
Okay,
for pound
man.
woman.
Whenever you get those receipts, let me know, man. I
Like
ain't going off how
she's
many receipts you
she
got in
like
your pocket,
when she,
bro.
before she lost, Mark. There's so many these MMA platforms and all that saying that Cyborg is the number one, and when she lost, that was gone. It was
Why you compare her saying she number one and saying she the GOAT is different? Because
yeah, the
number one
GOAT. They were
women,
calling her
the
the
number
GOAT.
one women's fighter and being the GOAT of mixed martial arts, man or woman, is hard to do. It's no
Okay,
one
so before
compared
the Nunes,
Cyborg to John Jones.
so World Combat enlightened me. Before the Nunes loss, was she never considered that she was going to be the GOAT?
Look at what you just asked me. Was she never considered that she was the GOAT?
Yeah, like she was the one that they were saying that she's the
Plenty
best
of
of all
women
time.
consider themselves to be the one. It depends on what sport they competing in.
Yeah,
You know what
so
I'm saying? Amanda Nunes had losses before she picked up her championship. You can't say that she considered. She already had a loss on her record
yeah,
from a
but she
from a
was still
double leg
considered.
lock.
Now, okay, why is Amanda Nunes? Okay, is Amanda Nunes considered as the greatest of all time women mixed martial arts now? Is she considered that?
Combat sports.
Is she? Is she considered that now?
She's a
So
multi-sport
she's considered that now, right?
combat sports, man.
Yeah. So if she
She's
lost that
still
fight,
active.
she wouldn't
She's
be where
still
she is
active as
today.
a fighter, man. I don't know where you're getting at with this. She consider herself. If she don't consider herself
Not
one of the
her. I'm
top
talking
tier
the
athletes, I don't know
MMA,
what
the
to tell you.
MMA, the MMA, just the MMA people in MMA or how the platforms look at it. Is Amanda Nunes considered as greatest of all time women right now?
In the UFC, man.
Yeah. So Cyborg was in the UFC, right? So if
But
Cyborg won that fight,
she didn't have as
Cyborg
many
would have been considered.
championships as Nunez, man. She was only the 45 because she's a big girl. She couldn't make any weight below 45. They made the
Anyway,
45 division for Cyborg, bro.
well, we respectfully agree to
No, listen to
disagree.
what I just told you. They made the 45 division for Cyborg. It wasn't that many women in the featherweight division.
So you must respect Nunes more. She had to go to that weight to take it off of
Why
Cyborg.
would I respect her anymore?
Because she
I
had to go
respect
to
her
that
for
weight.
stepping up.
She had to go to that weight to take it off of Cyborg.
Bro, you
So
need
that means that
to word that a little
Nunes
bit
is a
better
bet.
because Amanda
No,
Nunes was already the champion, just like Cyborg was.
but
Amanda
at
Nunes
lower
was
weight, right?
champion at 35.
At a lower weight class, right? Because I'm
So
checking
what?
it.
It's only 5 pounds, man.
You got
I
Mitch in
don't
the
know.
background,
All right,
Dub
then.
C.
All right. I mean, if you're saying now to me what, okay, Mark said to me in UFC it seems to matter, not like boxing, that if you lose like that it doesn't really matter. If that's what Mark said. Now you're saying to me that at the end of the day, if this is the way it goes because it's UFC, then I've got to check all this, bro. Because for some reason
Okay, do your homework
it's
then.
not
I mean,
matching
why
up.
are you telling
Because
me you
for
gotta
me,
check it like if you're gonna fact check what I'm saying, do
no,
it. Don't
because
talk
for
about it,
me,
do
Hey,
it.
real quick. Hey, real
for
quick.
me,
Dub
that would
C.
lose a lot
Dub
of
C. You got
credibility.
somebody. There you go. There you
Hey,
go.
That would
King.
lose a lot of credibility as a fighter. Like Cyborg was considered one of the best ever.
Hey, Ken Mitchell, are you there or what?
Yeah. Who's that, bro?
They didn't say nothing.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
King Mitch. I be seeing him in the chat all the time. Hey man,
But maybe in
let me
UFC
ask
it
a
works
question.
different. I gotta check
King
what
Mitch,
Mark
drop
said.
back through, bro.
Let me ask a question.
Hey, hold up for a second, Mark. Let me get some of these comments right quick, bro, and I'm gonna get right back to you
All right,
immediately.
while
bro.
you doing that, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some ice.
Everything boxing in the building. Salute to you. Whiskey Dragon said Nunez is a better fighter than Cyborg. Nunez is a smarter fighter. Has cleaner, crisper punch. I mean, that's your opinion. I mean, both of them have different careers. If you want to look at careers in combat sports, Cyborg supersedes that of Amanda Nunez. She has championship in 4 different divisions. So if you were talking about strictly UFC, then go strictly UFC. She was able to defeat her and become champ. the first woman to become champ in the 35 and 45 pound division. But when it comes to mixed martial arts, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Rest
So if
on
you
mute your
want to
mic.
say
It's crackling.
higher fight IQ, then guess what? You need to look at Cyborg fighting outside of mixed martial arts and cross-threading over the mixed martial arts and going back over to Muay Thai and doing jiu-jitsu. She did multi levels of combat. She's threaded that in her career. Cyborg was trying to bully Nunez and she paid deal. No, she wasn't. She wasn't trying to bully her. She was just trying to, fight. I mean, you think fighters don't know how to go in there and fight and still not put forth max effort? She wasn't trying to bully somebody like Amanda Nunez. Amanda Nunez is a tough fighter. She's a legitimate freaking 2-division champ. The lioness is legit, period. Can she go out in Muay Thai and do what Cyborg has been able to do? No, she can't. How can Nunez be just the GOAT of the UFC and knock out the all-time GOAT of Cyborg? Because she haven't competed in a collective sport outside of the organization. That's simple, bro. I mean, that's simple. You ask the question, that's simple. Because a lot of people that come into the UFC, they competed in neighboring organizations and they didn't pick up a belt out there. And they made it over to the UFC because the UFC on the women's side of it was building up divisions. So they had to pick and choose selectively the names to build up those divisions. Ronda Rousey started the 35-pound division, the 135 bantamweight. All right. And then they came in with the flyweight 125. Why? Because most women are around that weight. 125 to 135. They made the 145-pound division for Cyborg because she could not make 140 healthy. So since the men's have a featherweight division of 145, they made a 45 division for the women for Cyborg to be able to come there and get a belt. Then women come in lighter. What happened? They made the strawweight division, 115 pounds. The men don't have a flyweight division. Their division, their lowest division is 125 pounds all the way up to heavyweight. So there's a difference in divisions when it comes to 115, 125, 135, 145. You're talking about 4 divisions for the women and 8 divisions for the men. Money Brown TV, salute. What's good? Appreciate you stopping in. Everything Boxing came through. Thanks for the donation, my brother. Appreciate you.
Hey, Dub, so you got somebody backstage. I think his name King.
Okay.
He said his mic was muted earlier.
Okay. Hold on for a second.
And you guys can keep cooking up this UFC thing, man.
Hey, what's going on, King?
What up?
TV salute. What's good? Appreciate you stopping in.
What up? Y'all boys keep cooking. I'm here, though. You know what I'm saying? I got my mic and shit ready.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
did
you
you
think
just
about
mute
this
the
UFC?
Yeah. That shit muted.
Hey, you put some good comments in there, man. All y'all been giving some good feedback. Even though this started off as a boxing stream, somehow I filtered over from Conor McGregor facing Floyd Mayweather. I get it, but the only thing I'm trying to say about a fighter like Chris Cyborg, her feelings was hurt. Her feelings, she felt like she was humiliated in the media, so she couldn't wait to get to her last fight in the UFC to get up out of there. She's not gonna go in there and put forth a valiant effort and get injured. She's gonna go there and do just enough for the fight to get stopped by the referee so she can get the hell on. And that's what she did. Injury free, and she go over to Bellator and get a title shot. And now she's reigning over there at Bellator.
And let me ask you this: I want to know about this World Combat because you cover different combat sports. Is Bellator the lower grade of like the UFC? The UFC is the top dog in the game, isn't it?
Yeah. Bellator is WCW, man.
So UFC is the top dog. That's where the fighters get the most money, or that's where you get the most prime for your career. Is Bellator the?
No, I wouldn't say they get the most money. I'm just saying that they're the higher tier promotion when it comes to mixed martial arts. Bellator has came up leaps and bounds to compete with the UFC, but when it comes to the better names and the respect that mixed martial artists are thriving to fight for, they thrive. They sitting up here fighting to go to the UFC.
Right. Everybody wants the UFC, and then when they finish with UFC, they end up going to Bellator when at the end of their career or something. A
I
lot
mean, a
of them
lot
end
of
up
people,
going there.
a lot of people leave the UFC and go to Bellator. The reason being because of pay. You know, when everybody had their sponsorships before Reebok took over, they was getting extra money, 15, 20,000 extra money, extra pay a month from sponsorships. But then the UFC monopolized that shit and put Reebok in there, so they have a standard flat fee for each person according to how long you've been in the sport.
So let me ask you guys, as world combat people, like you know the sport, are you considering the fighter who's the best at UFC or the best at Bellator? Who ends up getting who's the best of what organization? Do you end up thinking that that person for the UFC is a better all round draw and an all round better fighter because he's in the UFC? Is that how you like look at it, or you just think Bellator's got their own champions and UFC got their own champions?
Y'all can answer that. Y'all can go, Mark King.
Shit, I think UFC is just the big boys, man. Not so much as far as skill, you know what I'm saying? Not so much as far as skill because everybody get busy, but as far as promotion and everything, you gotta understand UFC built that thing from the ground up. They was on Spike TV. Then they went to Fox. You know what I'm saying? So that's the big league, so to speak. So they got everything they need over there. Yep. Promotion is crazy, advertisement is crazy. So UFC is considered the big leagues, but that don't mean that kids in the Bellator can whoop ass too. You know what I'm saying? Obviously they can, they fighters, but that's just how it is, man. UFC is big boy shit right now.
But they got a bad record. Do you remember that guy from Ben Askren who was the best in that one organization and in Bellator? He won all those titles. Then he came to the UFC and he got his ass knocked out within 1 second or 5 seconds by that guy. What's his name? The one who... So whenever I see
with a monster right away,
the way I've looked at the sport is I've always seen the UFC as the top dogs. They're the top draws. They're the ones that eyes are on first. That's how I've always seen it.
But why are you discrediting a fighter just off 1 or 2 losses? It doesn't work like that in mixed martial arts, man. They don't get frowned upon like boxing. Boxing, if you have, you know, just say in mixed martial arts, they don't frequently build up their record like boxers. They don't go to Mexico and all that and build up their record. They have lower records. You might find a mixed martial artist 8-4, but they still getting shots because it's dependent on who they fought, the style for which they fought, and everything else. So you might get an 8-4 fighter still getting shine on the promotion. They still get shine, but it's, you know, the UFC. It's like this in a nutshell. Like the mixed martial arts community, the top promotion is the Ultimate Fighting Championship. They was brought up by Fertitta Brothers and Dana White. They sold the company for $4 billion, and now they on the Zuffa. So they still the top dogs, and they have grown tremendously over the time. Now the competition as far as the top tier names, yeah, they in the UFC. But when fighters sometimes leave the UFC, it's because they feel they can get more money over at Bellator.
So most UFC fighters, do they win before they leave in UFC? Because the way I look at it, they end up losing and they end up going to UFC. I mean, they end up losing from UFC and going to Bellator. That keeps to be seen what I see sometimes. Like Ben Henderson, this Eddie Alvarez, when he lost to Conor McGregor, they keep leaving because that's the end of their contract and they lose, and Dana White lets them go. I don't see prime guys wanting to be that side and then coming that side. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at the sport wrong, but I'm just looking at it logically from when I looked at last 10, 12 years. It looks to me that it don't go that way. It goes when they lose, they end up going to Bellators and stuff. I don't know.
See, one thing you need to understand about mixed martial arts, you need to stop looking at it as logical, because a lot of these fighters come over to the UFC late. They've been competing in other neighboring organizations, and they have their records. They done took wins and they done took losses. So when they come over to the UFC, their contract might not be a lengthy contract. They might have 1 or 2 fights on there. Eddie Alvarez, when he lost the freaking Conor McGregor, he didn't leave the freaking organization. Eddie Alvarez has been a champ in every organization like Cyborg. He's considered one of the greatest to ever do it, the underground king. You know what I'm saying? He went in there and defeated Justin Gaethje. You know, I mean, Eddie Alvarez has had some battles in his career, but it took him a minute before he came over to the UFC. Just like Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler just made it to the UFC. He doesn't have an undefeated record.
Yeah, but he's been winning lately, hasn't he? He lost to that Patrice Pitbull, and then after that, he's been winning.
Man, you see how he lost though?
Yeah.
Why you not saying how he lost? You saying how Cyborg lost? How did he lose?
Well, I'm not saying that he didn't lose, but you come out with that. I've watched the fight. I remember him losing. I remember him getting stopped. But
he got knocked the fuck out, just like Cyborg did.
But what I'm saying is generally, when you talk about Bellator, generally, I don't know if it's me, I'm going to do my homework. It's mainly when fighters are losing, they end up taking the Bellator route. Or some of them, they don't, you know, when you're on a high and you're the number one guy, you don't end up wanting to go Bellator. You'll stay in UFC. That's just the way I see it, bro. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll go and do some fact checks, but that's how I see it, bro.
You know, like if you're not getting a title shot, man, and you know, it depends.
Fact check me.
It depends. It depends on what division you in. You know, how deep is the division, and if you've even come close to getting a title shot. You know, some of those divisions are very hard to get a title shot in. When you talk about the 155-pound division lightweight, when you talk about the welterweight division, the middleweight, I mean, those mid divisions, you got some hitters up there. You got some heavy hitters up there, man.
So is that right? What I said though, World Combat is mainly fighters when they end up losing, they end up leaving the UFC and try and make.
That's not true across the board, man. That's not true. Some fighters, if they get win, do you think these fighters just lose and say, okay, let me call up Scott Coker? Do you think that's the conversation? That's not true. They already speaking on the phone. Their team, their PR, whoever, their publicists, they're calling. They say, hey, so-and-so, they're on their last 2 fights of their contract. I just want to. And they know if it's going to be a title. They know if it's going to be a title shot, right?
Fighter in the history
so they basically
give me one fighter.
Hold up, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So they get on the phone, they team get on the phone and get in contact with Scott Coker and see what's going on. You know, hey, what weight class they fight in? Are they fighting 145? Okay, let me see. Okay, this is what I can pay him. Scott Coker tell them, or whoever's over there, they tell them, okay, yeah, we'll take them. They can come over here. We're gonna pay them this. They may be getting paid more to come over there and not guarantee the title shot than what they was getting in the UFC. So of course they're gonna relocate to the Bellator. They don't care.
Those companies are using those fighters' names, from what I'm reading, as building their brands because they're trying to use those names, what the UFC built, so that they can use them in their promotions and try and build their other fighters. It seems to be that
Bellator is not the goodwill of mixed martial arts, man. Who cares about names? Ryan Bader, he wasn't really no champion over here, but he ended up going to Bellator and being the 2-division champ.
Light heavyweight, if I'm not mistaken, Bellator started with the people who lost in UFC as well. They took a lot of those guys when they started their brand.
All these promotions started from somewhere. Yeah, all of them started. You could say, you know, when did the UFC get regulated? You can ask that question. When did the UFC get regulated? You know, how many fights did they have with no gloves? The UFC used to didn't have gloves. They didn't even have weight classes. No drug testing, no nothing. They didn't get that till they got to a point where they wanted to get regulated. They wanted to do it the right way and start sanctioning the fights. That's when they had to start implementing drug testing. Before that, they didn't have drug testing. You can kick a motherfucker in the groin. You can soccer kick their head if they was on the ground. Both organizations came up in the game. Bellator is not the Salvation Army of mixed martial arts. Don't get it twisted. They're not. But a lot of fighters do leave the UFC, and they pick up refuge at Bellator, who's now thriving. Bellator is thriving, man. They have some damn good fights over there. And some of them people, look, some of them fighters don't even want to go to the UFC because they know they're going to get paid less money.
Hey, it's been great talking UFC for the first time on the panel because nobody talks UFC, but your World Combat, so now you be talking about it. We're going to have to talk about it because what we see and what you see, some of it's just not matching up what I saw. So It's good that we've been talking about it, bro.
You can't discredit everything I say, Rap Star.
No, I'm not saying that. I said that you spoke well about the mental stage. I checked that online. You were right about that. The mental stage of Cyborg wasn't great because she was having a hard time with Dana White and the promotional company. But she was all in house in that fight, knowing that she was up in weight and she thought she was going to smoke. With most of her interviews, it was an easy fight for her, but it just went the other way. And
5 pounds. How many divisions? Look, how many divisions in boxing, Rap Star? Is 5 pounds between them?
just look. There's no argument, bro. I just give Nunes.
No, I'm just saying, how many
I just give
divisions in
Nunes
boxing
the
is
best
5?
credit. I'll give Nunes the best credit for that win. What she
Just
did,
answer
she
my
got the
question,
credit.
Rap Star. How many
She got
divisions?
the
are
credit,
5
bro.
pounds difference?
She got the credit with me, bro. Nunes got the credit.
Just do me a favor, please answer the question. How many divisions are 5 pounds difference in boxing? How many?
Well, it's 7 pounds normally, isn't it?
No, how many? Okay.
One division.
Okay. Hey,
One
all right,
division.
I'm gonna pull up to your screen or whatever, your live screen if I have enough time. I know you're supposed to go at 12:55.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is this combat sports has been good because I want to ask you guys this. What boxer do you think can do better than what Conor McGregor did? Is go in UFC and beat them, and I mean beat them in the ring and beat them in MMA. That's the conversation I want to have later on with somebody because there is some boxers who might be able to do that. Or change
What boxer?
the game. Yeah, like do more than what Conor McGregor did.
Man, I
But
don't
Conor
know,
went
man.
to boxing, right? This guy
You
went
talking
to
about
MMA.
what boxer can do what Conor McGregor did in the mixed
No.
martial art, or what mixed martial arts can do
What
what Conor
boxer
McGregor did
can
in the
go?
ring?
No, what boxer can go to UFC and beat that guy?
It's not that easy. You can't put that scenario. That's a poor analogy to even
No,
question.
I would like to match up some fighters with you
You
someday.
can't do it, bro. It's mixed martial arts.
All right, man. I'm just saying that would be a good thing to see what fighter you think out of the boxing world, because you know your mixed martial arts.
Bro, this ain't. Hey, when you talk about boxing going over the mixed martial art, this ain't Looney Tune, bro. This is real life. You get kicked in the shin, in the leg, and the head. If you've been a boxer and you don't
Do you
know how to
think Tyson Fury would do good against somebody in UFC for a quick 3-rounder?
So you telling me Tyson
I'm
Fury?
asking you a question. Do you
Check
think
this out. Tyson Fury going over the MMA, right?
Yeah.
Being 270 pounds. What do you think the first strike is going to be for Tyson Fury up against a heavyweight? What do you
He's
think
going to be
the first
going
strike
to
is
the
gonna
guy's
be?
going to be going to the floor.
No, they're going to kick his legs out because he's used to using those legs to move around. So in order for him to be effective as a striker and use his hands as a heavyweight champion, they're going to kick his legs and they're going to keep their distance and they're going to land some hard outside leg kicks. That's going to slow him down and then go in and change levels.
Would you give the heavyweights more of a chance to go over there and try and win than our middleweights or our cruiserweights or our bantamweights? You would
Absolutely
think a heavyweight
not.
would have the best chance?
Absolutely not.
No?
It depends on the skill. It depends on the skill level of them blocking kicks, their takedown defense, their ground game, and everything else. Just because they was a multi-time world champion in boxing doesn't mean, hey, mama, I was calling you up. I'm planning on going to the cage over in the UFC. You think that's a good idea? She gonna say, hell no.
We got to understand the situation though. Like McGregor came in with a Floyd who already knew what, like Floyd is always in shape, but that wasn't like Floyd. That was retired Floyd. So we got to find an old retired okay guy for Tyson Fury to try and do something against. You know what I'm saying? If that's the scenario we talking.
Yeah, I would just like to see that. How would MMA combat, think what one of our fighters could have the best chance in MMA? There must be a fighter that he must
check
think,
this out.
that guy
One thing,
might have a little bit of a chance. You know what I mean?
it ain't. Look, bro. You can say a little bit of chance all you want. Which type of fighter you talking about? A fighter that barely has any experience? They're not going to be in the UFC. Believe that. Most fighters that's competing in the UFC, they have pretty decent skill set. So no matter what,
you wouldn't give any boxer much of a chance then.
No matter what weight class you're talking in boxing,
right.
No matter. You can take Errol Spence, for instance. Take Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford. Bring them over, and okay, they fight at welterweight. Okay, so their weight in boxing at welterweight is 47, right? They will be fighting at featherweights. All right, they will be fighting at 145, so they'll have to drop 2 more pounds to fight at featherweight or go up to 155 lightweight where Khabib is at.
Yeah.
Time Terrence Crawford gets touched up or Errol Spence with a head kick or outside inside leg kick, or even have to damn defend a takedown.
Yeah,
The hands are not going to be
at that level, bro. That's too much at that level.
That's too much.
So just like the UFC guys can't compete with us in boxing, they can't compete with us 99% in boxing.
Why can't they compete with you? Because they have boxing coaches, man.
Well, that's an argument we need to have then, because if you look at it, the boxing sweet science of boxing, right? You can see a fighter who's a C fighter would beat an A fighter in boxing MMA. You would think a C+ fighter would beat him in a stand-up game.
Do you think a C class fighter in mixed martial arts can defeat who?
Yo, did you not hear what I said? Well, combat. I said a C+ fighter or definitely a B- boxer would beat an A+ fighter in UFC in the boxing ring for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, facts. That has
Absolutely,
because that's their craft. They study that. So no matter the guy's a good stand-up game, he's not studying 24-hour stand-up game. So no matter how good he is as a boxer in the MMA world, he's not a boxer like the man is in the sweet science world of what he does 24/7.
But you said an A+ mixed martial artist. You didn't say an A+ mixed martial artist with boxing skills.
Yeah, I'm telling you that. I'm telling you, like a Nate Diaz, when he was at his best, he could never fuck with a guy who would be in our like boxers who were probably not their best. You know what I mean?
Like who? What weight class are we talking? You got to know what.
Paulie Malignaggi. Who will win?
Paulie Malignaggi and Nate Diaz would be a good fight.
Yeah, because not Paulie Malignaggi. Even Nate Diaz.
Paulie don't have no goddamn power.
Nate Diaz is a big dude.
Paulie, unanimous decision, easy.
Yeah, but Nate Diaz is a big dude. I'd even put him with Andre Berto. He would deal with him. Andre Berto would deal with Nate Diaz. Easy. You see what I'm saying?
Andre Berto will deal with Nate Diaz.
In boxing, yeah.
Like I said, at what weight class are you talking about, man?
Well, what? That's 147. Diaz fight at what? When he fight him at
170, man.
Oh, he
yeah, Diaz up there.
Okay.
Nate Diaz at 170.
Yeah, so why are we even talking about that? I thought Diaz fought somebody small. I thought he was fighting like when he fought Conor. I thought him and Conor fought around the weight.
Man, that's the level. Man, go ahead, Rasta.
What makes you say that the boxers? You don't give boxers. See, I'm getting the vibe from World Combat. He don't give the boxers that much chance in MMA.
I don't either.
Guys, he gives the MMA guys a better chance in boxing against
you. You cannot.
That's the vibe that you just gave me,
I would
bro.
too. I would too.
MMA fighters at least have some hands. Because boxers have no grappling, no wrestling,
it's
no
so
kicking.
many weapons.
That's the difference.
Yeah,
no
submissions.
Right.
Fighters got.
Look, they don't know how to check leg kicks. Nah, it's just so many weapons.
That's a discipline, bro. That's not a sport. That's a discipline.
That's a discipline.
Everybody agrees, man.
It ain't a sport, Tom. You know what I'm saying? It's a discipline. You got to study that shit. You got to,
because I've never had this conversation. So the MMA guys have had a better chance in the boxing ring than the boxers have a chance in the MMA world. Is that what?
In most cases. In most cases.
I think that's a fact, though.
Is that what you think, Mark? That's a fact.
Absolutely. I think that's a fact.
This is the first time I've had this conversation, bro.
Because look, everything that we're doing in boxing, I can do that in kickboxing and all that. But it's some things I can do that you can't do. And you never train for. You never seen it in your life. Like, you train for all the hand things that me and you can do. Head movement, up and down, lateral movement, jabs, uppercuts. It's punches. But we can count the punches, bro. I mean, we can all name off all the punches right now. All the punches you can do in boxing. We will spend a whole podcast trying to name every move in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or judo or submissions or kicks or types of kicks or types of blocks. Man, come on.
Yeah.
That's why they call it mixed martial arts, because it ain't just karate. Like, it's karate, kickboxing, taekwondo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, judo. Like, we're doing Aikido. It's all kind of things going on in there. And a boxer has never seen that. Come on, right? And a boxer is not. A boxer is not going to do that.
No, I believe what you're saying. But
now, granted, hold on. Before you take the mic, now, granted, it has been freestyle fighters who have had success. let's be real, but usually a lot of those guys are at the heavier weight divisions where one punch can just put you to sleep. But
yeah,
but these like my man said, shout out to King. I never traded dialogue with you, brother, but it's cool to talk to you.
No doubt.
Look,
no
and
doubt.
I'm a boxing head, man, but I respect the fight, and this is more like real world fighting. This is okay. You go to prison right now. It ain't no, you ain't got no gun, no shank. This is what we about to do when he come at you with the shank. It's a discipline, bro. Now, granted,
yeah, like no boxer's beating Khabib. Forget about it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
What?
I don't see it. I don't see no boxer coming to
In the MMA world to beat Khabib.
I don't see him. You can bring somebody up with a less name than that. I
You
don't see
know, a
him beating him.
boxer's got a
He's
really
a two-time
good chance.
Sambo
Yeah,
world
listen.
champion, man. What boxer is going to deal with that?
But what I'm saying is, if a boxer gets the right punch in, it's sleep for Khabib. Oh, good night.
Man, please. It's called distance gauging, man. It's called, feints. He will
telling me
feint the
boxer
boxer
doesn't
to
have an
overly
IQ?
commit on the punch.
A boxer
So the
wouldn't
boxer
even
doesn't
know
have
how
an
to.
IQ. You're
A
telling me
boxer
a
wouldn't even
boxer
know how to
doesn't
block the
have an IQ?
takedown, though, Rap Star. He gonna
Absolutely.
take him down immediately.
Yeah, but
He
what
wouldn't
I'm
even
saying
know
is
how to
before
throw a
he takes
knee
him down,
or
you know
nothing.
the boxer's looking for an uppercut and looking to punch him straight.
He's gonna be too low for an uppercut.
Well, he might be able to get some hooks from the side of his head.
He ain't gonna
that
get.
could
He's
take
gonna
him
be
down.
if he's gonna be that low. You're not gonna.
Okay.
But even if you do hit him a little bit, he's still taking you down. You're not gonna put him to sleep with that. Catch him on the bro. He's taking you down, bro.
Right.
He's
Boxers
taking you
are
down.
handicapped.
And once he
Boxers
take
will
you
be
down,
handicapped,
he's
bro.
gonna ground and pound you, bro. I
No,
I don't see
believe
no
that.
boxer
I
beating
believe
Khabib.
that. No, I believe that, but I just think you got to give a boxer some chance.
Nah.
Because of his,
I
what do
don't.
you mean?
Chance in what?
Wait, listen, Mark, 24-hour
10% chance? Like, what we talking?
Hey, look.
You're talking about a 24-hour grind, sweet science of boxing. You tell me you put in Errol Spence there with Khabib, he ain't got a chance. You're telling me he got no chance. What are you talking about? I'll give Errol a
Please,
chance.
what are you saying?
No chance.
Errol Spence
No
has
chance. No
Errol
chance.
Spence a 25% chance in there, bro. I do.
Less than that.
This dude has been a
Okay.
two-time Sambo world
Well, you know
champion.
what? Well, you know what? You know what? Anything could happen. You know what, Rap Star? You're right. Anything could happen. I agree with you. I agree with you. Hold up. Let me paint the picture. Khabib could come down in like a 40-pound iron jumpsuit and do a backflip off the top rope, twist his ankle, his corner could poison his water, and yeah, I believe my man. I believe my man Errol Spence can win that night. But aside from that, aside from that,
no respect to my boy Spence. Everybody can hear this. I want you to carry on.
Hey, Spence understands that. If you ask Spence, he'll say, yeah, I ain't fucking with that.
He's like, man, that ain't my skill. That ain't. Look, man, these guys respect the game.
So
man.
give me a percentage. I gave you a percentage. You give me a percentage.
10%. That's for Spence.
I give Spence 1.3% of even landing a shot on Khabib.
1%, bro.
What weight class? What weight class is this?
Spence competed 147 though, so Khabib.
What Khabib fight at?
Khabib fight is 155.
That's another thing too. Shout out to these MMA guys. These guys be jumping up and down in weight like it ain't nothing, bro.
No, but Khabib's weight's been that all the time.
What?
Okay.
Khabib's been at 155 all the time.
No, I'm talking. He's just talking about the MMA guys dropping down. Cannonier used to fight heavyweight. Now he's fighting in middleweight.
Come on, bro. Who does that? Like,
so who's
who
we
got
at 154? Who's at 155 for us? Jamal Charlo. So Jamal Charlo got no chance, bro.
Against Khabib? Man, no.
Yeah. You're talking about kicks. You're talking about kicks, and you're talking about wrestling. You can have all the boxing knowledge, but your footwork comparable to takedown defense is going to be much different. Now
so what do you think the boxer's going to do, Mark?
Apply your hands.
They're not going to do shit, Rap Star. They ain't going to do shit
because he's going to be training for Khabib in a way that he's going to try and move those hands.
But you can't train for something that somebody's been doing their whole life, Rap Star. That's what I'm saying. These guys, just like these guys been boxing since they were kids, like these guys been boxing, wrestling, doing kicks, or they was doing.
That's why Ray Mercer beat Tim Sylvia in an octagon. He knocked him the fuck out.
First of all, Tim Sylvia been knocked out plenty of times. Tim Sylvia been knocked out plenty of times.
Sylvia was on a winning streak. He was still a good fighter at the time.
I mean, Herschel Walker got a win. I mean, guys can fight, guys can win. It's all about who, but when you're talking about, and it's talking about who you fighting, how you fighting, and when you fighting them. But the guys you're naming are elite of the elite. Khabib, bro. Like, come
Yeah,
on,
because if
bro.
I'm putting Errol in there, and Errol's the top boy for us, so I got to put Khabib in there because Khabib's the top boy for them.
It's
Errol,
different. It's different levels of being top in
Look,
mixed martial arts
we
because
know
check
Khabib
this
could
out,
never stand in
Rapstar.
a
Just
chance.
put your
Look, we know
listening
and you
ears
said,
on for a second,
Yeah,
bro.
but Mark, I'm going to ask you this
Put your
question now.
listening ears
Mark,
on
let
for a
me ask
second,
Mark this
Rapstar.
question because nobody give Errol no
Rapstar,
respect on
put
that.
your
Let me ask
listening
one
ears
more
on for a
question.
quick minute.
Yeah.
Rapstar, some of these fighters in mixed martial arts have competed
You're going
in
to make me forget my
collectively in
question.
other combat sports. When it comes to boxing, they have fought amateur boxing up to the professional ranks. In mixed martial arts, you have a multi-dynamic of taekwondo,
Okay,
judo,
so I just want to see what
karate,
Keen and Mark told me.
wrestling,
Yeah. So they,
BJJ,
yeah.
all that stuff combined to compete on the professional level of mixed martial arts. They go from one professional sport to the professional sport of mixed martial arts. It's not like boxing, they go from amateur and then some of them go from amateur mixed martial arts into it, but they have collective arts associated with their cachet.
Yeah. But I would say this, though. It's like Errol Spence. Yeah, you guys give 10%. But if Khabib went in a boxing ring with Errol Spence, I don't give him anywhere near 10% as well. I'll give him the same. Max. Max chance he's got is 7%, 10%. So if you think about it, bro. It's the same kind of thing. It's the same level of opposition. What he's got is the best of the best MMA guy going into the boxing ring with Errol Spence. And you know Errol's going to box Khabib's head off. It's over.
who
Do
want
you
to do
think?
it?
Do
Who
you
want to
think
do
mixed
it?
martial
You
arts
want
has
to?
boxing
Who's
coaches?
saying it? Go ahead.
Yeah, but Mark, how much percentage would you give Khabib in a boxing ring with Errol Spence? I need to ask you that one.
We talking about percentage. We talking about boxing odds. He's just gonna win, bro, regardless. Like
Errol's gonna
we ain't
win.
got to play the
Period.
percentage game.
You're
We
putting
just saying he's.
percentages towards the other side, right? If
I'm
he
just
went
saying
over.
who's gonna win, bro. I'm not an odds maker. I'm just saying who I know gonna win in my heart of hearts, based off what I believe. And what you're saying goes back to what I was saying before, that it's not the same because you have more tools in your arsenal in MMA versus in boxing. Boxing, you got left and right. That's it. Left, right, clinch. That's it. You can't, bro. In MMA, you can hammer fist. Boxing, you can't do a backhand. You can't do open hand. Like, you can't take down. You can't elbow. It's just so many weapons that you have to look out for. That's
Bro,
why.
with a boxer, you know how
That's
to
why.
hold the MMA fighter.
That's why an MMA guy would have a better chance in boxing than a boxer would have in MMA, and that's just it. That's just. Hey, look, man. It's the law of averages. I can
Okay.
beat you so many different ways. You only can beat me with left hand or right hand. That's it. Over here, I can beat you with everything except a headbutt and a knee to a nuts. That's
Bro,
it, bro.
a boxer
And
would
an
know
eye
nothing.
poke. Eye poke, knee to the nut, headbutt. That's it. Everything else, it's all for it, bro. I can choke you out, I can kick you. I can't kick you while you're down. So, but I can knee you in your head. I can run across the ring and just fly. It's so many weapons that a boxer has never seen before that these guys have been doing since they were little boys. Before they kissed their first girl, they beat up somebody.
Yeah, so I don't know
A
if
lot
you
of
answered
people.
the question. I'm just saying, so you
So
give
you think
less
you can
percentage.
fuck? You think you can fuck like a porn star?
No,
Man,
I'm just
he
asking
like
you
this dude can knock a guy out, and I've been doing this since I was 7.
Yeah,
I made little boys cry. I made their nose bleed. Man, bro, it ain't the same, rap star. But
Of
I
course, it's
digress.
not
Let
the
me mute
same,
my
bro. I
mic.
don't give no chance to Errol to beat Khabib, but I'll give a percentage, and I'm working out the percentage for Khabib in the boxing ring, and they're pretty similar. That's all I'm saying, bro.
The
That's
two
what
different
I say.
sports, man.
And I
Yeah.
disagree.
If
Hey,
you
look,
think about it,
we got to
I don't
disagree
think.
on that, but
Listen,
it's okay. You have
no,
your
we got to agree
opinion.
to disagree because Khabib will never have the sweet science to work with Errol's jab. He couldn't even work with the clinch. Errol would know how to work with him in no time and make him look silly, bro. So that's the same position that you're putting Khabib in with Errol and what you're putting Errol in with Khabib. They're
Look,
vulnerable to each other in each other's sport. That's what I think. I
the,
think they're
the,
vulnerable to each other in each other's sport.
And that's fair. That's fair.
You gotta appreciate that.
That's fair. That's fair. But that sounds different from what we was talking about earlier. But
no, that's exactly
that's
what
fair.
it came down to, bro.
No, you be changing up the narrative there, Ref Star.
Why did I change up the narrative? Okay, my show's getting late. I'm gonna carry on because I got some stuff to tell you about. Well, combat what you said about the Nunes thing, because I've just been reading up and it just doesn't make sense. But carry on. Why did I make a narrative?
I mean, you don't have to agree. You seem not to agree with anything.
But you said I'm a narrative, bro. Now you're saying I'm narrative, so you got. I'm gonna.
I said you're changing up the narrative. I mean,
Tell
why are you getting all upset? When you the same one to tell me why I'm getting upset? Why are you getting all upset, bro?
No, I'm saying you said narrative, bro. Nobody says that to me. I don't use narrative.
Narrative? Narrative is just a dialogue, man. Dang, what are you talking about? No one says
so
that.
Where did I change
narrative? Is a bad word on YouTube.
Freaking narrative? You complain about narrative, but you was up here saying, why are you getting all upset? World Combat.
Look, I'm trying to have a little conversation with you, and you're saying narrative.
Bro, we got four people on this panel.
World Combat, I do have to pull you up because where did I get narrative from? Where did I go narrative? Tell me. Explain.
He said go narrative. What does go narrative mean? Like
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
What does that even mean?
Changing up the narrative is just saying like
you said I'm making narrative comments.
I can't explain nothing,
so
bro.
How did the comments? Okay, and Mark's now laughing as well, so I got to tell Mark this as well. How did the comments go narrative?
Ref Star, you have to let people speak, man. I know you get all
explain that, man. You said I was narrative, bro. Why?
I said you changed up the narrative. I ain't say you don't say people narrative. You changed up the narrative.
How did I change it? Then explain that, bro.
Because you said something different earlier to make your point than what you said now. That's it. That's point blank what it means.
I was making a percentage, like working out what chances would I give to each one of these fighters, and it kind of valued the same to me. And I thought, okay, so if you want to really work on it and what it looks like, what it would be for Khabib to be in the ring with Errol, then what it would be Errol to be in octagon, I worked it out and then leveled it up. So where was I narrative about?
Look, when you understand when you have a dialogue,
you was very narrative towards the cyborg situation.
I wasn't never narrative. I can't be narrative. There's no such thing. I can't be narrative.
You were speaking.
I can't be narrative, Rap Star. Listen, Rap Star. If you're gonna be the first to say, that I'm up in arms and I'm getting a little bit riled up, you have to also check yourself, because we've all disagreed with one another on this panel today. And I said, okay, I agree to disagree. But you act like you can't be wrong sometime. You got to be wrong sometime, even if you don't like to be wrong.
But you got to tell me where I was wrong. That's fair.
You are. When somebody tell you that's not true, you say, well, that's the way I feel about it.
Tell me where I wasn't true, bro. That's all I'm asking.
Man, I'm moving on, man. I'm not sitting here
you can't
at 1 o'clock in the morning.
If you don't tell me where I'm wrong, bro.
No, but you say you always got to call me out and all this other stuff, man. And I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, you have to bookmark your conversation right then and there. When you bookmark and we talk on it, you say you keep on talking about something else. You won't even acknowledge
I like you,
what we talking about.
I like you. That's why I don't really get hefty on your platform, bro. Otherwise, I go
hefty about what, bro? You act like you acting like you coddling a grown man. This is boxing and MMA dialogue.
Even if I'm wrong, I don't mind. Of course, I said I was wrong earlier when you said about the mental state of Cyborg. I didn't take that into perspective. So I said, you know what? You guys are right. She wasn't mentally right, but I don't take that win off of Nunes. But of course, you got to be wrong sometimes. But you just said I was wrong again. So you got to fact check me. If Mark calls me wrong, then you got to tell me why.
Man, I'm moving on, Rap Star, for real.
All right, then you didn't tell me. That's all.
You right, man.
All right, bro.
I just want to keep it, flowing, because it's 1-something in the morning and going back and forth about something that we have to go back and relocate. It's not even worth it, And when I was telling you about Amanda Nunes potentially not putting max effort, like you told me I was wrong like 3 or 4 times and you couldn't understand the logic. And that's okay. If you think that's impossible for you to fathom, I understand why you wouldn't go that way. But me and how I look at and who I communicate with is always education for me. So when I get information such as that on what's going on with a certain fighter, I don't go out here and put it in the media. I just sit back and watch it play out. And it teaches me, okay, this is going on. This is actually true. This happens. And that's why I was saying that Cyborg didn't maximize her potential to win that fight. And she went in there reckless. I mean, you can do that without throwing the fight. You can do that. You can just go in there and fight reckless and you know the opponent that you in there with is gonna light your ass up. But did she get knocked out cold, or was she stopped by the referee? The referee stopped the fight, right? Right? Rap star, you say you
Yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah. The ref jumped in, isn't it? Because she couldn't
So the
defend
referee
herself
stopped the
no more
fight. It's
because
all good.
her
She
knee,
stopped
yeah,
the
but
fight.
she was getting knocked out because her knees were going. She was getting taken back to the
I'm
floor.
asking you
She
what
can't get
exactly
back up.
happened though. The referee stopped the fight, right?
Yeah.
So that's where it was. I'm pretty sure Cyborg knows. The fighter knows when the referee is gonna step in. They know. They know certain things on how to go about a fight. But if she would have threw the fight, it would have been like the first time. Boom, she barely get hit. We know Cyborg has been hit with harder shots, and she falls at the straddle and flop around on the floor and go through convulsions and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's throwing the fight. But she didn't maximize her effort to win the fight. So she was reckless, and she got touched up with 4-ounce gloves from Amanda Nunes, and the fight was stopped. Easy work. It's on to Bellator. That shit happens, man.
Hey, Dub, see, let me ask you this though. So with everything that was going on, let me ask you in just in no uncertain terms, your honest opinion. All right.
What's going on, Major Key Boxing? What's good?
What's up, Major? Uh, yeah, and I just don't want to get nothing inconstrued. Like I know you have a higher MMA acumen than probably most people that I know. You cover the sport and you've been involved for longer, and I respect you totally when it comes to that. But to consummate all of this and just put it all to bed, do you think Nunes would still? I mean, do you think Cyborg would defeat Nunes if they was on Bellator right now?
That would be a different organization and a different fight. I believe it'll be. You know what? I can say it'll be much more competitive. Far as her defeating, she would have a much different fight camp, of course, and then it won't be a first round stoppage. We can bet any part of that. It won't be. It'll be different.
Okay.
Why? Because she has a different. It's different. She's fighting in a different organization. She feels better mentally. You know what I'm saying? Her mind is in there. When you're in a fucked up situation, sometimes you don't want to go to work. We know that. Just like the military, we know that. Man, shit
And once you
popping off
get
the
knocked
wrong way.
out too, you don't want to get knocked out like that again too. Some would argue.
But I promise you, if you look at her other two fights before that, and you think about her potentially fighting Amanda Nunes and Bellator, the fight would be much different. It's been
Okay.
plenty of fighters, even in boxing, that gets knocked the fuck out. Just take, for instance, Lennox Lewis. He got knocked the fuck out by Hasim Rahman and then came back. It's been fighters in boxing who get slept. You know what I'm saying? Look at Paul Williams. Paul Williams got beat by Quintana and came back and stopped him in the first round.
Yeah.
It happens. It's called, what's your offensive game plan? If she fight a different game plan, which she would against a Nunes, it'll be a different fight.
But
She's not gonna
also,
get
I just
stopped in
don't
the
want to
first.
confuse. I don't want people to confuse game plan with. I just didn't like my contract, and I don't like how they treating me too. Though you get what I'm saying? Because
Well,
that's what I
offensive
think. That's
strategy.
what I think. What goes back to what Rap starts saying. You thinking like, okay, my strategy and what I'm doing, man. When you see the fight, those were good shots, man. Yeah, poor game plan, poor tactics. Say what you want to about the contract. A lot of things going on. She lost, and she lost badly. And I don't
You
think
never heard
you
me say she didn't lose. I never said she didn't lose. I said
absolutely.
she didn't
Yes, sir.
maximize her potential to retain her title. That's a difference. I never said she didn't lose. She
But she
lost.
lost badly. She lost really bad.
It don't matter if she lost bad. I never said she lost good. I said she didn't maximize her potential to retain her title, and
That's
that is
true. That's
going
true.
in there with a poor strategy to retain her title. She went in there
But I
reckless.
believe you put up the impression that she didn't even want to retain the title. She wanted to
Absolutely,
get
I
the hell
did.
up out of there.
Absolutely, I
So
did.
she did a poor game plan on purpose just to leave
Absolutely.
because she don't want to win.
I will hold. I will
And
hold
when
true
and
to
that
that.
went and that's what goes back to me saying the character, like, and not trying to vilify the young lady, but goes back to like, who would, if I was Bellator, would I want to get in bed with somebody who I think that would not give up maximum potential just to
Boy,
get out of the
Bellator knew
contract.
she was coming over there before she stepped in the cage, right?
Okay, respect. I respect that.
Bellator knew that. They, like I said, she didn't lose that fight, and then all of a sudden Scott Coker gives her a call.
Mm-hmm.
Scott Coker knew she was coming over to Bellator. That was the last fight on her contract.
And
Yeah, but if
Rapstar,
you got-
and I want to say, go ahead, Rapstar. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to ask this: if you've got a big promotional company who wants you, right, Mark, you would want that fighter to do a bit better in that fight than lose like that before you come to me. If I had a company,
Well, technically, from what he's saying though, what Dub
No,
C
but
is saying
if I
is
have a company-
you can't get her if she wins the fight. I won't be able to get you.
yeah, but even if you lose, you would want a fighter to lose on their shield, right? Give what they were. This was the number one and number two. lady.
She lost
Did.
on her
She
shield.
did
When you
lose
got
on
the
her
number
shield.
one and number two athlete in the world competing, and the
She
number
lost
one or
swinging, bro.
number
She
two-
lost swinging.
Yeah, but
She
the
went
number
out on
one
her
or number
shield,
two-
man.
The number one or number two goes out like that against the other one who moves up in weight. It does discredit you. I think it would discredit you as an athlete.
That's your personal opinion, and you're entitled to it. But I do
I'm
want to
entitled
answer
to
your
it.
other question that you asked earlier, and just as far as the percentage and put a bow on that. I think my whole point was when we brought that up was a MMA guy has a better chance in boxing than the boxer has in MMA. That's it. So whatever number you want to put on it,
Right.
whatever number you put on it, just double it for the MMA guy when we go into MMA. So if you give Errol if you give Khabib a 25% chance in boxing, you get what I'm saying? Just minus that when Errol goes over there. Errol gets 12.5% chance in the
Okay.
MMA.
It's gonna be worse for the boxer
Okay, so
every
Yeah,
trip.
it's gonna be
That's
worse.
all.
Just whatever it is, just
MMA
slice it in
guys
half.
And boxers
That's
Because
all.
he's losing, because he's using half his body.
And I think a boxer will admit that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who said
man.
that?
You gotta
Who
look
said
at-
that?
I'll say you got to look at it as in
That was
what
King.
way you got to look at that.
Okay.
If Errol Spence had Khabib in the boxing ring, people wouldn't give him more than 10-15% chance into winning that fight.
All right, so that's Errol getting 5 or 2.5% chance in MMA.
That's how you. Is that how you see it?
That's how I see it, bro. And that
Errol
and I don't
wouldn't make
mean
it out the
disrespect.
first round, man.
Hey, look, man, I'm just giving respect, and that's what I was gonna say too. Next, I wrote that down in my notes because I try to write things down when guys are talking because I don't want to cut people off. I think more people will be betting on what round Errol makes it. Like Errol won't make it out the first round in MMA. I think everybody got that as a first round knockout. That would be low odds. You get what I'm saying? The high money on that fight was, does he even survive? We know he's gonna lose, but does he make it to the cards? Versus in the boxing, people were like, I don't think Errol will first round knock him out though. You get what they might make it to the second or third round.
I think whoever bets on Khabib will be throwing their money in trash if it comes to boxing against Errol.
Yeah. But what
He'll be
round
throwing it in
though?
trash.
Do you see Errol or anybody knocking him out in the first round though? Boxing I don't see them knocking him out in the first round.
No, I see Errol maybe
'Cause he's
using the
tough.
fight to his advantage. The boxer would use it to his advantage. You're gonna wait till he gasses out, and he's gonna use his head and use his composure in there, bro. You don't need to be stupid. He'll play with him.
Play with him.
Yeah.
He
he'll
don't
play
have
with
much.
him.
He don't have much time to play with him, man. It's 3 minutes per round.
Yeah, that's enough for Errol. He only needs a few of those, man.
I'm telling you, these mixed martial artists, they know how
Hey,
to
listen,
move around
I'm a
the
big
cage.
Khabib fan, World Combat. I'm a real big Khabib fan. But when it comes to coming into boxing against Errol, I won't give Khabib any try. I will not even put.
But
even
by
if
that same
odds
logic is why they said Cyborg didn't fight her good game plan. She wasn't patient. Like if Errol went in there and just rushed Khabib doing something all crazy and got knocked out, we would be like, what was Errol thinking? Like that ain't how you supposed to box nobody and fight nobody. And I think that's what Dub C was trying to say earlier. That ain't how you supposed to fight a world-class champion. You know what I'm saying? Like just going in there rushing all wild and not showing no respect. Just throwing caution to the wind. That's like if I win, I win. I lose, but I'm getting the fuck up out of here, man. And I don't even want to be here right
That's
now.
all I'm saying, Mark. That's all I'm saying right there, man. Analytics. That's all I'm saying. Digest it for what? But I'm just saying, 2 world-class fighters, and it's a title fight. And you really want to retain your title, you're gonna have a solid game plan. You're gonna be poised, and you're gonna make sure you land the correct shots. And you're gonna make sure you if you want to go in and try to change levels, you're gonna pick the opportune time. It's so many, just like you said earlier, it's so many variables to mixed martial arts. It's just too many.
Yeah, she was also telling everybody that she's much stronger and Nunes couldn't take her power. She was saying these kind of things too before the fight.
Have you seen some fighters bullshit doing promo?
Like she believed in her aura, though. I believe she did think that she could hurt Nunes. I believe
she believed that too, but I believe she didn't.
She thought she was gonna hurt her.
Like I said before, she
wasn't
wasn't planning on staying there.
She just didn't have a good game plan. I agree that she didn't plan on staying there. And I believe we kind of exasperated this whole subject, man.
Oh shit, exasperated. Okay.
Hey, let's get right here.
Hey, listen, anime is fun, bro.
In the Stephen A. book. In the Stephen A. book.
You educated fool, you.
All right, hey man. Hey, look, man. I'm just a guy that paid attention in class and took a little college and watched Stephen A. I watched Stephen A. I got my Stephen A. big word list. I put it up on YouTube. I got a screenshot of my phone, and every now and then I just glance over. I be like, use that one. That'll get him.
Some people think that Cyborg's a reject in Bellator now.
Man, I'm tired of you saying some people on this, man. Who are these people? You know, some people. I hate no. Hold on. Let me get these bars off. You know, I hate when people like,
No, it's just like when I was talking about Layla Ali. He brought up Carissa Shields. He's an instigator, man, for real.
Rap star in his bag.
Rap star, he like that controversy, man. He's like Vlad TV.
We just made this show really good today, bro. It was fun, man.
The show good every day, man. You should come around more.
No, man, this was a bit fun because I got to be honest. Whenever World Combat's telling me I'm watching the fights, I'm reading up on the internet, I'm saying, look, man, so you forgot Rap Star. You better go back. So it's good to start. You know what I mean? UFC's still one of my best sports, but I don't follow it like World Combat, bro. I don't follow it like him, bro.
You just can't take a dialogue personal, just like, you and Mark disagreed. Just because it's a different tone, man, it's not personal. It's a dialogue. Just
That's
like
what I was saying to you, bro.
Bro, you don't have to tell me. I'm not taking it personal.
Neither me, man.
I'm not even cussing. I'm not even cussing. I ain't saying fuck that nigga.
I still believe I don't give no chance to Khabib to fight Errol in a boxing ring. I think he gets smoked. That's my personal opinion. I think he won't even last 5 rounds. 4 rounds, he's smoked. That's my personal opinion. I've got a right to have those opinions, World Combat.
Who said you didn't have the right?
You're right.
Yeah, I heard that. You do have the right. Nobody said you
so I don't want you to take it upset because that's the way I feel. That's just the way it is,
we still talking about somebody being upset, man. Who upset?
No, I'm only joking. But I've seen that MMA means a lot to you, World Combat. You study.
No, combat sports mean a lot. Don't just restrict me to one.
No. MMA's a big thing in your platform, though, bro.
He just said don't restrict them to one.
How's MMA a big thing?
He just told you that.
Rap Star is on this shit, man.
Rap Star is Vlad TV, yo.
Hey, why you messing with me, Mark? Why
you on Vlad TV, bro?
This is the longest I've ever talked about mixed martial. I think the other time Mitch was on here, and then this is the longest I've talked with Mark on mixed martial arts. Period.
Aside from yesterday when we was covering the fight, I came on your show and covered the fight.
This was long. This was like we spent over an hour and a half talking about MMA right now.
Right, we got off track for the thumbnail. People came in for some Errol Spence smoke, and we over here talking about
Holly Holmes. Errol Spence in with
man, we been on Cyborg. Hey, big dog. Hey, look, who said women's combat sports isn't popping? Look at this, man. You need to chop this up, man. A whole little debate about women combat sport. That's dope. Shout out to all the female fighters out there, the ladies out there doing their thing in sports. Man, I support you guys, man. I support everybody out there doing their thing.
I support the MMA. I support the boxing.
Who said?
And look, it's like this. If all you MMA guys understand this, and Nunes comes to boxing, she'll get knocked the fuck out by Clarissa Shields.
Okay, why you keep saying you keep separating things? Yeah, it's not a separation, bro. It's combat. Period.
Listen, Rap Star. The Rap Star.
Clarissa ain't no knockout artist though. Clarissa,
and she's not. You're right, King. Thank you.
She's not really no knockout artist. You know what I'm saying?
2 knockouts to her record. You talking about she'll knock Amanda out?
She'll knock Amanda out. She'll knock Amanda out.
She's used to 4-ounce gloves. What are you talking about? Clarissa has 2 knockouts and 10 wins.
But I'd say Clarissa Shields will knock her out in a boxing ring. That's what I'd say.
Please.
No, Clarissa Shields didn't knock out lesser competition.
Man. You know how quick that round expires? 2 minutes, bro.
No, I
minutes.
don't think Amanda Nunes will be able to deal with Clarissa
Amanda
Shields.
Nunes is used to 5-minute rounds. She's been in championship fights with 5-minute
Okay, that's
rounds.
another thumbnail. I'm inviting you guys to my channel, and I'm going to get a couple of boxers and MMA people.
Man, Rapstar
and
don't be
I'm
listening to
gonna
nobody
I'm
but
gonna
himself,
make a
bro.
thumbnail. Clarissa Shields smokes Amanda Nunes in a boxing ring.
Okay, if you want to put everything for controversy, okay, cool.
She stops her, bro.
That's not how I report. That's not how I report. If you got two knockouts to your boxing resume, how are you going to come in here and stop a mixed martial artist who's used to being in the cage, which is a larger diameter than the boxing ring?
Because this would make
that be a problem.
Because this would be a situation where she doesn't belong in the boxing ring with her. Like Mayweather wasn't meant to, he wasn't knocking nobody out, but he knocked
Hold on, Rapstar. Let me ask you a question to clarify your question and your point. You saying that Clarissa Shields will stop her in a boxing match or MMA match?
In a boxing match.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
that's what you're
and
saying.
I'm gonna start that
so
from
the ring size will be smaller. Doug.
Yeah, she's stopping her, even though she don't stop many, but she'll stop her because.
And I'll tell you, it's possible for Amanda Nunes to go the distance with Clarissa Shields.
I think so. I think she'll go she might lose the boxing match, but she'll go the distance. But I think it'll be a competitive fight. But it'll be a competitive fight because she can box, bro. Shorty can box.
Amanda has hands, man. That's what I'm trying to say. She has good boxing.
That's good though.
It's possible.
Rapstar be reaching for those salacious,
absolutely.
Those salacious headlines.
He wants somebody to jump out. He wants somebody to jump out.
Hey, Mark, that's a good topic, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's a not for a long time. We're gonna have to fade into something else because, golly, man, who? Come on, bro. Those are fantasy fights right there. We might as well say Mickey Mouse.
About it, Mark. They're talking about these fights.
Cause of you talking about it.
Hey, how do y'all feel about Errol Spence, Danny Garcia, man? You know the makeup of, Errol Spence going in here. And if he's able to defeat Danny Garcia, do you believe in what was being talked about earlier? Do you believe he would automatically go directly to Manny Pacquiao, or he'll try to fight Terrence Crawford for the unified titles, and then the winner gets Manny Pacquiao for the undisputed? Do we think we'll be able to get, a full undisputed with Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence having both of the belts, or Manny Pacquiao may be the last man standing? When I say last man standing, that means when they come to him to fight for the WBA title for the undisputed.
Yeah, I think Spence gonna go straight to why would you gotta fight Pacquiao? Everybody want that fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if he can, for sure, you would think he would go and try to get that. That's for sure. So yeah, but I mean, fuck it. If it didn't happen, what would we see then if it didn't happen that way?
What now?
He ain't gonna go straight to Crawford.
I mean, that's kind of the word that's out there. If Crawford doesn't get the fight with Pac, then Errol Spence might. After this Danny Garcia fight, then of course, if that's the case, it's only one more belt lingering out there, man. And that's the WBA title of Manny Pacquiao. Y'all quiet on boxing. Y'all boxing heads too. Y'all quiet as shit on boxing.
I'm just
kept on mixed martial arts.
I'm letting everybody speak, bro.
Me too. Me too. I was trying to let King talk as much as possible because I know I've been very loquacious. How about that one? That's a good one, right there. SAT words, bitch.
And garrulous. You've been garrulous
you guys
also.
are using these fucking big words and all this shit, man.
Loquacious and garrulous.
And it's funny. Sometimes people call it big words, but really, sometimes I just call it talking.
Okay, so now it's just in your vocabulary every day, yeah?
No, I mean, sometimes I go to the level of competition or the level of the room. Like,
are you feeling threatened by any chance or something that you need to use all this?
Major Key Boxing had mentioned.
Nah, I never threatened. But it seems like sometimes World Combat Sport, he sounds more like a journalist and a reporter. So I try to conduct myself with that kind of vernacular on his platform. But when I'm on my platform, we talking about hip hop. Yeah, I can shouty with the best of them. But
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's boardroom, it's locker room talk. It's different kind of talk whenever you're in situations. And I just try to conduct myself accordingly on different people panels. and on their channels and what they allow. And
Yeah.
some people can rise to the occasion and can perform on all platforms. Some dudes are just and one players. They can't make it in the NBA. So I just let people know I can. I'm good. I'm good in every hood. I'm Mark Nash, baby. Like, comment, subscribe.
For sure, that's what it is. Major Key said you have to think about how common clinching is in boxing. In MMA, that translates to takedown and kicks, which changes the dynamic. I think COVID ruined Pac's plans. He's gonna go out with the payday, which is a two-way street. Yeah, man.
I got an answer for that question,
I
though, but
appreciate
I'll
you
go after
stopping
Rap
through there,
Star.
Mitch.
Yeah, but I was trying to be quiet earlier, man, because we was talking so much. I wanted to hear him talk more, because I always see him in the comments. So I wanted to hear more of his opinion and also catch his voice. So if he ever come on my show, I'll know his voice when I hear it.
Yeah.
Compared to them trolls, you know what I'm saying? But Rap Star, I'll go first. I think. Oh shit! Go ahead, Rap Star. Go ahead. You'll go.
Sorry, I'm looking at something on TV, bro. It's making me laugh. I keep watching.
All right, mute your mic real quick, then. Mute your mic real quick. Let me get my bars off, motherfucker. All right, so to answer your question, I told people I don't see Pacquiao fighting Spence Nets or Crawford. I think Pacquiao is gonna pull a legend move, and he's only gonna fight one of you guys. I'm not about to fight both of you guys. I'm gonna let y'all fight each other. Whoever wins, I'll fight them for the undisputed and come in and get that big ass legend badge. That's the way he gonna get the 20 million fighting either Errol Spence or Crawford. Because right now, I don't think the 20 million is there for him with either guy. You get what I'm saying? Just straight 20 off the gate. I mean, maybe. I could be wrong. It might be there, but without fans, I don't see it. You got to have a gate for that fight. You got to have a fake gate. So it got to be in Vegas. It got to be somewhere overseas in Dubai. It got to be somewhere where they can have fans and you can charge them an arm and a leg. But I believe that's going to be the fight when the brawl for it all, baby. And I think these two undefeated lions got to fight each other. And I think and that's what I would like to see. I think that's what fans would like to see, because let's be clear, Pacquiao is the last of the legends. He's the last of the legends. He's the last one that can pass the torch. He's the one that been in there with Shane and Oscar and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And he's the last of them, man. He fought everybody. I don't want to hear none of that. He might have been on power pellets, but because he always tests clean. Let's be clear. He always tested clean. Got to respect that, right? So with that said, to consummate my point and in summation, I would like to say Pacquiao is the last of the Mohicans, man. He's the pay-per-view star. It's only a few of them out there that can write their own ticket. Let's be clear. You got the Pacquiao, you got Canelo, Joshua, and Fury. And I'll say Wilder too. Those are the only 5 guys out there in boxing that can just write their own ticket. And that's questionable. They can do one-offs, man. You get what I'm saying? They're so big now that they probably don't even really need a promotional company behind them. So with that, I'm about to digress, but I just want to say I believe that fight should happen, but I believe they need to fight each other, and Pacquiao deserves to only have to fight one. I don't even see Pacquiao fighting them both, but I don't think he should have to fight them both. Like, nah, y'all fight each other and fight me for undisputed for the big pay-per-view. Because if you think you're going to try to milk the public with 2 of those pay-per-views, no, they're not going to buy 2 of those. They're not going to pay for the Terrence Crawford versus Spence, then pay for the winner of that versus Crawford, or vice versa. Like, come on, bro. Pacquiao probably going to fight Conor McGregor in the spring or summer, and they're going to probably do a brawl for it all in the fall, man. In my opinion, that's what I would like to see, but that 60-40 is going to ruin it all. But with that, I'm going to digress past the mic to Rap Star. Shout out to Major Key. Shout out
What's
to
going on, Major Key?
What up, y'all?
Yeah, what up, Major Key?
Chilling.
Yo, Mark just covered that like it was a whole thumbnail in a show. Mark just covered the whole show there, bro, on the whole conversation. All I want to add to that one then is You know, at the end of the day, everybody knows we're calling out Pacquiao. Errol Spence's first thing is calling out Pacquiao. Terence Crawford's first thing is calling out Pacquiao. Everybody wants Pacquiao. So that's an easy question, bro. Everybody wants the Pacquiao fight first. But what does Pacquiao want? How about I turn the question a bit? What does Pacquiao want? And I'll tell you what he looks like he wants. He looks like he wants the Mikey Garcia fight. He looks like he's doing something else completely all to what everybody else is calling his name out for. So maybe Pacquiao's doing something else, and these two might need to get it on, because you can't just rely and sit there on Pacquiao. He holds his own key, so he's doing maybe something else. So you can't rely all your eggs in one basket.
Hey, speaking of keys, there, Rep Star. Go ahead, Major Key.
Yo, so I'm gonna drop a major key since we were using big words tonight, Mark. I'm gonna say that Pacquiao is gonna, no matter who he fights, he's gonna hit him in the ribs, and they're gonna feel like they had pneumoneutral microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, which is the longest word in the English language, which means a lung disease. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
so
my
I just
God.
wanted to drop, and I actually know how to spell that too. That's one of my little tricks that
You ain't
I
gotta
learned like
spell
in
it.
high
Just
school.
say it again for one more time for me.
Pneumo, and it starts with a P, like pneumo, like when you have like pulmonary disease, it starts with a P, PNEUMO, like so. Pneumoneutral microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. I learned that in high school, and I've kept that with me since. It's one of the when people try to use big words, I always bring that one out of the bag. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, another thing
that,
people
I'm
don't
gonna
know,
be
I took
leaving now,
etymology in high school, man. That's why Mark
Yeah, no, but I
Nash-
used it in the sentence though. I said,
yeah, that was crazy. I never heard that before. That was
I
amazing.
used it in the sentence though. So I
that
mean,
was
you got to give me
amazing.
credit for that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anyway, listen.
Give it up.
On that,
Give it up.
I'm gonna be
Give it
exiting the
up.
building. Major Key, nice seeing you, bro. I'm
going to sleep though. I got to work tomorrow, man. I just came on just for that because Mark's used loquacious. He used multiple big words. Well, not big words, but sophisticated words, I would say. You know what I'm saying?
Just curveballs, man. Just keep you on your toes sometimes. We ain't got to be so ratchet.
I was impressed by it, though. I was smiling over there. I was like, okay, Mark doing his thing, so let me throw one at him. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look at it, man. Look at it.
Hey.
Look at it, man. My boy jumped in the sandbox, man. I appreciate that, Major Key.
But yeah,
shout out to Major Key, man.
I was surprised though. I took a little nap, woke up, and y'all was still cooking. I was like, "Damn, let me jump on there though, real quick." You know what I mean? But I'm going right back to the sleep, man. I gotta wake up, man.
All right, man. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe, Major Key, man. He got a good
appreciate you pulling up, Major Key. You know the invite is always open, man. Y'all be sure to subscribe, Major Key Boxing.
Of course, man. I love y'all guys, man. Have a great night.
All right, ditto, my G.
Hey, Mark, the real one, bro. It's nice cooking it up today. We went from anywhere to anywhere. We ended up with Errol Spence and Khabib in the ring.
Hey, look, man. I told you guys when I'm not doing my shows, man, I'm gonna come out here and support other people's shows and help you guys grow and build your channel as much as I can and spread my my audience with you. And I hope you guys do it vice versa. I'm not. I don't indulge into that channel hopping narrative that people paint. I don't have no time for that, bro. Like, it's called YouTube, bro. Like, you think I just go on YouTube and just watch watch BET all day, or do you cut on Comcast and just watch ESPN all day? If so, that's you. But I like having variety of flavors. I don't eat hot dogs and hamburgers every day, my G. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I like to change my palate up. So I invite you guys, man, to come through, man, on my boy Dub C. My boy Dub C always got some great content going on his channel, Rap Star Boxing Knowledge. I like your show, and I like what you're doing over there as well, man.
Thanks, bro. And yo, World Combat, man, it's been nice tongue-in-cheek with you today, bro. We had some fun, you know what I mean? Thanks for having me on.
You kept it real cheeky, yeah? You guys got cheeky, yeah?
No, I just had a bit of fun, innit? I don't really talk much about MMA. It was good to try and get World Combat to, you know, we're cooking it out with the MMA today, but overcooked it, bro.
He don't talk much MMA, but yet he disagreed with everything I say about MMA.
I never disagreed with everything. Fuck's sake, bro. I agreed with you.
Right here. I disagree, man.
I agreed with you. I agreed with you.
Mark, tune in. Do you agree with me, Mark?
I agreed with you on the mental side of it. She wasn't mentally maybe fit enough in her mind. Things weren't going good, but as an athlete, she should have done way, you know, better than what she did. She thought she was in awe of her own strength, and I think she went in there thinking that she's gonna hurt her, but it ended up going the other way. But that's my opinion. I don't know. Everybody's got their own. I just think that she, you know, it is what it is. Like I said, at the end of the day, she got smoked. That's it. But hey, welcome back. It was fun, man. Tongue in cheek, bro. I don't mean nothing by it. We're just having fun, bro.
Why you keep telling me you don't mean nothing by it?
Meaning I'm just having some fun with you, bro. It's like when you told me about it, I was just tongue in cheek.
You keep
like,
on saying
I
that
can't
like
agree with you.
I have a problem. I don't have a problem. I'm good.
Yeah. I can't agree about everything all the time.
See, you're gonna have to settle in and buckle up because you want controversy, and you say on your channel you speak real facts. So if somebody else on my channel, don't act like I can't speak facts, and you act like, well, why you being mad about it?
Hey,
I'm not mad, man.
I didn't mean it like that.
We can agree to disagree. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't think Rap Star meant nothing malicious, but it did have a little undertone. Rap Star, I see. Hey, look, it's good people on both sides. Like Donald Trump.
At the end of the day, I don't give a shit about this cyborg much, but it was a good conversation, knowing that what I thought of her, Mark, I had a big expectation about cyborg. She was like the pound for pound for me. I don't know how you look at it. You can agree with what you want on the show, bro.
She was top. She was up there, man. I had her, and I still got her.
Never meaning no, never lie. Never meaning no, never meaning no.
That's what you be saying the same shit all the time. Never.
Yo, I didn't know you had that in a talk, nigga.
That's so fucking silly. That's so fucking cheesy, bro. That's so cheesy, bro.
I love it.
That's the worst.
I'm gonna delay
the worst
my show,
song
man.
you will ever hear.
Yeah, no, respect. Welcome back. And listen, I'm gonna delay my show, man. We cooked it up too much about the UFC. I'm good.
I thought you was about to go in, Rap Star.
In a bit,
it's early.
Man.
Okay.
I want to go eat something and stuff.
Hey, check out.
What's her name?
You're funny. You're funny.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
Hey, like I said, bro, at the end of the day, mate, we can't give all our personal info out, can we?
Okay, that's cool. I respect that, man. Well, thanks for coming through Rap Star and chopping it up with me too, man. Because I started working on your joint last night. I'm about to finish it up last night. I did about 6 clips, but now I got to put them all together with the music. But yeah, man, look for that email.
Yeah, man, and everybody smash that like button, man. Notification. Don't forget to subscribe. World Combat Sports in the house. Sometimes we can start on Errol Spence and we ended up anywhere. But respect, World Combat. I'm out.
Appreciate you dropping through, Rap Star. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe, man, and check his channel out.
Yeah, bro. All right,
Appreciate
later, bro.
Dropping through, man.
Yeah, for sure. And come on later, bro. We might be cooking in a bit.
For sure, man.
You better start soon, motherfucker.
All right, brother.
All
right. Later.
Hey, I want to show you that mark of because people always, I'll be telling people I have certain footage, but some of this stuff I don't even have up. But They go Tiafimo's dad.
Just got up, bro. Amen, Papa. Amen, Papa. What's going on? But I'm good. Ready, champ? Yeah.
You see Terrence just say nothing. I say, you ready, champ? He just looking.
Now, where is this at, and where are y'all on your way to? Because Terrence just looking at you.
Me and Terrence were standing on the same floor.
But so, he looking at you like, why you pulled out the camera, like, or had you already?
Yeah, that's what happens, man. Like, you see these people, like, and that's your moment. Like, you got to pull out the camera. It's better for you to pull out the phone than the actual camera. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to pull out the phone, and they just, so mostly him though.
Because some people.
I did when he first came. Look, when he first came on. No, I kind of clip because you can only have a certain size, but
So what? He don't rock with Lopez Senior or something? Or not? As soon as he came in, he dabbed him. He saw him and happy, like, hey.
Correct. He dapped him because he in boxing and shit. But
right.
I'm media, so he just treated me like nothing.
Like you see that energy was different. Like, yeah, whatever, man. This nigga with the camera, yo.
Yeah, the camera's ready.
Terrence stole cold face. Terrence looking like bro, you gotta Terrence looking like he might snatch your chain or something right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you follow you to the car and like Terrence look like he would iron your watch right there, bro. Like, fuck is you with this phone and how much I can get off that watch.
That's how he is, man. Like, we were standing on the same floor, man. I seen him like 5 times, man.
Shout out to you too, Mitch, and you are part of the panel.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you for stopping by earlier, Mitch. You're always welcome, man.
Yeah, man. Sometimes, man, it's very rare I pull out the camera, man, because I be feeling like I be ruining the vibe sometimes when I'm talking to people, and I don't want to pull out the camera. So that's why I'm usually now I got somebody with me to do the camera work. When I try to go out, I try to bring somebody with me to hold the camera for me and do things so I can
I do
actually
that shit myself, man. I ain't never had nobody hold no camera for me. I got.
Well, I'm a boss, nigga. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I am too, but I gotta get it. I gotta get the drop.
You right. And sometimes you got to do it like that. And I have done it that way, but it's been times where I was like, man, I don't want to pull the camera right now because you can't, sometimes they might just like, man, I don't even supposed to be here right now. You know what I'm saying? You see me here, but I don't supposed to be here. I am in LA right now. I'm not in Atlanta, bro. You get what I'm saying? So and I understand that too. You know what I'm saying? People got different lifestyles but go ahead.
You said what? You said you in LA.
As in like the person don't want people to know where they at right now.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Like I'm in Atlanta right now physically, but I'm supposed to be in LA.
I got you. Yeah, I got you on that. Yeah, for sure.
Or in Vegas somewhere training for a fight. Like, bro, I'm supposed to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I feel you get them 2 or 3 days off in training camp. Some fighters hop on a flight and come places like, I'm like, bro, you are in Magic City right now. What are you doing here? Man, chill out, bro.
Did you ever see?
Nah, get that camera out of here. All right.
I ain't trying to be seen right here, man. Did you ever see Deontay Wilder's ring walk when he fought Brazil?
Yeah. That's what I think led up to him doing that even more extravagant thing that he did.
I'm talking about, did you want to see my clip on it? Because I didn't have.
No. Pull it up. You got it up?
Yeah, I didn't have seats down here. I recon my way to this tunnel.
Hey, what you got to say there, Jeff?
Oh no, that's not good.
Pull up.
Now the champ gonna come out. I actually had enough. I was somewhere else and I got it at this point because it was a higher. That's the best view right there, boy. That's why I say it's fans out there that love him, man.
Let's go! To this day! To this day!
Yeah, that's love, man.
Yeah, man, the whole they was showing him mad love. I said, there's people out there that love the champ, man. When he was reigning. Look how
and they still love him to this day, though.
Yep.
No pun intended. Yeah, man.
Hey, what you got to say there, Jeff? Yeah, man. What's up, Black? Hey, Deontay, what you got to say? What you got to say? To this day! To this day! To this day!
I got my 3 to this days. I'm good for life.
Absolutely. That is so dope. You got to put that in your intro. That need to
I
be
know,
in your
man. I mean, I
intro.
just, I just,
Send me some of that footage, man. Let me hook you up with something fly, man.
yeah,
Send me some of
the
that
file
footage,
size and
man.
shit like that. Like I had to chop that down just to put it on here. You know what
Oh
I'm saying?
man, I got I'm gonna put this I told you I found that software that like it'll shrink that for you so you don't have to cut it. It'll compress it.
Mm,
Yeah, it'll compress it and make the file size smaller. Cause I got a lot of footage that I shoot in 4K, but I want to put it on the internet on YouTube, but I don't want it to
mhm.
take forever to do it. But I want the quality to stay 4K. So I want to
Correct.
compress it without losing quality. And it's a software, it's called Handbrake. And shout out to
Okay.
everybody in the chat, man. Use Handbrake if you want to shrink your and it's free. And
I
you
appreciate I
can
appreciate the what you showed me the other day on that freaking stream. God damn it, shit, that shit came in handy, man. That
hey
UFC
man.
shit.
Hey man, I'm everything I said I was, bro, and more. I ain't out here capping, bro, and I ain't out here trying to sell nobody no pipe dreams, and I ain't out here doing nobody no dirt. You know, I'm just out here trying to take care of my family, and I ain't trying to die with all the knowledge that I have. That's why I'm trying to spread it, and hopefully, I cause the spark, man. Each one teach one, and somebody else do something great, and they be like, bro, I remember meeting this dude named Martin Nash one time, bro. He had a YouTube channel, and he was showing people how to do blah blah blah, and that's how I started doing my thing. That counts, bro. That counts, bro,
Absolutely, it does, man.
and that means something to me.
I appreciate the knowledge for real because the average person that I'm just leave that to another time. But anyway, yeah, I just got so much I got so much footage, man. Some of this stuff I haven't even really put up because you got to add music to it and clip it and take time with it.
I got some
Like you know
royalty-free
what?
music for you, brother.
Well, maybe I'm out of line, but I'll take the blame.
That's after Teofimo Lopez fight.
I see you got them waves in. You got them fresh waves on the top.
Yeah, that was us
I see you
having
got your
dinner.
little waves on. What's that little margarita, little house margarita or something?
That was on Long Island, bro.
Oh man, big dog in it.
Yeah,
Big
I was
dog
big
in it.
dog that night, man. I was kind of exhausted, man. Like I covered this whole fight, man.
Man, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, sir.
That was the team right there, man. I thought that was the team. That was the fam.
That is dope, man. That's dope. So it's always funny when people say you hating on Teofimo or something.
Yeah,
Like,
you
nah.
dick riding. You dick riding. I say how, man.
Like, nah, I ain't dick riding, and I was there already.
Yeah, I was there, man. Like I covered the look. I even got
wins and losses. It's called wins and losses, bro.
Yeah.
That's it. He won.
I even got footage of Teofimo, man, when he was in the lobby at the MGM when he was freaking 10-0. I think 10-0. He wasn't even close to being champion yet. Like he was just in the lobby. That's when the week that him and Devin Haney ran each other on Floyd Mayweather's card.
Yeah. Classic footage.
And I got that footage. I was down there on the floor, but I can't find it. I was on my phone, so you know how the mobile phone, they don't give you that video that when you check the files when you record it on your camera.
Yeah, you gotta really. Sometimes I know exactly what you mean. I got stuff on my phone right now that I have to dig for, and instead of digging for it, I just tell my wife, "Hey, can you email me those pictures again?"
Yeah,
like cause I got some pictures I took with Jalen Love and Dondria Jones and Stitch, Bob, Silent Bob from the Mayweather gym. Yeah, I just bumped into him like down in New Orleans, but I was the only one who knew who they were.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yeah, man, I fanned out, bro. I was like, hey, you're Jalen Love.
Yep.
I fanned out. I was acting like you ever seen Coming to America and the dude was in the bathroom at the baseball game, the Prince of Zamunda, and he the peanut man. I was like that. Jalen Love. He's a good man right here. He a boxer. Man, he a world class.
Sounds just like her too.
And I was like, I will treasure this moment forever. And I'm bowing away. Hey, look, like when you see the picture of me standing beside him, like I got my chin up, my arm around him, and head up high, looking like I'm about to name my first child after Jalen Love. But I was just happy to see him because, like I said, he had fought that night earlier in Biloxi, Mississippi. I just happened to be in New Orleans, and he just happened to drive to New Orleans after the fight because it was Memorial Day weekend, around that Mardi Gras time. So he just pulled up after the fight and just walking around with his team after, a 12-round fight too. He went 12 rounds.
Damn, 12 rounds. Okay.
Yeah, and then they on the strip in New Orleans, and I'm like, hey, bro, you just fought. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
Yeah, they love cool people, man. For real.
Yes, I met him again down here in Atlanta at that Tank Davis fight, and when he saw me, it was almost. I was like, "Yo, Jalen Love." He was like, "Yeah, nigga, it's me again." Nah, I'm joking. I ain't do it again. I ain't do that. At that point, I met other fighters, and I'd been to more events, so I didn't fan out as much. But I fanned out. I couldn't believe I did that. I didn't think I fanned out till people told me later. They was like, you kind of fanned out, right? I was like, nah, y'all didn't know. I was trying to let y'all know who he was. It was like, we didn't care. Yeah. We didn't ask who he was. Like, you was like, you don't know who this is? This the guy I was just talking about in the room. That's why we was late. This Jalen Love.
Yeah.
It's my boy. This is my boy.
Long time friend.
Right. Never met him in my life. Like, man, that was crazy, bro. But hey, man, I like to have a good time, man. I'm a real one, bro. Like, I never take myself too seriously, and I damn sure ain't not trying to live vicariously through no fighter. And I don't take boxing talk too seriously, bro. I'm never gonna be out here, calling no fighters, no bitches and hoes, and bro, because you can see these people. They own the streets. They walking around, and you talking about, hey man, ain't nobody weigh 145 or 168 gonna beat my ass. All right. Wait, but when it's standing in front of you, it's different, bro. And they train, bro. They skilled, bro. But more importantly, they good people, man. Like, and they family men, they family women. Like, show the fighters respect, bro. Let's clean up our sport. Let's show these fighters respect. Let's talk about the fights, and let's just keep it about wins, losses, check the boxes. Like, let's keep a lot of that extra stuff out of it, because it's really divisive to the sport as a whole, and it helps nobody. You know what I'm saying? I understand nation and country versus country, black versus white, black versus Mexican. They you got to sell the storyline. But the people that get paid for it, the millions of bucks, they're not on TV and talking about the black guy versus the Mexican guy and causing all this unnecessary drama. And like, why are we on YouTube and in the community doing all this extra stuff, man? Let's support the fight. Yes, we can tell our stories and paint our own truths, but because truth is in the eye of the beholder. Sometimes you say it's black and white, but who wrote it?
Who wrote it? Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So I see you got something pulled up dope. What we got here?
Legendary Stitch Duran, man. I tell you, I got a lot of stuff in the toolbox. This is something I put together with Stitch Duran, man. That's a separate picture when he was rapping. It's me and him down in the lobby chilling, man, for the interview. So you can tell I didn't have my external mic.
Man, I've been living life, man. Staying busy. Got like 10 weeks that I'm doing shows.
I can do something with his audio and master it for you if you wanted me to boost it up for you. If you want to re-release it.
That's because I didn't have my external mic on.
Yeah, but I can strip that. I can load it up in my software and strip it and put it in the mastering in Pro Tools.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna go to the whole interview. I was just showing that we did it. Yeah, this would have to be something. It was a fascinating interview. It's probably, I can't believe the volume. I'm gonna have to take this down and turn up the volume on Adobe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you can do it in Adobe, or you know what I'm saying, or you can use put a limiter on it. You can use the maximizer. You can do a lot of different things to it. Shoot, they got some
that volume is super low, man. Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
I haven't freaking looked at that in a long time.
And look, sometimes that's how you are when you're a creator. You load it up and you check it when you're doing it. It sounds good, but you never go back and listen to how it sounds.
Yeah, that shit was super low, man.
Yeah, it'd be like that, bro.
That shit was super low. Damn.
Deion Washington, what's up, man? He said I'm late, but
what's going on, Deion? How you feel, bro? Deion out there in Alabama, man. He said he grew up with Deontay Wilder, man. He seen him sleep a lot of cats. Shit.
Straight like that.
This is a video that I
hey,
got.
before
like.
you run that, don't run it yet. Let me run. I gotta take a leak, bro. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
cool.
I ain't mean to say. I was gonna put it in private chat, but we family here, so I'm gonna just keep it real.
What's going on, everyone? Deion Washington, what's good, man? Good to have you on deck. Appreciate you stopping up. Pulling up, rather. Ken said, I understand Manny has a small window, but us as fans, are we asking too much of Errol to go straight into Manny or Crawford? I mean, right now, man, you're looking at a cat that's 30 years old, right? Something like that. Yeah, it's asking too much, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he only fights twice a year. So just say he get out of this, he has the rest of November, December, and then whenever he chooses to fight Manny, spring, whatever, or whoever he fighting, and then he won't fight again to the end of the year. I'm chilling, just up working, tapping in late. It's all good, man. You know you always on time, man. It's all good. Ain't nothing but a thing.
Let us show you how we run a successful business using stock footage. Go to artgrid.io.
How you not gonna?
Unlimited downloads, lifetime.
How you just gonna keep on going? This is when Roy Jones had a situation about what he said with Errol Spence. You know, and he was explaining to the people he ain't hating, and they were saying that he was hating, and he said he wasn't hating. So he made that point, and people tuned in. Like, this is one of the videos that got a lot of comments, but they was coming at it. They was dropping their opinion. God damn it!
Yeah, I'm straight, man.
You know, this is what Roy Jones said that about. Let me see. Roy Jones was talking about Errol Spence, and people just went ballistic, man. So when I saw him, I saw Roy Jones in Augusta. This was in Augusta. One of his fighters. Shout out to Fernando Bunch, man.
First that came to mind. you know,
this is like.
Are you even considering coming back now?
See, I asked Roy.
I come back as a great opportunity that showed up for me. I would come back better. I mean, to me, I always thought he better could come back and challenge with his job fighting. He's a rugged fighter. I didn't see the whole fight, but I told him that Sean Porter.
And this is when he gonna start talking about the comments.
When I told the guy before the fight, I said, Sean Porter, I didn't say no phone fight like that. I mean, what I meant when I said no, not Sean Porter. It was just at a phone like that because he had to call the guy.
I can't hear him really, bro. It's really hard to hear him. Is this turned all the way up?
Kel Brook.
Now I can assess it when I see it and tell you how good I think it do, because now you caught a real fighter that you can say, hey, last year you can do. So I was so glad that he fought, because now it gives us a better understanding of who Errol Spence really is. That's all I see. I didn't say he can't be brother. I didn't say he don't talk about it. I said he ain't talking about that we can use as a and how well we think you do with Terry Cross. Not to fight Sean Porter. That's gonna give us an idea. Now when you're gonna look at the fight, you look at the idea. I ain't seen the whole fight yet. I'm looking at the whole fight. Now I can assess it because you fought a real fighter now. that was not because I'm injured. A lot of people say you shot put never shot. You like you been on this. You never shot. You shot put him a brain, you shot put him in the ring. So you never shot. So when they say that, I said, no, that's not happening. But Errol's a really good fighter too. So I knew he was a good fighter because it's two good fighters. Now the guy turned around and said, "What said you want about it? What said come on, it's really yeah, they want to make a big deal about what you said. Really that stupid. I mean, I didn't say he spoke about saying he spoke about it to you as a front shoulder. How can you do because the one guy might go see came from lightweight. That's two weight classes up, and he wasn't. He needed to be Lomachenko was the better lightweight. Yeah. So you the best lightweight in the division. Number one. Number two, he might like I said, the guy in England after the eye surgery, he said got the eye surgery like a broke my got two weight classes above him, and you the first fight back to him. So I can't judge that either. Not that he might not be okay fighting, I can't judge him on that because there's a problem with him. He just took off eye surgery. A lot of people don't recover from that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get the whole thing because it's quite lengthy.
Hey, but real quick, can you tell people what's the name of that video if they want to see the full video on your YouTube channel? What's the name of that video called? Or can you show it?
Yeah, you can check my YouTube, man. It calls Roy Jones Jr. Spit the Fire on Errol Spence Jr. Not hating, period. I got the best boxing highlights. And he talks about, people that was coming for him saying that, Errol Spence hasn't fought anybody. They kind of made it seem like that he was hating on Errol Spence and he wouldn't give him his just due. Yeah, he just gave the explanation on why he said what he said, because he fought Kell Brook coming off the Gennady fight, and he fought Mikey Garcia, was a 4th division champion who came from 35 up. He wants to see him go in there and face Sean Porter. Absolutely. And people ran with it, say, they was hating Errol Spence. He said Errol Spence ain't fought nobody and this and that and all this other shit.
And then I remember Errol Spence, he was like, well, Roy Jones, he an HBO guy. And I was like, oh man, that's what it is. That's what they're going with because of the network. Like, how do we get there in sports? Like, what network guys are with?
You see the trend though with Errol Spence. I mean, he is a certain side of the street. It's freaking now 60-40. I mean, shit. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I'm tired of it too, G. Like I think
I'm tired of this HBO Showtime. HBO been shut down for a minute.
Yeah, but I think Roy Jones was saying that around that time, and he was trying to say, because Crawford had fought on HBO before, so
yeah.
But nah, man, Roy Jones know what he's seeing, man. Like don't discredit him, right? Can we agree to that?
Yeah, man.
We gotta see it. We gotta see it.
Some of these fighters are more sensitive than you think, man.
Nothing. I understand, bro. They're people and they're under a microscope. I get it. That's why I try to always show fighters respect. I don't call guys bums. I don't believe in that. I call them opponents, lesser opposition. Might call it a soft touch, but I don't call nobody a bum. I don't say I'm getting better because it was a time, I ain't gonna lie, and not too long ago, I had to catch myself leading up to this Crawford fight because at one point I was like, I got Crawford by murder, and things like that, and I was like, I shouldn't say that. That's not even funny. You know what I'm saying? So I'm growing because I realized to go to where I want to go with this, I gotta be respectful, man, and I can't be out here just trying to say salacious things to get a headline or to get a like or a super chat. Like, man, I don't need a super chat to do this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was doing it before I got monetized. I would be doing it if they was to snatch that away from me tomorrow, because it's a privilege and an honor to be able to do this. And I tell people all the time, hey, yeah, I'm the host, but this is your show because you're spending your time, which is your money. Time is money, and I appreciate that. I want to give you guys good content, and I want to always increase the production value of the show. However, I'm not going to be out there just creating salacious thumbnails to get you to click. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to clickbait you out there because I want to be a brand you can trust. You know what I'm saying? Mark Nash, he ain't failed me yet, I want them to be able to say, my man Mark Nash can't do no wrong. Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, big dog. I can talk a lot. That's why that's why I had to get my own show.
No, I got you,
So,
man.
but I
I
don't
feel
want to.
what you're saying.
I don't want to overtalk and overstay my welcome though.
I feel you, man. I feel what you're saying. I totally get it. I totally get it. But I wanted to say thanks for dropping by, man. This was one of the longest lives I've did talking mixed martial arts, even though it bled over from boxing. I don't like to kind of bleed the two together because the boxing fans that tune in, they want to go off the thumbnail and hear you talk about straight up boxing. That's what they want to hear, you know. But I would just do better next time about keeping it on the subject from where it's supposed to be, and don't start, taking one piece of the sentence about Conor McGregor and then running with it, because Conor McGregor didn't have shit to do with Errol Spence. It didn't have nothing
Right,
to do with
right,
Terrence
right.
Crawford,
But I
Manny
don't think you did
Pacquiao.
anything wrong though. I believe people like compelling conversation, especially like when they're tuning in like this. It's no face being shown. It's more like a podcast, so they just enjoying the audio and trading dialogue, different points of views. Like I like the fact that people don't just come on and just agree, but I don't believe in disagreeing just to disagree. Like we're not gonna do
I
that.
agree. That's all I'm saying, man. I
Like
don't care. Look, it's cool to people that disagree. I say it all the time. But just because somebody's passionate about explaining themselves, don't say they mad. Don't say none of that shit, man. This ain't a little kids carnival. It's just when what as I do. If we were sitting there, just chilling, having some drinks and talking about some shit. You talking about hip hop. Do I act like I know all about the depth as you do? No, I'm sitting there chilling.
and
I'm
bro,
listening. I'm learning.
and you see me up there, and you see me on the panel with guys that's probably younger than me, some of them older than me, but and at the same time, I do the same thing. Like I'll ask guys questions, guys that say things, I'll fact check, they fact check, bruh, my man, that's what life and conversation is about. Like, and it's okay that the conversation evolves sometimes because you don't have a script, you don't have you're producing the show, you're directing the show, you're also you're taking questions from the fans and the audience. It's okay if the conversation develops and evolves because sometimes the fans are gonna ask you certain things like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" Like this whole conversation got to, and that's cool. Like, hey, that's what it's for. That's why I always tell them, hey, this is your show too. Like, yeah, I'm the vehicle, of course. I'm the vehicle, and this is my platform. Well, actually, it's my channel on YouTube's platform. But yes, man, you are a part of it through the comments, through joining the panel, and it's okay to ask good questions, compelling questions. Push the envelope, but let's always remain respectful and always respect the man of the house.
For sure, man. You said a mouthful there. And like I said, when it comes to mixed martial arts, rarely people jump on here and you know, talk about the sport in general. But it's deep. Like it's deeper than the damn the surface layer. It's deeper than that. When you communicate with certain people about shit that's going on, it's not stuff that you put out. It's stuff that you learn. You watch it play out, and then it teaches you. Okay, this can possibly happen. Okay, cool, cool. Just like on the regional level, how they signing contracts, and they might be getting paid this amount of money, but they only sign a contract for $1. You know what I'm saying? People, I remember telling people that, man, that shit don't. It's some things people just don't want to hear, and they refuse to think it's true because they never sat in a fight card. They never been there behind the scenes. They haven't talked to promoters and matchmakers, but they put $1 on there because of taxes. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that shit go down, man.
I agree, and I challenge everybody out there, fight fans, take the time, man, to go to a fight, man. Like it's really it hits different seeing it in person than at home. And I've noticed that a lot of times when I go to fights, I try to record the fight at home because I want to see it again at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I didn't see that. Or you're hearing things in the corner because they got the camera in the corner at home. You're in the venue, you don't get none of that. So I like doing it, both ways. Pause.
Yep.
But y'all know what I meant, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely love to go to fights, and I love networking with fight fans because I always say boxing is a niche sport. You know what I'm saying? It's a niche sport, man, and we got to stick together, man, and like to make the fights that we want to see happen instead of just saying my guy beat your guy up. Like, we don't know until they fight. Styles make fights. Height don't win fights. Weight don't win fights. We seen that. We seen that for years, man. So let's get the best guys in there and get these fights made, man. But I definitely think Crawford and Spence should fight each other, and the winner should fight Manny Pacquiao. I think Manny Pacquiao is the last of the legends, and he deserves to only just have to fight one of those guys. You know what I'm saying? One time.
Okay, so you believe he should be the last man standing for the undisputed? Okay.
Absolutely. Why not?
Hey, D-Ray, what's good with you, bro? D-Ray say, WCS, who you has the sub and KO of the year so far? So so we're talking about the year, the pandemic, which has been some, a lot of crazy in the bubble type action is going on.
Right.
So let me see, who would be my better sub? There's so many subs that take place. I will have to say the sub that just happened with AJ McKee. The neck crank that happened with Darren Caldwell and the way he set it up. And that's a neck crank. So he never ran his hand across the guy's neck, but the guy's neck was in the armpit, in the pocket of his right arm. So what he did was just, it was amazing because he didn't have a palm to palm grip to get torque. It was more so he placed his right hand in the crease of his elbow and pulled back on his right hand to get that torque while he was pulling down with his legs. So the neck crank that subbed out Darren Caldwell in Bellator, I would say that's the knockout. I mean, that's the sub. And then the knockout, I might have to go with Tank Davis, man. You know what I'm saying? I might have to go with Tank Davis, bro. Alexander Povetkin and Tank Davis is pretty damn. If you talking about MMA or boxing,
mix them up, because I got a submission and I got a boxing knockout, but I got a submission for it.
Talking about knockouts, man. I have to. Man, it's just the way he set it up, man. I have to go with Tank Davis, man. Slipping off to the left, sending that left uppercut, man. I have to give him the knockout in boxing. But of course, if you're talking about MMA, I got to go with Walker and Buckley when he knocked out Impa Kumakai. Yeah, Impa Kumakai. He knocked him out. He grabbed his leg and then spent the round and kicked him in the mouth. That was the knockout. That was a knockout of the motherfucking century right there.
Yo, what about, remember when how soon we forget, man? How soon we forget? Remember what you think of that? Did you remember Osborne versus Kelleher? When Kelleher got that guillotine? That was early in this year. That was like in January. You remember that?
What organization? That's the UFC.
Yeah, that was UFC.
Yeah, that's UFC.
I think it was 246. Cause that was beginning of the year. Only reason I remember that because my birthday's in February. But on that same card though, Pettis, I think Pettis got choked out by what's that dude name? That same card, bro. It was like in January. It was like two dope submissions. One was a guillotine, one was a rear naked choke. Diego Ferreira. Yeah, man. That was crazy. That was early this year, though. One of those two is gonna be my just because the setup and the fight and how that card was. Maybe it's nostalgia purposes because I remember watching that fight and what I had going on. But yeah, that was early this year. That was a good. I like both of those submissions. I want to give it to Povetkin, man, for knockout of the year so far, just because he was already facing a lot of adversity and to win that fight that way. You know what I'm saying? It was like a comeback win. So I want to give it to Povetkin. Tank shit was pretty though. Tank shit looked pretty.
It was pretty, man.
His shit looked like World Star. Okay, Tank got the World Star moment of the year. let me ask you this real quick. I don't know how much time we buying off on this, but shit, let's keep it rocking while they watching. I'm gonna ask y'all in the chat, and I'm gonna ask Dub C. Upset of the year, biggest upset so far. Go.
In MMA or boxing?
Shoot both sides. Go ahead.
Biggest upset of the year.
Pause.
Let me go through the Rolodex. The biggest upset.
Boxing already, man. Off the top, one of the biggest upsets got to be that Tyson Fury Wilder. That got to be nominated. I know some people gonna disagree with me because people who like boxing, they'll say, well, I picked Tyson based off the first fight. Nobody had Tyson Fury stopping Deontay Wilder and dominating like that. I don't want to hit no egg weights and none of that right now. I'm just talking.
He didn't stop him.
The fight did not go to the distance. He stopped.
But he didn't stop him.
The fight ended in a TKO.
The towel came in the ring.
That means he stopped. He got stopped.
He did. Tyson Fury didn't stop him.
You're going with semantics, bro. Those are
I'm going
semantics.
with boxing. I'm going
Those
with
are
boxing.
semantics. Yeah, you got stopped. That's a
He
fact.
did. He got stopped, but Tyson Fury didn't stop him.
No, those are educated fool words. I'm
not saying that's the weakest. Look, that's the weakest TKO you can get as a fighter when the referee tells you, "Hey, the fight is over." The corner threw in the towel. It takes away. It takes away the knockout from a fighter who's stopping a fight. Just say Tyson Fury would have knocked Deontay down. He did Tyson Fury in the 12th round, and he didn't get up. That's a stoppage. Or freaking the referee stepping in and waving the fight off. That's a stoppage. But
the corner throwing in the title is the corner throwing in the title is a stoppage, bro.
I ain't never said one. You didn't ever hear me say it wasn't a stoppage.
You just said he didn't stop him. That's how we got here.
Yeah. I say Tyson Fury. Then the corner stopped it.
Because he ain't stopped because Tyson Fury was losing. He didn't stop it because Tyson Fury was over there taking a knee. Why you keep
saying Tyson Fury? Deontay Wilder corner threw in the towel though. So Tyson Fury, he got the stoppage, but when it comes down to Tyson Fury getting a knockout stoppage, he was deprived of that because the towel came in. You know what I'm saying? He was deprived of that, getting a stoppage himself, a KO.
Nah, he got a TKO, bro. That's the equivalent.
Yeah, it is. The TKO has to be equivalent to that because the towel came in.
That's no mas. That's leave him alone.
No mas from who? No, Deontay didn't say that. Deontay never quit. That's just the crazy part, the technical part about the stoppage. The corner threw in the towel, and Kenny Bayless, who was watching the action, he never stopped the fight. Deontay was still throwing punches when Kenny Bayless stepped in and he started arguing with him. He said, "No, what are you doing? Fuck that." He said, "No, hold on. Your corner threw in the towel."
Because technically what's supposed to happen is the referee's supposed to throw your towel out the ring because the fight can only be stopped by the referee or the doctor, right? Those are the rules.
That's an option he has to throw it out of the ring. He doesn't have to throw it out the ring.
Because we've seen that before in boxing where they threw the towel in, the referee threw that shit out the ring. Keep fighting, nigga. So...
But he has to use discretion at that. He cannot just throw it out because they threw it in. You know what I'm saying? It really has to be attentiveness there. Because if you're going to toss that towel out the ring and let the fight continue and they fight it.
Your license on the line too.
Yeah, that fighter ended up dying. Then that referee had a whole nother situation on his hands.
Because the guy who knows you best, your corner, said he has had enough. I know him. He's done. And that's what happened. What I don't understand is how JD's is the head trainer, but Mark Breland was the one who was able to throw the towel in. How could he throw the towel in? He's not even a head trainer.
It's according to who the chief second is in the corner.
That's JD's on record. I didn't know that until I heard. I think it was Breadman. Elwood bring that up.
I don't think you have to be the chief to throw the towel in or something. Because he asked JD's, "Do you want me to throw the towel?" He said no, And he said, you asked him again, do you want me to throw a towel? He said, nope. And then he went on and threw it in against the orders. So that's why he got fired. JD's told him twice not to throw it in.
Oh.
Hey, but
well,
Mark,
why JD's didn't take that towel from that nigga? Like, give me that shit.
Exactly.
Give me that. You keep asking me that shit. Give me that. But go ahead. You got to slide, right?
Yeah, I got to slide, man. I got to take care of some stuff right quick. But hey, everybody who tuned in, salute to you. Appreciate you for stopping in World Combat Sports on this live. And especially everyone who stopped on the panel, you know, King Mitch, rap star, and the one and only Mark Nash. Appreciate you for stopping through. Until next time, y'all hold it down. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports.